and one cannot reveal, I refused to answer that question, and I only said I voted as per my conscience. I'm not here for sale. I've not made any statement saying that I have cross-voted, and definitely I'm here to uphold democracy and make sure that we remain and save Goa for whatever we can. I demand an apology from Republic TV for trying to put words in my mouth, for making false insinuations in my name and trying to tarnish my fair name and image. I am issuing a note to Republic TV for demanding such apology, and if they do not, legal action will surely follow.
So, Congress MLA from Goa, Carlos Ferreira, denying any cross-voting in the presidential elections which happened on Monday. So, moving on to more news. Now, the Enforcement Directorate has summoned former Mumbai top cop Sanjay Pandey once again today in the NSE phone tapping case. Chitra Ramakrishna's ED custody, meanwhile, has also been extended as the investigation in the matter continues. Here's the story so far.
As the Enforcement Directorate widens its investigation in the NSE phone tapping case, serious questions have emerged on the role of the former Mumbai Police Commissioner Sanjay Pandey. The allegation: the firm founded by the retired IPS officer was roped in by the former NSE chiefs Chitra Ramakrishna and Ravi Narayan to snoop on the stock market employees by illegally intercepting their phone calls.
Where Sanjay Pandey formed that I6 Service Private Limited has been named as the accused number 3, which clearly shows the illegality that was carried out by Sanjay Pandey, being an IPS officer, because this snooping that took place between 2009 till 2017, and by the time this NSE snooping case that was that came into the light, after which the snooping stopped, the call recording was stopped by Sanjay Pandey firm.
The Enforcement Directorate application levels some serious charges, including illegal interception and monitoring, money laundering, and generation of proceeds of crime. Republic confronted the retired IPS officer. Watch how he evades the Republic camera. If the allegations are true, this could be India's biggest phone tapping scandal in recent memory.
What we know that there were 91 NSE employees, that is the office bearer, that was under the snooping. Their phone were tapped, and that was done by the firm that is whose the founder is Sanjay Pandey. Sanjay Pandey is the founder of this I6 Services Private Limited, and that is in connection with getting in with Chitra Ramakrishna.
The agency's application also mentions a wrongful gain of 4.5 crore rupees to Sanjay Pandey's firm, which includes the illegal activity of interception and monitoring.
We even know that the agency has even recovered, because there were 8 premises of Sanjay Pandey related to Sanjay Pandey, not only in Mumbai but also in Pune and other cities. That was, the searches that was going on. And what was the recovery? The recovery from the agency, that was the payment received to company backed by Sanjay Pandey, that is I6 Services Private Limited. Also the voice samples of recording, original transcript of the recording, RAID servers along with 2 laptops from the premises of I6 Services Private Limited.
Top business journalist Sucheta Dalal was also questioned by the CBI in the case after accused Chitra Ramakrishna claimed she was introduced to Sanjay Pandey through Sucheta Dalal. The former Mumbai Police Commissioner Sanjay Pandey has been summoned once again by the ED today. Chitra Ramakrishna's ED custody has been extended by 4 days for custodial interrogation in the phone tapping matter. The story broken by Republic has sent the business world in shock. The investigation continues. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And more breaking news coming in. This one from Kerala, where former Kerala Minister Isaac Thomas who was summoned by the Enforcement Directorate, has said that he will not be appearing before the ED today. In fact, Thomas has accused the central agency of leaking it to some journalists before reaching it to his hands. So that's the accusation that has been made by Thomas Isaac. Also saying that he will not be appearing before the Enforcement Directorate, and this has been communicated by email concerning the Kerala Infrastructure Investment Fund Board, for which Thomas Isaac was summoned by the ED. We have the soundbite as well of the former Kerala Finance Minister. Let's listen.
They say the letter summons has been sent by mail to an address where I was residing, say 15 years back. Anyway, we will have it examined. Tomorrow I can't go. I'm too committed. I don't know what additional things they are trying to examine. Before the election, I was part of a political conspiracy. A special C&G report, followed by ED investigation. Then Income Tax Department is also joined in. There's a 1 year of public scrutiny, debate and investigations and so on. They all came to nothing. And the people also rejected it. So I don't know what additional point they are going to rake up again. Cbi is a body corporate that is entitled to borrow masala bond as per then existing Reserve Bank of India guidelines. So we applied in the prescribed format and procedures, and Reserve Bank has given permission, and our issue was oversubscribed. And since then, every month we have been submitting the details regarding the deployment of funds. Not once has Reserve Bank objected to it, raised an issue. Reserve Bank is a custodian of implementation of MRO. So, I really don't know what they are up. It's a move to scuttle unparalleled infrastructure investment that is taking place in Kerala.
News in brief. At least 12 passengers were killed and 2 others were missing after a Maharashtra state transport bus fell into the Narmada River from a bridge in Madhya Pradesh, Dhar district. A search operation, meanwhile, involving personnel of the NDRF, SDRF and Home Guard Jawans is on to trace the missing passengers. Mega corruption charges have hit India's controversial sports body boss Narinder Batra as he tendered his resignation. The CBI raided the former Indian Olympic Association president. Now, as per sources, at least 2 locations linked to Narinder Batra, including his office at the IOA as well as premises under his name, were raided by the CBI team. A day after NDA's vice presidential candidate Jagdeep Dhankar resigned as the governor of West Bengal, the governor of Manipur, La Ganesan, took additional charge by swearing in as the West Bengal governor. He's been appointed to discharge the functions of the West Bengal governor. Suspended from the BJP over her controversial remarks, Nupur Sharma once again knocked the doors of the Supreme Court on Monday. Nupur Sharma filed a fresh plea in the Apex Court and requested a stay on the arrest of the 9 FIRs lodged against her. The Central Bureau of Investigation interrogated former Mumbai Police Commissioner Parambir Singh as well as Sanjay Pandey in a corruption case involving former NCP Minister Anil Deshmukh. And on to more news then, customers will have to pay 5% GST on pre-packed labelled food items like paneer and curd, besides hospital rooms with rent above 5,000, with GST Council's decision coming into effect.
The Finance Ministry has introduced changes to the GST on food items which could have a direct impact on the common man. Starting today, a 5% GST would be imposed on pre-packed and labelled food items. Prepackaged curd and lassi are some of the new items that will be under the new GST levy. As per the new rule, a 5% GST would be imposed on pre-packed items under 25 kilograms or litres. This rule would, however, not apply to food items sold in loose quantity. To put things into perspective, the change would mean even unbranded and pre-packaged food items which were earlier not under the ambit of GST would now be taxed. For example, say 10 packages of 10 kg each are sold in a larger pack, then GST would apply to such supply now, even if they are not branded. The opposition has questioned the centre's move. Aam Aadmi Party has demanded the centre to repeal the newly imposed GST levy on unpacked food items. Protests also broke out in Jammu over the changes to GST on essential food items.
जब से ये देश आजाद हुआ, कांग्रेस ने लोगों को, गरीब को, मध्य वर्ग के लोगों को सब्सिडी पे राशन दिया करती थी, गरीब आवाम को फ्री राशन दिया करती थी। ये पहली दफा 75 साल के बाद ये सरकार अंग्रेजों के रास्ते पे चलते हुए 5% GST लगा दिया राशन के ऊपर, चावल, दालों, खाने की चीज़ों के लिए। और शर्म आनी चाहिए सरकार को, और सरकार को याद रखना चाहिए क्या कहा था, सबका विकास, सबका साथ, ये सबका विकास नहीं, सबका नाश कर रही है सरकार। सरकार को ये रोल बैक करना चाहिए।
The move was taken after the GST Council last month decided to impose taxes on pre-packaged food items. However, many in the opposition are demanding the new GST levy be withdrawn. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Slipping into a very short break. Don't go anywhere. Lots lined up for you on the other side of this very short break. CBI arrests 8 people over the accusation of rigging the NEET national exam, 11 more named in the FIR. Third monkeypox case confirmed in Kerala, centre issues advisory for international passengers.
Getting a cab these days is nearly impossible because half the time you don't get rides. Even if your cab gets booked, you're not sure when it is going to get cancelled or how much you're going to pay. Now, answering all this, Mind has come up with beautiful solutions whereby we don't have a surge rate here because they go by government prescribed rates. Not just that, Mind has a beautiful feature where you incentivize the driver, ensuring that he will come and pick you up on time. So, thanks Mind.
Good evening and welcome viewers. Business journalist Sucheta Dalal has denied any wrongdoing during her interrogation by the CBI. Sucheta Dalal was, by her own admission, interrogated by the Central Bureau of Investigation. As per our information, the interrogation continued for over 8 hours on Saturday at the CBI office in New Delhi. Shravan Sen of Republic's investigative team asked Sucheta Dalal 3 questions on an email when we got the information that she had been questioned. Her response was a statement on Twitter. Now she claims, now this is purely her claim, that the CBI wants her expertise on the co-location scam in the National Stock Exchange. The CBI has made no such confirmation of the fact that they lack enough expertise and hence are weighing on Sucheta Dalal to fill that gap, and that is why they interrogated her. So as of now, this is only Sucheta Dalal's claim. Sucheta Dalal has denied the allegation against her by Mr. Ravi Narayan, former managing director at the National Stock Exchange, that she introduced the controversial Sanjay Pandey, Mumbai Police Commissioner till a month back, to him. Sucheta Dalal says in her statement that she cannot recollect having made any such introduction. Now, these are Sucheta Dalal's claims. But public and national interest in the phone tapping angle of the National Stock Exchange scam is growing. And the details are ghastly, ladies and gentlemen. They are ghastly, and in simple words, here they are. I'll keep it less technical, but please hear this. There's a police officer, an IPS officer who sets up a company in his family member's name. The company makes crores and crores and crores. He continues to be in uniform. Now this company of the IPS officer, in the name of cyber security of some kind, taps the phones using machines that tap MTNL lines. These big machines are all put inside the National Stock Exchange. The tapping, the illegal tapping, happens within the National Stock Exchange. And for this tapping, the company owned by the IPS officer Sanjay Pandey and his family members gets 4.7 crore rupees. Now the company owned by the ex-Mumbai police commissioner and his family members gets another 8 crore rupees for other work from the NSE. In other words, this police officer makes allegedly a cool 12 plus crore rupees on the side using connections in the National Stock Exchange. Not just this, the police officer's company also defrauds the Securities and Exchange Board of India by issuing
Now, monkeypox scare continues across the country as Kerala confirmed third case of monkeypox, with the Health Minister Veena George also saying that the patient has been confirmed as positive for monkeypox. Meanwhile, the centre has issued an advisory and all the international passengers are being scanned for this particular virus with respect to monkeypox.
After COVID-19, India is on high alert over possible spread of monkeypox cases, which has been reported in over 42 countries. With India reporting 2 monkeypox cases, the Union Ministry of Health and Family Welfare is leaving nothing to chance, reviewing the functioning of health screening of international travellers arriving in India at airports and ports. Monkeypox is a viral zoonotic infection caused by monkeypox virus, which was reported for the first time in 1970. The Kerala Health Minister Veena George confirmed that India recorded its second case yesterday after a 31-year-old man hailing from Kannur tested positive for the infection. According to sources, 35 people who came in contact with a second monkeypox patient when he travelled from Mangaluru to Kerala have now been isolated. The Kerala government has stepped up vigil to prevent spread of monkeypox, issuing special alerts to 5 districts, a day after the southern state reported the country's first case of the rare virus infection. The advisory issued by the Union Ministry of Health and Family Welfare has directed passengers to remain cautious and further seek help if they notice any symptoms. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Now, Reva University is one of the most eminent, acclaimed and illustrious universities of the country, and here is a report on high-class event that was organized by this university.
Reva University is one of the most eminent, acclaimed and illustrious universities of the country. Reva University offers top-notch programs that will cater to the passionate aspirants' quest for knowledge and wisdom.
The university takes pride in the fact that it was by invite by the government of Karnataka that the application was submitted for it to go for the university status, unlike other universities. Since then, there is no looking back. The accolades, the achievements, the awards, the rankings and the recognitions are evident of the progress and growth of our university in just a span of a few years since it has gained the university status.
The event was presided by one of India's best sporting talents, Olympic medalist PV Sindhu. In 2020, while the world was changing and adapting into the landscape of education, Reva University was way ahead of its time and transitioned to online classes within 3 days. Reva University strives to adopt modern methods that will improve and enhance the learning experience for students at the university. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Slipping into a very short break, world this morning. Coming up on the other side, Lankan interim president Ranil Wickremesinghe imposes state of emergency, begins negotiations with the IMF. And UK avoids general election as British Prime Minister wins confidence vote in the Parliament.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates: IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
मैं एक पॉलिटिकल लड़ाई ही नहीं लड़ रहा हूं, मैं सरकारी एजेंसियों के खिलाफ ही लड़ाई लड़ रहा हूं। इसमें सरकारी एजेंसियां बहुत सक्रिय हो गई हैं और राजनीतिक दलों में तोड़फोड़ करवाने का काम कर रही हैं और पैसे का भी खेल हो रहा है।
Jolt has now been given to Uddhav Thackeray. Ram Kadam has now put down his papers and he was a very close aide of Uddhav Thackeray. Uddhav Thackeray camp is going to respond on this big development which has taken place in the politics of Maharashtra.
Setup for monitoring of calls by ISEC, which began in 2009, was located on the 7th floor of the Exchange Plaza. Is that they had set up this entire base inside the National Stock Exchange. The machines were basically bought from ISEC's Private Limited, private firm incorporated by the former by Police Commissioner Sanjay Pandey.
A bomb scare mail was sent to National Hillview School, which was being owned by Congress leader DK Shivakumar in Bengaluru. According to the management, they had received a mail yesterday stating that they have planted a bomb in the school premises. Immediately, close to 1,500 students were shifted to a safest place. And even the police had rushed to the spot along with the bomb squad, which has already checked every nook and corner, and they have also said that they haven't found anything.
Officers, they have cooperated. Immediately I have given instruction to my secretary and all the staff to vacate the entire building. The children was there, almost 1,500 odd. We have shifted all the children. Now the inspection is going on.
As of now, what we get to learn from KPCC president as well as owner of that particular school, DK Shivakumar, is that they have received a mail from an email ID called Ucha Venkat, and the police is investigating further.
मैं एक पॉलिटिकल लड़ाई ही नहीं लड़ रहा हूं, मैं सरकारी एजेंसियों के खिलाफ ही लड़ाई लड़ रहा हूं। इसमें सरकारी एजेंसियां बहुत सक्रिय हो गई हैं और राजनीतिक दलों में तोड़फोड़ करवाने का काम कर रही हैं और पैसे का भी खेल हो रहा है।
Jolt has now been given to Uddhav Thackeray. Ram Kadam has now put down his papers and he was a very close aide of Uddhav Thackeray. Uddhav Thackeray camp is going to respond on this big development which has taken place in the politics of Maharashtra.
Top headlines on World this morning. Lankan interim president Ranil Wickremesinghe imposes state of emergency, begins negotiations with the IMF. UK avoids general election as British Prime Minister wins confidence vote in the Parliament. Rishi Sunak wins the most support in the third round of voting for the next Prime Minister. As multiple European nations battle wildfires, UK braces for record high temperatures this week. Good morning. Thanks for staying staying tuned. You're watching World This Morning. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. Now, starting with the top story, taking the reins over the island nation, Sri Lanka's interim president, Ranil Wickremesinghe, has imposed a state of emergency in the country. Now, this comes just 2 days before the parliament is set to appoint a new leader of the country after former president Gotabaya Rajapaksa fled to Singapore. Meanwhile, the interim president has also announced negotiations with the IMF in a bid to resolve the economic crisis.
Ahead of Wednesday's presidential elections, a state of emergency has been imposed in Sri Lanka by acting President Ranil Wickremesinghe. Unfazed by sweeping powers assumed by Wickremesinghe, protesters in Colombo continue to throng the streets demanding his resignation. One protester said the emergency laws and curfews will not deter their calls for a new government.
We don't afraid of emergency as well as curfew with any laws. We don't afraid, and we tell this Ranil Wickremesinghe and the others they cannot suppress the people by emergency laws.
Trying to assuage people's fears over the economy, Wickremesinghe said that talks on a bailout package with IMF were nearing conclusion while discussions for assistance with foreign countries were also progressing. However, there has been no comment from the IMF to Wickremesinghe's assessment of the bailout talks.
අද ගෑස් අකණ්ඩව ලබා දෙන්න පුළුවන්. ඒ ගැන ප්‍රශ්නයක් නැහැ. ඩීසල් ඒ වගේම අකණ්ඩව අපි ලබා දෙනවා. පෙට්‍රල් ගැන මෙතෙක් ප්‍රශ්නයක් තිබුණා. ඇත්ත වශයෙන්ම මම ජූනි මාසේ ප්‍රකාශ කරේ ජූලි මාසේ සති 3ක් තමයි අපිට අමාරුම කාලෙ වෙන්නේ ඉන්ධන ලබා ගන්න.
The acting president of Sri Lanka, however, warned the people that it would take months until the country achieves normalcy.
ආර්ථිකය හදාගන්න IMF සමග සාකච්ඡා ආරම්භ කරා. මිත්‍ර රටවල් එක්ක කතා කරගෙන යනවා. මේ ආර්ථික කඩාවැටීමෙන් විශාල පාඩුවක් අපිට ඇති වෙලා තියෙන්නේ.
As Sri Lanka tries to weed itself out of the economic mess, the Indian government has called for an all-party meeting today to discuss the crisis faced by its neighbour. Agency report for Republic TV.
Now, Tom Tugendhat has been voted out of the UK's Conservative Party leadership race to be the next British Prime Minister. Meanwhile, former Chancellor of the Exchequer Rishi Sunak, Trade Minister Penny Mordaunt and British Foreign Secretary Liz Truss, as well as former Equalities Minister Kemi Badenoch remain in the race.
Former British Finance Minister Rishi Sunak has won the majority support in the third round of voting in the race to succeed Boris Johnson. Tom Tugendhat has been voted out of the UK's Conservative Party leadership race to be next British Prime Minister. Rishi Sunak got 115 votes in the third round of the leadership votes. Meanwhile, Trade Minister Penny Mordaunt, who became a surprise frontrunner and bookmaker favourite last week, got 82 votes. Liz Truss, the Foreign Secretary, is touting her international experience and received 71 votes. Badenoch remains little known, but she has seen her star rise after her public showing in a television debate, receiving 58 votes.
I have the results of the third ballot. 357 votes were cast out of a possible total of 358. I'll again read the name of the candidates and the number of votes cast in alphabetical order. Badenoch, 58. Mordaunt, 82. Sunak, 115. Truss, 71. Tugendhat, 31. So Tom Tugendhat is eliminated from the election. The other candidates are able to go forward to a fourth ballot, which will take place tomorrow between 1 and 3 p.m, with the results announced at 4 p.m.
former Chancellor of the Exchequer Rishi Sunak, Trade Minister Penny Mordaunt, British Foreign Secretary Liz Truss and former Equalities Minister Kemi Badenoch remains in the race. Even though the eventual winner will automatically become Prime Minister, the contenders must appeal to a narrow constituency of party members. Further rounds of voting are scheduled today and Wednesday to produce 2 finalists. The final pair will face a runoff by about 180,000 Conservative Party members across the country. The winner is to be announced September 5 and will automatically become Prime Minister without the need for a national election. Agency report, Republic TV.
Now, an exhibition showcasing weapons seized from the Ukrainian armed forces has opened to visitors in the port city of Mariupol, which has seen widespread damage as a result of Russia's offensive.
Military equipment used by the Ukrainian armed forces taken from the Azovstal plant has been exhibited in Mariupol. The video shows heavy military equipment as well as sniper rifles, grenade launchers and assault rifles.
Так, здесь у нас представлены в основном трофеи, которые были вывезены после взятия штурмом завода Ильича, завода Азовсталь. На Азовстале, конечно, там более-менее целой техники, вся в основном побитая, ее приходилось восстанавливать, чинить, красить.
Reportedly, some of the vehicles on display belong to NATO. According to the Deputy Chief of the DPR People's Militia, Eduard Basurin, the exhibition was timed to coincide with the Metallurgist Day. Meanwhile, Kiev is also displaying military equipment from the Russian armed forces on the streets of the city, including combat vehicles and aircraft parts. On April 21st, Russian Defense Minister reported to President Vladimir Putin that the Russian armed forces and the DPR People's Militia had taken full control of Mariupol. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky admitted that Ukraine does not have such heavy weapons to unblock Mariupol through military means. Zelensky added that the country's military and political leadership are engaged in the only other way to resolve the issue, the diplomatic route. Moscow launched a military offensive on Ukraine in late February after recognizing Donetsk and Lugansk People's Republic's independence. Kiev has denounced the Russian action, while the Ukrainian president imposed martial law throughout the country, announcing a general mobilization. During recent peace talks, Russia called for Ukraine to declare itself officially neutral, providing guarantees that it will never join NATO. Agency report for Republic TV.
Now, China is crippled with yet another wave of COVID-19 as some areas across the country witness yet another lockdown. With COVID cases on deadly rise, the Chinese government, meanwhile, has issued mass testing rules with strict preventive measures over millions of citizens.
Despite severe preventative measures, China is currently witnessing yet another lockdown in Lanzhou, the capital of China's Gansu province. The officials last week imposed strict restrictions in the province. The residents in the most affected areas were required to stay home, while others could go out to purchase the essentials only once a day. In the beginning of the lockdown, the province reported 19 confirmed COVID-19 patients and 114 asymptomatic carriers. This comes as a fresh wave of COVID-19 continues to reel in new patients, forcing the authorities to roll out mass testing or extending lockdowns. As per the World Health Organization reports, China has recorded 25,981 cases and 77 deaths in the past 24 hours. Agency report, Republic TV.
News in brief from across the globe. Demonstrators took to streets of Sao Paulo, Brazil on Sunday following the killing of an opposition politician, Arruda, by an allegedly pro-government gunman just over a week before. Marcelo Arruda, a civilian police officer and left-wing Workers' Party official, was shot dead while celebrating his 50th birthday on Saturday. Dozens of people, including children, have died and another 1,300 are affected by an outbreak of diarrhea following heavy rainfall in Balochistan province, as seen in hospital footage on Sunday. The monsoon rains and floods last week triggered waterborne illness in 16 districts, while the provincial government has also declared a state of emergency. Local authorities began securing and cleaning up of the site of the Ukrainian AN-12 cargo plane that crashed in Kavala on Sunday. The aircraft was on its way from Serbia to Bangladesh. 8 people on the plane, and it was carrying 12 tons of dangerous cargo, mainly explosives. However, the Greek authorities said that no specific information about the cargo and reported varying numbers of people on board. Around 150 refugees and social workers gathered at the reception center for Ukrainians in Paris, calling for all displaced people to be treated equally. Protesters denounced what they described as state racism. They demanded the same rights as Ukrainians. Hundreds of residents of Spain who have been evacuated because of raging wildfire in the northeastern part of the of the peninsula were anxious to return to their homes and assess the damage. The authorities deployed dozens of firefighting planes as well and helicopters to try to contain the spreading flames that ravaged several homes and burnt more than 1,600 hectares as well. A very short break. On the other side, latest from Sri Lanka, as Lankan interim president imposes state of emergency, begins negotiations with the IMF. UK avoids general election as British Prime Minister wins confidence vote in the Parliament.
ನಾನು ಒಂದು ಅಗ್ರಿಕಲ್ಚರ್ ರಿಲೇಷನ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೆ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಸಂಪಾದನೆ ಮಾಡಿದಂಥ ಹಣ ಡೈಲಿ 25ರಿಂದ 30% ಹಣ ಕಮಿಷನ್ ಹೋಗ್ತಾಯಿತ್ತು. ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೆಗೆ ಏನು ಸಹ ತೊಗೊಂಡೋಗ್ತಾ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದೇ ಒಂದು ಮೈನ್ ಕಂಪ್ನಿಗೆ ಜಾಯ್ನ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ 0 ಕಮಿಷನ್ ಇದೆ. ಅದರಿಂದ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣ ನಾನು ದುಡ್ದಂಥ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣ ಹಣವನ್ನು ನನ್ನ ಮನೆಗೆ ಸಹ ತೊಗೊಂಡೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಏನಪ್ಪ ಬೆನಿಫಿಟ್ ಅಂತ ಅಂದರೆ 5 ಲಕ್ಷ ಡ್ರೈವರ್ಗೆ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಇನ್ಸೂರೆನ್ಸ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ತಿಂಗಳಿಗೆ 2,999 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ರೀಚಾರ್ಜ್ ಇದೆ. ಇಲ್ಲ ಒನ್ ಡೇಗೆ 149 ರೂಪೀಸ್ ರೀಚಾರ್ಜ್ ಇದೆ. ನಾನು ಎಷ್ಟು ದುಡಿತೀನೋ ಅಷ್ಟು ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣ ಹಣ ನನ್ನ ಮನೆಗೆ ತೊಗೊಂಡೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಇದರಿಂದ ನನ್ನ ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿ ಸಹ ನನ್ನ ಕುಟುಂಬ ಸಹ ತುಂಬ ಖುಷಿಯಾಗಿದೆ.
Big jolt has now been given to Uddhav Thackeray. Ram Kadam has now put down his papers and he was a very close aide of Uddhav Thackeray. Uddhav Thackeray camp is going to respond on this big development which has taken place in the politics of Maharashtra.
Setup for monitoring of calls by ISAC, which began in 2009, was located on the 7th floor of the Exchange Plaza. Is that they had set up this entire base inside the National Stock Exchange. The machines were basically bought from ISAC's private firm incorporated by the former Mumbai Police Commissioner Sanjay Pandey.
A bomb scare mail was sent to National Hillview School, which was being owned by Congress leader DK Shivakumar in Bengaluru. According to the management, they had received a mail yesterday stating that they have planted a bomb in the school premises. Immediately, close to 1,500 students were shifted to a safest place. And even the police had rushed to the spot along with the bomb squad, which has already checked every nook and corner, and they have also said that they haven't found anything.
Officers, they have cooperated. Immediately I have given instruction to my secretary and all the staff to vacate the entire building. The children was there, almost 1,500 odd. We have shifted all the children. Now the inspection is going on.
As of now, what we get to learn from KPCC president as well as owner of that particular school, DK Shivakumar, is that they have received a mail from an email ID called Ucha Venkat, and the police is investigating further.
मैं एक पॉलिटिकल लड़ाई ही नहीं लड़ रहा हूँ, मैं सरकारी एजेंसियों के खिलाफ ही लड़ाई लड़ रहा हूँ। इसमें सरकारी एजेंसियां बहुत सक्रिय हो गई हैं और राजनीतिक दलों में तोड़फोड़ करवाने का काम कर रही हैं और पैसे का भी खेल हो रहा है।
Welcome back. Complete chaos ensues in Sri Lanka even as the interim president has taken charge. As political and economic crises continue to spiral out of hand, here's a ground report filed by my colleague Saloni Mohan from Colombo on the state of affairs in the island nation.
ये जो तस्वीरें आप देख रहे हैं, दरअसल ये चाइनीज पोर्ट सिटी है जो कि श्रीलंका की राजधानी कोलंबो में बीचों बीच डेवलप की जा रही है। सपने चाइना की तरफ से बहुत बड़े दिखाए गए, वादे और दावे भी बहुत बड़े किए गए। BRI यानी कि बेल्ट एंड रोड इनिशिएटिव के जरिए, जिसकी शुरुआत 2013 में की गई थी चाइना की तरफ से, ये विकास किया गया। दावा ये किया गया कि यहाँ 269 हेक्टेयर का ये जो पूरा इलाका है, इसमें बीचों बीच एक हाईटेक सिटी दुबई जैसी बसाई जाएगी, जिससे श्रीलंका में निवेश आएगा। लेकिन इन दावों के बीच हकीकत क्या है? श्रीलंका अभी भी कर्ज के तले दबा हुआ है और सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि BRI कई देशों का पहले ही बेड़ा गर्क कर चुका है। इसका शिकार श्रीलंका जहां हो रहा है, पाकिस्तान भी किस तरह से कर्ज में डूबा हुआ है, ये किसी से छुपा नहीं है। 2018 में एक ऐसे देशों पर शोध हुआ जहां पर चीन की BRI परियोजना पर काम हो रहा है और शोध में यह खुलासा हुआ कि कुल ऐसे 23 देश हैं जो गंभीर ऋण में फंसे हुए हैं, जो उस ऋण का पैसा अदा नहीं कर पा रहे। कोलंबो पोर्ट सिटी की जो तस्वीरें आप देख रहे हैं, ये परियोजना करीब 1.4 अरब डॉलर के निवेश से बनाई जा रही है और श्रीलंका के इतिहास में अब तक का सबसे बड़ा विदेशी निवेश इसे बताया गया। लेकिन हम्बनटोटा बंदरगाह की तरह ही ये परियोजना कहीं ना कहीं श्रीलंका के आर्थिक हालातों को और खराब करती गई और BRI के टारगेट हमेशा वो देश होते हैं जो आर्थिक रूप से कमजोर होते हैं या विकासशील होते हैं और श्रीलंका को पूरी तरह से अपने पंजे में कर लिया चीन ने, जिसका नतीजा ये रहा कि आज श्रीलंका आर्थिक व्यवस्था और पूरी तरह से राजनीतिक व्यवस्था की स्थिति में बदहाल है और यहाँ के लोगों के लिए रोजी रोटी का संकट है। उनके लिए समस्या ये है कि निवेश तो आ गया लेकिन विकास नहीं हुआ। 2040 तक इसे पूरा करने का दावा किया गया है, लेकिन अब किस तरह से चीन इसमें भागीदारी करेगा श्रीलंका के पास साथ, क्योंकि श्रीलंका के पास अब निवेश करने के लिए, इसमें भागीदारी करने के लिए पैसे ही नहीं हैं। ऐसे में इस प्रोजेक्ट का क्या होगा, भविष्य में ये कहां जाने वाला है, ये भी किसी को नहीं पता। विजय अभय शर्मा के साथ सलोनी श्रीवास्तव, रिपब्लिक भारत, कोलंबो, श्रीलंका। बेल्ट एंड रोड इनिशिएटिव ने किस तरह से श्रीलंका पर पंजा कसा, ये हम आपको समझाने की कोशिश करें। कोलंबो का ये लोटस टावर जहां पर हम पहुंचे हैं वो अभी फंक्शनल नहीं है। 2018 में इसकी शुरुआत कर दी गई थी और ये करीब 350 मीटर लंबा है। अगर हम आपको विस्तार से बताएं तो 100 करोड़ रुपए की लागत से इस टावर को तैयार किया गया है और 80% धनराशि चाइना ने दी है। लेकिन अभी हमें अंदर जाने की इजाजत नहीं है। ये तैयार हो चुका है बनकर, लेकिन ये कहा जा रहा है क्योंकि ये चाइनीज कंपनी के कंट्रोल में है, ऐसे में इसमें अंदर नहीं जाने दिया जा सकता। अगर अभय आपको दिखाएं कि कैसे यहाँ पर हर फ्लोर की चीजें हम जरा समझाएं दर्शकों को। देखिए, जो पहला फ्लोर आप देख रहे हैं, दरअसल ये यहाँ पर किचन एरिया है और उसके बाद आता है एक शॉपिंग कॉम्प्लेक्स। ये गोलाकार में शॉपिंग कॉम्प्लेक्स है, उसके ऊपर एडमिन ऑफिस है और ये जो पूरा ग्रीन एरिया आप देख रहे हैं, जो टावर टाइप का ग्रीन एरिया, ये हॉलो है। इसमें सिर्फ लिफ्ट है, और लिफ्ट से आवाजाही ऊपर तक की जा सकती है, जिससे कोलंबो शहर की खूबसूरत तस्वीर आप खींच सके। ऊपर एक 27वें फ्लोर पर रिवॉल्विंग रेस्टोरेंट भी है और एक ऑब्जर्वेशन डेक है, जिसके जरिए पूरे शहर को मॉनिटर किया जा सकता है। तो ये बनाया चीन ने है, लेकिन अभी तक 2018 में इसके उद्घाटन के बावजूद अभी तक इसकी शुरुआत नहीं हो पाई है। यहाँ आम लोग आ जा नहीं सकते। BRI ने कैसे धीरे धीरे करके चीन ने BRI के जरिए कैसे श्रीलंका पर अपनी पकड़ मजबूत की, कैसे अर्थव्यवस्था को धीरे धीरे ध्वस्त किया, ये हम आपको समझाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। चीन का कोलंबो पोर्ट हमने आपको दिखाया, इसके अलावा हमने आपको हम्बनटोटा की कहानी बताई और ये लोटस टावर भी बता रहा है कि श्रीलंका वासियों के पैसे धीरे धीरे करके महिंदा राजपक्षे ने डकार लिए, क्योंकि जब इसका उद्घाटन हुआ था 2018 में तो मैत्रीपाल सिरिसेना तब के राष्ट्रपति, उन्होंने भी घपले का आरोप इस निर्माण में लगाया था। वो पैसे कहां गए किसी को नहीं पता और अंत में ये जानकारी मिलती है कि मैत्रीपाल सिरिसेना ने ये तक कहा कि राजपक्षे ने वो पैसे डकार लिए। चीन के भंवर में श्रीलंका धीरे धीरे कर फंसता गया। यहाँ पर हम्बनटोटा बंदरगाह का जिक्र बहुत जरूरी हो जाता है, क्योंकि ये बंदरगाह रणनीतिक महत्व के तौर पर बहुत जरूरी था श्रीलंका के लिए। लेकिन महिंदा राजपक्षे की चाइना के साथ जो नजदीकियां थी, उसकी वजह से 99 साल के लिए इस बंदरगाह को चीन को श्रीलंका ने लीज पर दे दिया और नतीजा ये रहा कि ढाक के 3 पार चीन की इस बंदरगाह में हिस्सेदारी जहां पहले 100% हुआ करती थी, वहां अब सिर्फ 20% रह गई है और चीन 80% अधिकार इस बंदरगाह पर जमाया हुआ है। वादा किया था विकास करने का, लेकिन विकास के नाम पर कुछ नहीं किया गया, बल्कि कर्ज के बोझ तले श्रीलंका को दबा दिया गया। अब हम्बनटोटा बंदरगाह पूरी तरह से श्रीलंका के कब्जे में है और चीन कहीं ना कहीं इसके जरिए भारत पर दबाव बनाने की साजिश रचता नजर आया।
Now, the hot, dry weather that has scorched mainland Europe for the past week has moved north, disrupting travel, healthcare and schools in the UK, with record-breaking temperatures expected again and the announcement of the country's first ever extreme heat warning. Doctors are now urging people to recognize the warning signs of the heat-associated illness.
The lives of millions of people in Britain is being disrupted by extreme heat, which has already caused problems in Europe. With record-breaking temperatures expected again today and the announcement of the country's first ever extreme heat warning. Doctors are urging people to recognize this warning signs of heat-associated illnesses. The hot, dry weather that has scorched mainland Europe for the past week has moved to the north, disrupting travel, healthcare and schools in the UK. Almost 600 heat-related deaths have been reported in Spain and Portugal. Climate experts warn that the global warming has increased the frequency of extreme weather events, with studies showing that the likelihood of temperatures in the UK reaching 40 degrees Celsius now is 10 times higher than in the pre-industrial era. Officials in southern France announced plans to evacuate an additional 3,500 people from towns threatened by raging flames. The red heat alert covering a big chunk of England is due when temperatures may reach 40 degrees Celsius. The officials also said that the population should expect extreme heat events more frequently in northern European countries like Britain. The extreme heat warning stretches from London in south to Manchester and Leeds in the north. While Monday brought record highs to southern eastern England, temperatures are expected to rise further as the warm air moves north today. Agency report, Republic TV.
Now, extreme heat wave condition continues to fuel ferocious wildfires in Spain, causing the evacuation of thousands of people. Here's another report.
A heat wave boiling Europe continued to fuel ferocious wildfires in Spain, causing the evacuation of thousands of people. Firefighters in northeastern region of Catalonia deployed water-bombing planes to battle the flames spreading through tinder-dry forests and nearby towns. Authorities in Catalonia say nearly 4,000 acres of land has been affected by the fires. Train passengers in Spain were left fearful as they travelled past burning wildfires on Monday. The train was travelling from Madrid as it passed burning forests in the northwest Zamora province. Passengers experienced moments of panic as the train stopped by the flames. More than 30 forest fires around Spain have forced the evacuation of thousands of people and blackened 220 square kilometers of forest and scrub. Spain reported the second fatality in 2 days as it battled wildfires. Agency report, Republic TV.
Now, Ukraine recently threatened attack on Russia-annexed Crimea. Deputy Chairman, Russian Security Council, Dmitry called for a judgment day in case the threats come true. He even claimed that Russia will wreak havoc on Ukraine.
As the Russia-Ukraine war continues for yet another day, the Deputy Chairman of Russian Security Council, Dmitry Medvedev, commented on Ukrainian officials' statement regarding the attack on Crimea. Crimea holds strategic importance to Russia as it includes the headquarters of its Black Sea Fleet at Sevastopol. It has never been recognized by the Western nations as part of Russia. In a meeting with World War II veterans, Medvedev expressed concerns over the possibility of Kiev's attack on Crimea. Noting the history of Russian attacks in Ukraine, Medvedev claimed that if an event as such occurs, then Ukraine will have to suffer through doomsday at the hands of the Russian military. He further stated that Russia will pass the challenge with honor. Medvedev has previously claimed that the continued non-recognition of Crimea as part of Russia by Western nations poses a systematic threat to the country. Russia annexed Crimea back in 2014 and established two federal subjects in the region, Republic of Crimea and the federal city of Sevastopol. However, the international bodies recognize Crimea as part of Ukraine. Agency report for Republic TV.
A very short break with the Morning Express coming up. On the other side, trouble mounts for tainted ex-Mumbai top cop. ED to grill Sanjay Pandey as NSC phone tapping scandal explodes. Third monkeypox case confirmed in Kerala. Centre issues advisory for international passengers.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates: IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
Set up for monitoring of calls by ISEC, which began in 2009, was located on the 7th floor of the Exchange Plaza, is that they had set up this entire base inside the National Stock Exchange. The machines were basically bought from ISEC's private firm incorporated by the former Mumbai Police Commissioner Sanjay Pandey.
A bomb scare mail was sent to National Hillview School, which was being owned by Congress leader DK Shivakumar in Bengaluru. According to the management, they had received a mail yesterday stating that they have planted a bomb in the school premises. Immediately, close to 1,500 students were shifted to a safest place. And even the police had rushed to the spot along with the bomb squad, which has already checked every nook and corner, and they have also said that they haven't found anything.
Officers, they have cooperated. Immediately I have given instruction to my secretary and all the staff to vacate the entire building. The children was there, almost 1,500 odd. We have shifted all the children. Now the inspection is going on.
As of now, what we get to learn from KPCC president as well as owner of that particular school, DK Shivakumar, is that they have received a mail from an email ID called Ucha Venkat, and the police is investigating further.
मैं एक पॉलिटिकल लड़ाई ही नहीं लड़ रहा हूँ, मैं सरकारी एजेंसियों के खिलाफ ही लड़ाई लड़ रहा हूँ। इसमें सरकारी एजेंसियां बहुत सक्रिय हो गई हैं और राजनीतिक दलों में तोड़फोड़ करवाने का काम कर रही हैं और पैसे का भी खेल हो रहा है।
Jolt has now been given to Uddhav Thackeray. Ram Kadam has now put down his papers and he was a very close aide of Uddhav Thackeray. Uddhav Thackeray camp is going to respond on this big development which has taken place in the politics of Maharashtra.
Trouble mounts for the tainted ex-Mumbai top cop. The ED is to grill Sanjay Pandey as the NSE phone tapping scandal explodes. Complete chaos in Sri Lanka. The centre is to hold key all-party meeting. Will discuss spiralling economic crisis in the island nation. The Shinde Sena versus the Uddhav Sena face-off intensifies. It's a battle for Sena leadership in the Lok Sabha. The CBI arrests 8 people over the accusation of rigging the NEET national exam. 11 more are named in the FIR. The third monkeypox case is confirmed in Kerala. Centre issues advisory for international passengers. Good morning and thank you very much for staying with us on Republic TV. This is the Morning Express. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. Now, a cloudburst has been reported in Himachal Pradesh's Kinnaur. The latest information that's coming in suggests that the local administration and the police have launched rescue operations. Now, no casualties have been reported so far. Roads have been shut and an advisory has been issued to tourists. North India, of course, has been seeing inclement weather conditions for a while now, and we are now learning that a cloudburst has been reported in Himachal Pradesh's Kinnaur. The local administration as well as the SDRF and police have launched rescue operations. At the moment, we are learning that there are no casualties, but as rescue operations go forward, we will know more. Roads have been shut and an advisory has been issued to tourists to try and stay inside their hotels. Now, visuals you see on your screen is of waterlogging that is being reported from various parts. Now, there are many rivers in North India which are, of course, flowing above the danger level mark. The NDRF as well as state SDRF teams are in places to make sure that if such a thing happens, they are able to move in quickly. And we are now learning that the local administration has, in fact, been able to mobilize a rescue team. Even as the Shiv Sena crisis will be heard in the top court, the Maharashtra Chief Minister is in Delhi today. Now, this meeting, this visit, of course, will see a crucial meeting with the BJP's top brass that is scheduled. Shinde, in fact, also spoke to the media and commented on Uddhav Thackeray's plea in the Supreme Court and said that he has the support of 18 MPs and not just 12 MPs. So, the latest that we are getting, of course, is that even as Eknath Shinde is in the national capital, both sides are reaffirming their claims on MPs and MLAs.
अद्याप खासदार भेटले नाहीत. उद्या नक्की भेटतील. 12 कशाला 18 खासदार आहेत आपले. सगळे भेटतील. आणि आता मी भेटलो, वकिलांच्या बरोबर चर्चा केली. ओबीसीचा जो प्रश्न आहे अतिशय महाराष्ट्राच्या ओबीसी समाजाच्या दृष्टीने महत्त्वाचा आहे. राज्य सरकार ओबीसी समाजाला न्याय देण्यासाठी कटिबद्ध आहे. त्यामुळे तो विषय महत्त्वाचा घेऊन मी ते आले.
20 तारखेला सुनावणी जी आहे, ज्या याचिका दाखल करण्यात आल्या आहेत आमदारांच्या अपात्रतेसंदर्भात, 20 तारखेलाही
ती पण केस आहे 20 तारखेला. आणि आम्हाला पूर्ण न्यायव्यवस्थेवर विश्वास आहे, कारण लोकशाहीमध्ये बहुमताला महत्त्व आहे. कायद्यामध्ये आणि घटनेमध्ये जी तरतूद आहे त्याचं पुरेपूर पालन आम्ही केलेलं आहे. त्यामुळे न्यायव्यवस्थेवर आम्हाला विश्वास आहे.
All right, so even as we speak, Eknath Shinde, of course, is in the national capital. We are now learning that there is going to be a crucial meeting of the BJP's top brass. They will, of course, be discussing what's likely to happen in the state of Maharashtra. Do remember that the Supreme Court will be hearing the Shiv Sena case shortly. And what we're also given to understand is that both sides continue to reaffirm their claims on the number of MPs and MLAs that they have.
मला अद्याप खासदार भेटले नाहीत. उद्या नक्की भेटतील. 12 कशाला 18 खासदार आहेत आपले. सगळे भेटतील. आणि आता मी भेटलो, वकिलांच्या बरोबर चर्चा केली. ओबीसीचा जो प्रश्न आहे अतिशय महाराष्ट्राच्या ओबीसी समाजाच्या दृष्टीने महत्त्वाचा आहे. राज्य सरकार ओबीसी समाजाला न्याय देण्यासाठी कटिबद्ध आहे. त्यामुळे तो विषय महत्त्वाचा घेऊन मी ते आले.
20 तारखेला सुनावणी जी आहे, ज्या याचिका दाखल करण्यात आल्या आहेत आमदारांच्या अपात्रतेसंदर्भात, 20 तारखेलाही
ती पण केस आहे 20 तारखेला. आणि आम्हाला पूर्ण न्यायव्यवस्थेवर विश्वास आहे. कारण लोकशाहीमध्ये बहुमताला महत्त्व आहे. कायद्यामध्ये आणि घटनेमध्ये जी तरतूद आहे त्याचं पुरेपूर पालन आम्ही केलेलं आहे. त्यामुळे न्यायव्यवस्थेवर आम्हाला विश्वास आहे.
And more breaking news coming in. We are now learning that a young man has been shot dead in a nightclub in Canada. This person believed to be of Punjabi origin. The deceased has been identified as the 26-year-old man Pradeep Brar, and we are given to understand that this was an incident that took place in a nightclub in Canada, in Toronto. A 24-year-old woman was also shot but suffered non-life-threatening injuries. No suspect info has been released yet. So this is news that we are just getting. We are learning that a Punjab origin youth has been shot dead in Canada. This incident took place in a nightclub in Toronto. The deceased, of course, has been identified as 26-year-old Pradeep Brar, and the police are investigating as to what happened. A 24-year-old woman, we also understand, was shot, but she did not have life-threatening injuries. This is news that we are just getting. We're going to try and get more information on what has happened, but we are given to understand that the Toronto police are already looking into this particular incident that took place in a nightclub in Toronto. So incident being shooting in a Toronto nightclub. This incident, of course, took place last night. We are learning that one person has lost his life. He is of Punjabi origin, and another one was also shot. However, she did not have life-threatening injuries. The Toronto police are investigating further into what happened. One person is dead and 18 other labourers are missing in Arunachal Pradesh's Kurung Kume district along the Indo-China border. Most of the 19 labourers who went missing were working on a road project. They have been missing from the 5th of July, and most of them, we understand, belong to Assam. So we are learning that one labourer is dead and 18 are missing in Arunachal Pradesh. This incident is being reported from the Kurung Kume district. This, of course, is along the India-China border. Now, most of these 19 labourers went missing on the 5th of July, and they were all working on a road project over there, and they belonged to Assam. So that's news that we are just getting. About 19 labourers went missing. One of them is now presumed dead, and 18 of them are still missing in Arunachal Pradesh. This incident has taken place in the Kurung Kume Valley, and we are given to understand that the police in Arunachal Pradesh are actively working to find out what happened. Now, Now, once one of the two top cops in Mumbai, the IPS officer Sanjay Pandey and Parambir Singh are now being questioned over a multi-crore scam by the CBI, with the case being at around at least 100 crore extortion case.
From cuffing hard-earned criminals to now sitting on the other side of the investigating table, this is a sordid tale of two ex-IPS officers who are now facing a CBI inquiry in a multi-crore scam. On Monday, CBI questioned both the former Mumbai Police Commissioners Parambir Singh and Sanjay Pandey in the 100 crore extortion case at the Delhi office.
Disgraced cop Parambir Singh and former Mumbai Police Commissioner Sanjay Pandey were questioned by the Central Bureau of Investigation. This is in the Maharashtra extortion case. Just to remind our viewers, it was Parambir Singh who levelled this damning allegation against the former Mumbai Police Commissioner Sanjay Pandey that he had made a call to Parambir Singh and he had put pressure on Parambir Singh to withdraw a case against Anil Deshmukh. In lieu, he said that he would be withdrawing the cases that were registered against Parambir Singh by the Mumbai police. These are allegations that were levelled by Parambir Singh on Sanjay Pandey. Both the officers were grilled for almost 6 hours in the national capital in the headquarters of the Central Bureau of Investigation. Sanjay Pandey was also called in. We are given to understand, but both the officers were actually grilled together. Remains to be seen whether Parambir Singh as well as Sanjay Pandey would be called in for questioning once again.
When Republic TV confronted former Mumbai Police Commissioner Sanjay Pandey, he evaded all the questions.
सर प्लीज बोलिए सर किस लिए बुलाया गया था आपको सर प्लीज सर क्या सवाल बातचीत हुई सर किस लिए आपको बुलाया गया था सर सर प्लीज बोलिए सर आप लोग यार
The case, which commenced after Parambir Singh's allegations of an extortion racket running in Mumbai city, is being investigated by CBI and the ED. In a separate case, Sanjay Pandey is the top focus of CBI and ED after Snoopgate charges came to light in NSE co-location scam, while Parambir Singh is facing 5 other CBI FIRs in cases which were handed over by the Mumbai police in April this year. It remains to be seen if more links will come to light. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Now, the Enforcement Directorate has summoned former Mumbai top cop Sanjay Pandey once again in the NSE phone tapping case. Chitra Ramakrishna's ED custody has also been extended as the investigation into the matter continues. Here's the story so far.
Between 2009 and 2017, the National Stock Exchange, under the leadership of former MD Chitra Ramakrishna and Ravi Narayan, carried out illegal interception of over 91 National Stock Exchange employees. The Enforcement Directorate as well as the Central Bureau of Investigation have now filed an FIR. Both the FIRs have now been accessed by Republic TV, in which there is a categorical mention of a firm that was controlled by the former Mumbai Police Commissioner Sanjay Pandey.
At this point of time, where the CBI has registered a new case against Sanjay Pandey firm, where Sanjay Pandey firm, that ISEC Service Private Limited, has been named as the accused number 3, which clearly shows the illegality that was carried out by Sanjay Pandey, being an IPS officer, because this snooping that took place between 2009 till 2017, and by the time this NSE snooping case that was that came into the light, after which the snooping stopped, the call recording was stopped by Sanjay Pandey firm.
The Enforcement Directorate application levels some serious charges, including illegal interception and monitoring, money laundering, and generation of proceeds of crime.
We're given to understand that no due procedure was followed by Chitra Ramakrishna and Ravi Narayan. This particular contract was handed over to ISEC. They had set up their base inside the National Stock Exchange and they carried out the interception.
Republic confronted the retired IPS officer. Watch how he evades the Republic camera.
सर प्लीज बोलिए सर किस लिए बुलाया गया था आपको सर प्लीज सर क्या सवाल बातचीत हुई सर किस लिए आपको बुलाया गया था सर? सर सर प्लीज बोलिए सर.
आप लोग यार
If the allegations are true, this could be India's biggest phone tapping scandal in recent memory.
What we know that there were 91 NSC employees, that is the office bearer, that was under the snooping. Their phone were tapped, and that was done by the firm that is who the founder is Sanjay Pandey. Sanjay Pandey is the founder of this I6 Services Private Limited, and that is in connection with getting in with Chitra Ramakrishna.
The agency's application also mentions a wrongful gain of 4.5 crore rupees to Sanjay Pandey's firm, which includes the illegal activity of interception and monitoring.
We even know that the agency has even recovered, because there were 8 premises of Sanjay Pandey related to Sanjay Pandey, not only in Mumbai but also in Pune and other cities. That was, the searches that was going on. And what was the recovery? The recovery from the agency, that was the payment received to company backed by Sanjay Pandey, that is I6 Services Private Limited. Also the voice samples of recording, original transcript of the recording, RAID servers along with 2 laptops from the premises of I6 Services Private Limited.
Top business journalist Sucheta Dalal was also questioned by the CBI in the case.
We are given to understand that they have actually asked her about the recommendation part. In fact, Ravi Narayan has made the stunning claim that it was based on Sucheta Dalal's recommendation that they had given the contract to I6 Securities Private Limited, something that has been denied by Sucheta Dalal.
The former Mumbai Police Commissioner Sanjay Pandey has been summoned once again by the ED today. Chitra Ramakrishna's ED custody has been extended by 4 more days for custodial interrogation in the phone tapping matter.
Question here is that how did a private firm carry out interception of this nature? Secondly, why would a serving police officer actually play a role in this kind of interception, even though we are given to understand that the company was formed back in 2001 when he had resigned, but later on once again rejoined the service. Question here is that there have been direct transactions between the National Stock Exchange, checks that have been written in the name of Mr. Sanjay Pandey, who has now been called in for questioning by the Enforcement Directorate. He has to appear before the Enforcement Directorate in the National Capital today. Remains to be seen how exactly will the Enforcement Directorate and the CBI take it forward, because the Enforcement Directorate now says that they have recorded new statements in this particular case and they need to confront Chitra Ramakrishna and others who have been named in this particular FIR.
Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Well, the CBI has busted and arrested 8 accused in the NEET mass rigging racket, which is set to affect more than 18 lakh aspirants.
A massive scandal has been unearthed by the Central Bureau of Investigation, the NEET rigging scam, in which 8 people have been arrested by the Central Bureau of Investigation. According to the agency, we're given to understand that a day after the NEET exams were conducted, 8 people were arrested after there was evidence that was gathered by the Central Bureau of Investigation that these people had conspired. They are the ones who had impersonated. Doctors were basically brought in and they had given the examination on behalf of registered candidates. In fact, this particular scam was taking place in the National Capital, centers in the National Capital as well as in Haryana.
The accused impersonated real candidates to help them in the NEET examination for undergraduate medical courses, which was held on the 17th of July. The CBI named 8 accused in its FIR, including the mastermind of the scam.
Mastermind, in fact, is a doctor who passed out from Safdarjung Hospital, and there are other accused who are also doctors who appeared in these examinations. Remains to be seen whether the Central Bureau of Investigation is going to make more arrests in this particular case, because 11 people have been named in the FIR that has been registered by the CBI, which has also been accessed by Republic TV.
The FIR further mentions that the accused used computer graphics to morph the identification cards and enter the exam hall. The FIR also states that the accused masterminds allegedly hired solvers to impersonate aspirants in return for money. The CBI is still investigating into the details of the money received by the accused. This year, more than 18 lakh aspirants registered for the exam, and the latest development is likely to affect their results tremendously. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
The pictures on your screen are of a fire that broke out at an electric bike showroom last night, causing damage to about 7 bikes in Ganga Dham area of Pune city. No injuries have been reported. The fire department said that the fire was reported last night and it was swiftly brought down. So fire reported in a bike showroom last night, causing damage to about 7 bikes in Ganga Dham. Pictures on your screen are of the fire that broke out last night. The fire department, of course, was able to move in swiftly and control the situation. What you see on your screens, of course, are the remains of that showroom. This, we understand, was an electric bike showroom that was in the Ganga Dham area of Pune cities. Since it was an incident that was reported late at night, we are told that no injuries were reported in this particular incident. The fire department was able to move in swiftly and control the situation. Now, after being questioned for 3 hours yesterday, the Mumbai Police Commissioner Sanjay Pandey has once again been called in by the ED for questioning with regards to a multi-crore extortion case. Maharashtra's Chief Minister Eknath Shinde is expected to meet the breakaway faction of the Lok Sabha members as the Shinde faction looks to form a separate group at the Lok Sabha by approaching the lower house's speaker to make the request to be treated as such. The former BJP spokesperson Nupur Sharma has moved a new application at the Supreme Court to revive a withdrawn writ petition which was filed to club the multiple FIRs against her. She's also seeking a stay of arrest in cases as interim relief. At least 60,000 cusecs or 10 crore litres per minute of water was released from the Ukai Dam built across the Tapi River in Gujarat's Tapi district. The water was released after the region witnessed heavy rainfall in the past few days. The centre has called for an all-party meeting after DMK and the AIA-DMK demanded an intervention in the Sri Lankan crisis. The meeting has been requested for with particular consideration of the plight of the country's Tamilian population. Now, Maneka Gandhi has written a letter to the Karnataka Chief Minister alleging that JDS MP Prajwal Revanna was trying to influence a case of elephant poaching. Animal rights activist Maneka Gandhi has sought a probe into the electrocution of a tusker which came to light earlier this year in Hassan. Maneka Gandhi, who is also an MP, has alleged that a range forest officer in Hassan is trying to protect the accused in the case, buckling under pressure from Prajwal Revanna, the MP from the JDS. Maneka Gandhi in her letter said that animal rights activists led by Sharath Babu had informed the police about the tusks. The Bengaluru police have booked a case. So Maneka Gandhi, of course, has alleged that the JDS MP Prajwal Revanna is trying to influence a case of elephant poaching. According to her, she had sought a probe into the electrocution of a tusker which came to light earlier this year in Hassan. She alleges that the range forest officer in Hassan was trying to protect the accused in the case. So those are allegations that Maneka Gandhi has made. She says that the JDS MP Prajwal Revanna is trying to influence a case of elephant poaching. She also goes on to say that she sought a probe into the electrocution of the tusker. This incident, of course, had come to light earlier this year in Hassan. Then she says that the forest range officer in that area is trying to protect the accused in the case. He, of course, is acting under pressure from Prajwal Revanna, the MP from the JDS. Now, these are allegations that Maneka Gandhi has made in her letter to the Karnataka Chief Minister. Also going on then to say that the animal rights activists led by Sharath Babu had informed the police about the task. The Bengaluru police have lodged an FIR and now looking into the case. That on your screens is the letter that has come in from Maneka Gandhi. She's of course written to the Karnataka Chief Minister. Allegations that she has made include the fact that the JDS MP Prajwal Ravana is trying to influence a case of elephant poaching. The Bengaluru police, we are given to understand, has also been given a copy of this letter, and they are looking into what could have happened. Gandhi, of course, alleges that a range forest officer in Hassan is trying to protect the accused in this particular case. You are watching Republic TV, and with the recent hikes in the fuel prices in Sri Lanka and the economic crisis that is brewing in the country, Republic Media Network has continuously been bringing you live reports. Here's one such report.
इस वक्त हम पेटिया बस स्टैंड पर हैं और बस के अंदर जानने की कोशिश करेंगे कि कितना किराया बढ़ गया है और लोगों को अब कितने रुपए यहाँ पर आर्थिक तंगी के हालात में पे करने पड़ रहे हैं। ये बस दरअसल कोटावा जा रही है और जो हमारी लोगों से बात हुई है, लोगों से बात करके हमें ये पता चला कि पहले जहाँ 50 रुपए देने होते थे, अब 2 गुना ज्यादा दामों पर यहाँ पर कम्यूट हो रहा है। 150 रुपए देने पड़ते हैं। अब कुछ यहाँ पर यात्री भी है, उनसे भी हम बात करने की कोशिश करेंगे। हाउ मच यू आर पेइंग बिफोर क्राइसिस एंड ड्यूरिंग दिस क्राइसिस टू ट्रैवल?
Before the crisis, we pay 30 rupees and 40 rupees like, and nowadays we are paying 150, 200 like that.
200. तो आप समझ सकते हैं कि 50 रुपए से सीधे 200 रुपए का उछाल यहाँ पर जो ट्रैवल करते हैं लोग बसों से, उनके लिए दामों में हो गया है। कितना जेबों पर भार पड़ रहा है लोगों को काम पर जाने के लिए, ये समझना मुश्किल नहीं है। आर्थिक तंगी के हालात में श्रीलंका हर चीज में जूझता और उलझता नजर आ रहा है। विजय शर्मा के साथ सलोनी श्रीवास्तव, रिपब्लिक भारत, कोलंबो, श्रीलंका।
You are watching the Republic Media Network, and still to come on Republic TV, trouble mounts for the tainted ex-Mumbai top cop. The ED is to grill Sanjay Pandey as the NSE phone tapping scandal explodes. There is complete chaos in Sri Lanka. The centre is to hold a key all-party meeting today.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Good evening and welcome, viewers. Business journalist Sucheta Dalal has denied any wrongdoing during her interrogation by the CBI. Sucheta Dalal was, by her own admission, interrogated by the Central Bureau of Investigation. As per our information, the interrogation continued for over 8 hours on Saturday at the CBI office in New Delhi. Shravan Sen of Republic's investigative team asked Sucheta Dalal 3 questions on an email when we got the information that she had been questioned. Her response was a statement on Twitter. Now she claims, now this is purely her claim, that the CBI wants her expertise on the co-location scam in the National Stock Exchange. The CBI has made no such confirmation of the fact that they lack enough expertise and hence are weighing on Sucheta Dalal to fill that gap, and that is why they interrogated her. So as of now, this is only Sucheta Dalal's claim. Sucheta Dalal has denied the allegation against her by Mr. Ravi Narayan, former managing director at the National Stock Exchange, that she introduced the controversial Sanjay Pandey, Mumbai Police Commissioner till a month back, to him. Sucheta Dalal says in her statement that she cannot recollect that she cannot recollect having made any such introduction. Now, these are Sucheta Dalal's claims. But public and national interest in the phone tapping angle of the National Stock Exchange scam is growing. And the details are ghastly, ladies and gentlemen. They are ghastly, and in simple words, here they are. I'll keep it less technical.
Top headlines at 8:30. Trouble mounts for tainted ex-Mumbai top cop. ED to grill Sanjay Pandey as NSE phone tapping scandal explodes. Complete chaos in Sri Lanka. Center to hold key all-party meet will discuss spiraling economic crisis in the island nation. Shinde Sena versus Uddhav Sena face-off intensifies. It's a battle for Sena leadership in the Lok Sabha. ED arrests 8 people over the accusation of rigging the NEET national exam. 11 more named in the FIR. Third monkeypox case confirmed in Kerala. Centre issues advisory for international passengers. Good morning, viewers. Thanks for staying tuned. You're watching the Morning Express, and I'm Samiksha Srivastava. Lot lined up for you in this bulletin as well, starting with breaking news coming in. And this breaking news coming in from Bihar, from the Sitamarhi area, where a young man had, this man was watching Nupur Sharma's video, we are told, resulting in an altercation between the man and the others opposing the video. And this particular youth was stabbed for allegedly backing the sacked BJP leader Nupur Sharma. So this incident coming to light from Bihar, Prakash is breaking that story for us. Prakash, very shocking indeed, another such instance of hate crime coming to light, this one from Bihar.
Well, yes, this incident took place on 16th of July when this person called Ankit Jha, who was there at a beetle shop, as we call it in Bihar, Pan, and he was having it there. And they say, the family members as well as Ankit Jha says that he was having Pan and watching Nupur Sharma's video. In between, a group of people from a different community came, and this infuriated a group of people that why is he watching Nupur Sharma's video. And thereafter, there was an altercation, heat exchange of words between the two, and the group of people assaulted Ankit Jha, and we can see in the video the blood stains on his body, and he's been running from one place to another, and he's being chased away. So he was stabbed, and after that, the family members took him to a nearby hospital in a different district in Darbhanga, and where he is admitted in the ICU and is being treated there. The police lodged an FIR in this case, and we get to know that 2 people have been arrested, 2 more are yet to be arrested in this case. 2 people have already been arrested, and the boy Ankit Jha is admitted in a Darbhanga hospital and is being treated.
Yes.
Back to you.
Yes, Prakash, please stay with us. If you could give us more information on whether the accused have been identified, any clue so far?
The accused have been identified, that's what I said, that 2 people have been arrested in this case, and 2 more are yet to be arrested. And the person arrested have been sent to judicial custody, they have been sent to jail. Ankit Jha, as I said, the victim, has been admitted to a nearby hospital in a different district, Darbhanga Medical College Hospital, where he is being treated. And 2 more accused are yet to be arrested.
Okay. And Prakash, just a follow-up question. You said that the incident happened on 16th. So why is it that it is coming to light so late, only 3 days after it happened?
As far as the incident is concerned, there are the FIR was lodged a little late.
All right.
And
Prakash, I'm sorry, I'll have to interrupt you there. Please stay with us. JDU's Ajay Alok is joining us. Sir, if I can get your reaction to this shocking hate crime incident coming to light from Bihar, where a boy was stabbed for backing Nupur Sharma.
Hello.
Yes, sir, we can hear you. If I can get your response to this incident coming to light where a youth was stabbed over Nupur Sharma's video.
First of all, I'm not from JDU.
All right. Apologies for that, sir. If you could, if I can get your response to this shocking incident coming to light, and also if you could introduce yourself first.
Well, this is the most heinous and grievous crime which has been committed. By just watching a video and somebody is stabbed, you can just imagine what kind of self-confidence these people are having in Bihar. And it's a real challenge for the administration to take up the task and book the culprits and get them to the speedy trial, so that examples will set up all across Bihar and India that this kind of nefarious element must not be given any kind of support. So this is one thing which is intriguing everyone.
Yes. Do you see a sinister plot behind it? Because this is one of the many incidents that have happened where we've seen how people, backing Nupur Sharma have been attacked time and again for showing support to the sacked BJP leader.
See, it's not a question of people backing Nupur Sharma being targeted. It's just an excuse to target people, especially in those areas where these notorious elements have much more numerical strength. It's the call for the police and the administration to check on these guys. So that is the basic challenge. It has to be taken up, because whatever is happening in Bihar for the last 15 days, Bihar is not in the good news. Whether it is NIA blasting things, whether it is a different module operating in Patna, Fulwari, Sharif, all across. So Bihar is not in the good news. So administration need to take a call on that.
Absolutely. So the state government really needs to introspect as to what is happening in the state. Thanks for speaking to us. That was Ajay Alok giving his response to this incident of hate crime coming to light from Bihar. In fact, we have the soundbite as well, the reaction from the victim himself. Let's listen into what he had to say.
हम स्टेटस देख रहे थे अपने दोस्तों के साथ नूपुर शर्मा का, वो भाई बोल रहे थे कैसे है, मतलब ये बोल बयान दिया ऐसे। वो आके झगड़ा किया हमसे, बोला कि तुम नूपुर शर्मा का सपोर्ट, पीछे से एक जन था, पीछे से चाकू मारा, बस। कट्टर नूपुर शर्मा का समर्थक करना ही था उसका। हाँ बोला, हाँ।
Moving on, a day after deadly violence rocked the town of Kalakuruchi in Tamil Nadu with the suicide of student on campus, a suicide note has been found implicating 2 teachers for a death. While the police have arrested more than 300 people over Sunday's violent protest, the 2 teachers have been arrested for abetment to suicide. Meanwhile, the AIADMK has slammed Chief Minister Stalin, calling the DMK government lethargic.
Protests, arson, and violence. These were the scenes that unfolded on the 17th of July over the death of a student at a private school's hostel in Chinnaselam's Kaniyamur area in Tamil Nadu's Kalakuruchi district. The incident has led to the arrest of over 300 people after the Madras High Court ordered the state police chief to constitute a special investigation team to identify the rioters and take stern action against them. Now, Republic TV has accessed the alleged suicide note of the girl, which claimed that she was stressed and pressurized by the chemistry and maths teacher over her studies. In the alleged suicide note, the girl says, and I quote, "Chemistry has many equations. My chemistry teacher is pressurizing me. One day she complained about me to my math teacher, and since then she is also very strict. I'm finding it very difficult. I have one request, that my school fees for the year be refunded."
One aspect that's becoming increasingly clear in the case of the student suicide in Tamil Nadu is that she was perhaps undergoing some sort of harassment from the teachers on school campus. There's a letter that is doing the rounds which Republic TV has accessed but can't vouch the authenticity of, which makes the mention of how the student was perhaps weak in chemistry equations, talks about how word had spread to a few teachers through a teacher, and that the student was perhaps asked questions, and speaks about harassment on campus and how several teachers had raised questions about her studies, and in fact makes also a mention towards the end of the letter that the student had one request, that the school fees, books, tuition fees should be returned to the parents, as she only stayed there for a few days and months, and she remembers her parents and she apologizes towards the end of that letter. Now, anybody goes through a letter like this and you realize that perhaps there was much more than what meets the eye, and that's why the teachers have now been detained.
While both the teachers have now been arrested for abetment to suicide, security has been tightened around the school to prevent a repeat of the July 17th mayhem. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Slipping into a very short break, we'll get you the latest from Sri Lanka. Ground reports as centre is all set to hold all-party meet amid spiralling economic crisis in Sri Lanka. And Shinde Sena versus Uddhav Sena face-off intensifies. It's a battle for Sena leadership in the Lok Sabha.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates: IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
ಮೈ ಆ್ಯಪ್ ಒಂದು ಆ್ಯಪ್ ಲಾಂಚ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಇದು ಒಂದು ಆಟೋ ಡ್ರೈವರ್ಸ್ಗೆಲ್ಲ ತುಂಬ ಹೊಸ ಅನುಭವ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಯಾವುದೇ ತೊಂದರೆ ಇಲ್ದಿರ ಇದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಎಲ್ಲ ಆಟೋ ಡ್ರೈವರ್ಸು ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸ್ಕೋಬೋದು. ದಿನಕ್ಕೆ 29 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಹಾಗೂ ತಿಂಗಳಿಗೆ 499 ರೂಪಾಯಿ. ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ಕಮಿಷನ್ 30% ಕಮಿಷನ್ ಇಲ್ದಿರ ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ಬ ಅಗ್ರಿಗೇಟ್ಸ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ಕೊಡ್ದಿರ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂಪಾದನೆ ಹಣನ ನಾವು ತೊಗೊಂಡೋಗ್ಬೋದು. ನಾವು ಕಷ್ಟಪಟ್ಟ ಹಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರನೇ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ನನ್ನ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣ ದುಡಿಮೆ ನನ್ನ ಹತ್ರ ಇದೆ, ನಾನು ಖುಷಿಯಾಗಿದ್ದೀನಿ.
मैं एक पॉलिटिकल लड़ाई ही नहीं लड़ रहा हूँ, मैं सरकारी एजेंसियों के खिलाफ ही लड़ाई लड़ रहा हूँ. इसमें सरकारी एजेंसियां बहुत सक्रिय हो गई हैं और राजनीतिक दलों में तोड़फोड़ करवाने का काम कर रही हैं और पैसे का भी खेल हो रहा है.
Big jolt has now been given to Uddhav Thackeray. Ram Kadam has now put down his papers and he was a very close aide of Uddhav Thackeray. Uddhav Thackeray camp is going to respond on this big development which has taken place in the politics of Maharashtra.
Setup for monitoring of calls by ISEC, which began in 2009, was located on the 7th floor of the Exchange Plaza. Is that they had set up this entire base inside the National Stock Exchange. The machines were basically bought from ISEC's Private Limited, private firm incorporated by the former Mumbai Police Commissioner Sanjay Pandey.
A bomb-scare mail was sent to National Hillview School, which was being owned
by Congress leader DK Shivakumar in Bengaluru. According to the management, they had received a mail yesterday stating that they have planted a bomb in the school premises. Immediately, close to 1,500 students were shifted to a safest place. And even the police had rushed to the spot along with the bomb squad, which has already checked every nook and corner, and they have also said that they haven't found anything.
Officers, they have cooperated. Immediately I have given instruction to my secretary and all the staff to vacate the entire building. The children was there, almost 1,500 odd. We have shifted all the children. Now the inspection is going on.
As of now, what we get to learn from KPCC president as well as owner of that particular school, DK Shivakumar, is that they have received a mail from an email ID called Ucha Venkat, and the police is investigating further.
मैं एक पॉलिटिकल लड़ाई ही नहीं लड़ रहा हूँ, मैं सरकारी एजेंसियों के खिलाफ ही लड़ाई लड़ रहा हूँ। इसमें सरकारी एजेंसियां बहुत सक्रिय हो गई हैं और राजनीतिक दलों में तोड़फोड़ करवाने का काम कर रही हैं और पैसे का भी खेल हो रहा है।
Big jolt has now been given to Uddhav Thackeray. Ram Kadam has now put down his papers and he was a very close aide of Uddhav Thackeray. Uddhav Thackeray.
The police officer who sets up a company in his family member's name. This company, in the name of cybersecurity, taps the phones using machines that tap MTNL lines. The tapping happens within the National Stock Exchange. This police officer makes a cool 12 plus crore rupees on the side using connections in the National Stock Exchange. The police officer's company also defrauds the Securities and Exchange Board of India, hence risking investor money. Why is the national media silent on this mega scam? This scam involves phone tapping, misuse of public office, a conspiracy against ordinary investors. If the media does not report on issues that break public trust, what kind of media is that? Let us ask the questions and not just publish the denials.
Welcome back. Now, the GST Council has put a hike of 5% on pre-packed labelled food items. Now, as the hike comes into effect, the common man has been directly hit. The opposition, meanwhile, has opposed the move and has taken up the issue in the parliament as well.
Like it happens almost every 6 months, taxes, the indirect taxes on goods and services, the GST on household items and other consumer products saw variation on many items. Some became costly, some became cheaper beginning Monday. This was a result of decisions taken unanimously by the GST Council in its 47th meeting in Chandigarh about a fortnight ago. Remember, GST Council takes all these decisions with all states and the centre on board.
The GST Council, under the aegis of the Finance Ministry, included some food items and common articles of grocery as taxable goods under the GST. This will have a direct impact on the common man. From the 18th of July, 5% GST would be imposed on pre-packed and labelled food items like pre-packaged curd, lassi, rice and maize. This rule, however, wouldn't apply to food items sold loose under 25 kilograms. To put things into perspective, the change would mean even unbranded and pre-packaged food items which were earlier not under the ambit of GST would now be taxed. The opposition questioned the centre's move. The Aam Aadmi Party demanded the centre to repeal the newly imposed GST levy.
ये बड़े दुख की बात है। एक तरफ पूरा देश महंगाई से जूझ रहा है, बहुत ज़्यादा महंगाई हो गई है पूरे देश के अंदर, और दूसरी तरफ केंद्र सरकार ने जो खाने पीने की वस्तुएं थी उन पे भी आज टैक्स लगा के उनको महंगा कर दिया है। मैं मांग करूंगा केंद्र सरकार से कि ये जो खाने पीने की चीज़ों पे GST लगाया गया है इसको वापस लिया जाए।
Rahul Gandhi called the return of the GST the Gabbar Singh tax yet again in a tweet. The opposition also shared an old clip of the Prime Minister in which he was seen declaring daily grocery items as not being taxed under the GST.
आज 500 से ज़्यादा चीज़ें जीरो टैक्स में आ गई, जो किसी समय बहुत ऊंचे टैक्स हुआ करते थे। पिछले दिनों हमने जीएसटी बनाने के बाद करीब 1200 साढ़े 1200 ऐसी चीज़ें जो जीवन सामान्य जीवन की ज़रूरत है, कोई 18%, कोई 12%, कोई 5%, कोई 0%, इतना नीचे ले आए।
Meanwhile, protests broke out in Jammu over the inclusion of essential food items under GST's ambit. The move was taken after the GST Council last month decided to impose taxes on pre-packaged food items. However, it may now be a debating point in the monsoon session. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Don't go anywhere, slipping into a very short break. Lots lined up for you on the other side of this very short break. Trouble mounts for tainted ex-Mumbai top cop. ED to grill Sanjay Pandey as NSC phone tapping scandal explodes. And third monkeypox case confirmed in Kerala. Centres issues advisory for international passengers.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
My app ಒಂದು ಆ್ಯಪ್ ಲಾಂಚ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಇದು ಒಂದು ಆಟೋ ಡ್ರೈವರ್ಸ್ಗೆಲ್ಲ ತುಂಬ ಹೊಸ ಅನುಭವ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಯಾವುದೇ ತೊಂದರೆ ಇಲ್ದಿರ ಇದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಎಲ್ಲ ಆಟೋ ಡ್ರೈವರ್ಸು ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸ್ಕೋಬೋದು. ದಿನಕ್ಕೆ 29 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಹಾಗೂ ತಿಂಗಳಿಗೆ 499 ರೂಪಾಯಿ. ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ಕಮಿಷನ್ 30% ಕಮಿಷನ್ ಇಲ್ದಿರ ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ಬ ಅಗ್ರಿಗೇಟ್ಸ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ಕೊಡ್ದಿರ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂಪಾದನೆ ಹಣನ ನಾವು ತೊಗೊಂಡೋಗ್ಬೋದು. ನಾವು ಕಷ್ಟಪಟ್ಟ ಹಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರನೇ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ನನ್ನ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣ ದುಡಿಮೆ ನನ್ನ ಹತ್ರ ಇದೆ, ನಾನು ಖುಷಿಯಾಗಿದ್ದೀನಿ.
Jolt has now been given to Uddhav Thackeray. Ram Kadam has now put down his papers and he got a very close aid of Uddhav Thackeray. Uddhav Thackeray camp is going to respond on this big development which has taken place in the politics of Maharashtra.
Setup for monitoring of calls by ISEC, which began in 2009, was located on the 7th floor of the Exchange Plaza. Is that they had set up this entire base inside the National Stock Exchange, when machines were basically bought from ISEC's Private Limited, private firm incorporated by the former Mumbai Police Commissioner Sanjay Pandey.
A bomb scare mail was sent to National Hillview School, which was being owned by Congress leader DK Shivakumar in Bengaluru. According to the management, they had received a mail yesterday stating that they have planted a bomb in the school premises. Immediately, close to 1,500 students were shifted to a safest place. And even the police had rushed to the spot along with the bomb squad, which has already checked every nook and corner, and they have also said that they haven't found anything.
Officers, they have cooperated. Immediately I have given instruction to my secretary and all the staff to vacate the entire building. The children were there, almost 1,500 odd. We have shifted all the children. Now the inspection is going on.
As of now, what we get to learn from KPCC president as well as owner of that particular school, DK Shivakumar, is that they have received a mail from an email ID called Ucha Venkat, and the police is investigating further.
मैं एक पॉलिटिकल लड़ाई ही नहीं लड़ रहा हूँ, मैं सरकारी एजेंसियों के खिलाफ ही लड़ाई लड़ रहा हूँ. इसमें सरकारी एजेंसियां
Well, Welcome back. Now, the ban on cryptocurrency has taken the center stage of administrative discussions, with the RBI having opposed the concept for a long time now. Speculations have also been raised whether it's now time to enforce a complete ban on cryptocurrencies across the country.
In response to a written question in the Lok Sabha, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman informed Parliament that a recommendation has come from the Reserve Bank of India that all cryptocurrencies should be banned. In fact, the RBI, in a solid report prepared after due research, has told the government and the Finance Ministry that cryptocurrencies, all of them, have destabilizing consequences on the monetary and fiscal stability of the country.
The fact that the RBI has taken a fervent position against cryptocurrency has always been clear. Despite the RBI raising concerns, the Lutyens media has made it a point to mislead and create a sense of FOMO around crypto, with dedicated shows sponsored by crypto exchanges, with Bollywood celebrities playing down the risk, and with front-page newspaper ads. Gullible youth and students are being entrapped.
We have been saying right from the very beginning and cautioning the youth of the country not to invest in put their hard-earned money in the cryptos, because this is something which is only virtual. So in virtual things you should not invest. You should invest more in the real assets.
But the fact of the matter is the recent crypto crash is a global wake-up call. Crypto cannot and is not the substitute for fiat currency. Bitcoin has slumped 70%.
Now, Congress MLA from Goa, Carlos Ferreira, has denied cross-voting in the presidential elections that happened on Monday. The Congress MLA has released a full statement clarifying on record that he did not cross-vote.
When I reached home today after the assembly session, I received a WhatsApp message which showed me a link of Republic TV where the text claims that I have cross-voted in the presidential election. In fact, as soon as I finished voting and I came out, I was asked a bizarre question for whom I had voted. And since it's a secret election and one cannot reveal, I refused to answer that question, and I only said I voted as per my conscience. I'm not here for sale. I've not made any statement saying that I have cross-voted. And definitely I'm here to uphold democracy and make sure that we remain and save Goa for whatever we can. I demand an apology from Republic TV for trying to put words in my mouth, for making false insinuations in my name and trying to tarnish my fair name and image. I am issuing a note to Republic TV for demanding such apology, and if they do not, legal action will surely follow.
So that was Congress MLA from Goa, Carlos Ferreira, making it clear that he did not cross-vote in the presidential elections which happened on Monday. A very short break. Trouble mounts for tainted ex-Mumbai top cop ED to grill Sanjay Pandey as NSE phone tapping scandal explodes. Shinde Sena versus Uddhav Sena face-off intensifies. It's a battle for Sena leadership in the Lok Sabha.
Set up for monitoring of calls by ISEC, which began in 2009, was located on the 7th floor of the Exchange Plaza. Is that they had set up this entire base inside the National Stock Exchange. when machines were basically bought from ISEX Private Limited, private firm incorporated by the former Mumbai Police Commissioner Sanjay Pandey.
A bomb-scared mail was sent to National Hillview School, which was being owned by Congress leader DK Shivakumar in Bengaluru. According to the management, they had received a mail yesterday stating that they have planted a bomb in the school premises. Immediately, close to 1,500 students were shifted to a safest place. And even the police had rushed to the spot along with the bomb squad, which has already checked every nook and corner, and they have also said that they haven't found anything.
Officers, they have cooperated. Immediately I have given instruction to my secretary and all the staff to vacate the entire building. The children was there, almost 1,500 odd. We have shifted all the children. Now the inspection is going on.
As of now, what we get to learn from KPCC president as well as owner of that particular school, DK Shivakumar, is that they have received a mail from an email ID called Ucha Venkat, and the police is investigating further.
मैं एक पॉलिटिकल लड़ाई ही नहीं लड़ रहा हूँ, मैं सरकारी एजेंसियों के खिलाफ ही लड़ाई लड़ रहा हूँ। इसमें सरकारी एजेंसियां बहुत सक्रिय हो गई हैं और राजनीतिक दलों में तोड़फोड़ करवाने का काम कर रही हैं और पैसे का भी खेल हो रहा है।
Big jolt has now been given to Uddhav Thackeray. Ram Kadam has now put down his papers and he was a very close aide of Uddhav Thackeray. Uddhav Thackeray camp is going to respond on this big development which has taken place in the politics of Maharashtra.
Set up for monitoring of calls by ISEC, which began in 2009, was located on the 7th floor of the Exchange Plaza. Is that they had set up this entire base inside the National Stock Exchange, when machines were basically bought from ISEX Private Limited, private firm incorporated by the former Mumbai Police Commissioner Sanjay Pandey.
A bomb-scared mail was sent to National Hillview School, which was being owned by Congress leader DK Shivakumar in
Trouble mounts for the tainted ex-Mumbai top cop. The ED is to grill Sanjay Pandey as the NSE phone tapping scandal explodes. Complete chaos in Sri Lanka. Centre to hold a key all-party meeting today will discuss spiralling economic crisis on the island nation. Shinde Sena versus the Uddhav Sena face-off intensifies. It's a battle for the Sena's leadership in the Lok Sabha. The CBI arrests 8 people over the accusation of rigging the NEET national exam. 11 more are named in the FIR. Third monkeypox case is confirmed in Kerala. The centre issues an advisory for international passengers. Well, the Congress MP Manikam Tagore has given an adjournment motion notice in the Lok Sabha on the issue of imposition of 5% GST on some essential items. The Lok Sabha, of course, is the Parliament is in session currently. The monsoon session of Parliament began yesterday and will conclude on the 12th of August. We are given to understand that there are about 24 bills that will be placed, but one of the things that has happened is an adjournment motion has been given by Manikam Tagore over imposition of GST on essential items. Now, there is a 5% GST that has been imposed on essential items, and Congress MP Manikam Tagore has given adjournment motion notice in the Lok Sabha on this issue. Just to tell our viewers, of course, the monsoon session of Parliament began yesterday. it will conclude on the 12th of August, and we are looking at the opposition perhaps questioning the government over several issues. One of them, of course, is the issue of 5% imposition of GST on essential services. But apart from that, what we are also looking at is the central government looking to push several legislations as well as legislative agenda that includes about 32 bills for passage, out of which 14 are ready. In addition to these bills, we are expecting a lot of opposition from the Congress as well as other opposition parties on issues like the Agniveer scheme as well as inflation and price rise. So those are things that the government will be attacked on by the opposition upon. Now, one of the things also is the fact that there is imposition of 5% GST on essential items that the Congress wants to debate. So the Congress party and its MP giving an adjournment motion on the Lok Sabha on the imposition of 5% GST on essential items. As we were saying, of course, the monsoon session of Parliament will see the opposition taking up several issues, and we would, of course, also see various issues including price rise as well as the list of unparliamentary words that were issued. So those are things that the opposition is going to bring up in Parliament. Now, we are also given to understand that the RSP MP N.K. Premachandran has also given another adjournment motion notice in the Lok Sabha over the incidents of forcing girl students to remove their innerwear before entering the examination hall during the NEET examination in Kollam yesterday. Now, do remember, this is an issue that has garnered much attention because during the examination, as the students were entering, the girls were asked to remove their innerwear because their innerwear was beeping on the machines that were installed, and after that several of those girls who took the exam were believed to be in a great amount of disarray over what had happened. This also is being brought about in Parliament today. The RSP MP N.K. Premachandran has now given an adjournment motion notice in the Lok Sabha on that incident of forcing girl students to remove their innerwear before entering the examination hall. Now, as they were entering the examination hall in Kollam yesterday, several of them were asked to remove their innerwear. Well, several other things are going to be brought up by the opposition as the opposition tries to corner the government. Issues like the Agnipath scheme and price rise, as well as a list of unparliamentary words that was released, is going to see heated debate in Parliament. Now, of course, on Sunday, leaders of various political parties had attended an all-party meeting that was convened by the government. Separately, of course, several opposition parties have been meeting to talk out a strategy for the monsoon session of Parliament. Now, the monsoon session of Parliament, which began yesterday, concludes on the 12th of August. The government, of course, is looking to bring in several bills, 32. That's the number that we are hearing right now. Some of them, of course, have already been drafted. But the opposition wants to corner the government by demanding a discussion on inflation, the falling value of the rupee against the dollar, farmers' problems, MSP, as well as unemployment. Price rise, too, is likely to figure prominently on the opposition's agenda for debate during discussion. Now, the government on its part, of course, says that about 32 bills have been indicated by various departments for presentation in both houses. 14 of these bills, we understand, are ready. Now, yesterday, do remember that as the monsoon session began, the first thing on the agenda, of course, was the election to the president. News is coming in. The leader of the opposition in Sri Lanka has tweeted that he's on his way to Parliament to take a crucial step, further adding that he wants the people of Sri Lanka to know that he will take the correct decision at the appropriate time to protect motherland's national interest and rights of all fellow Sri Lankan people. Saloni, I think, is bringing us the latest on this. We're going to cut across live to her right now. Saloni, good morning. Saloni, we are hearing that the leader of the opposition of Sri Lanka has tweeted that he's on his way to Parliament now to take a crucial step. Can you tell us more about what this crucial step is likely to be?
देखिए अभी 10 से 5 बजे तक नॉमिनेशंस होने हैं प्रेसिडेंशियल इलेक्शन के लिए और साजिद प्रेमदासा जो कि लीडर ऑफ अपोजिशन रहे हैं वो यहां नॉमिनेशन फाइल करने जा रहे हैं और इसी को लेकर उनकी तरफ से ये आधिकारिक ट्वीट किया गया है। वो बता रहे हैं कि वो उम्मीद कर रहे हैं कि जो राजपक्षा क्लैन है वो उन्हें सपोर्ट करे और इसके लिए वो कोशिश करेंगे। और अगर आपको हम बताएं तो 3 और चेहरे हैं जो इस रेस में फ्रंट रनर्स हैं। अगर हम बताएं सबसे पहले रानिल विक्रमसिंघे का जिक्र यहाँ बहुत जरूरी है क्योंकि रानिल विक्रमसिंघे कहीं ना कहीं चाहते हैं कि वो इंटरिम प्रेसिडेंट नहीं बल्कि प्रेसिडेंट बन जाएं और बने रहें, इसके लिए वो कोशिश करना चाहते हैं। तो वहीं दूसरा नाम आपको बता दें अनुरा कुमारा दिसा नायके का है। देखिए ये तस्वीरें भी हम आपको दिखाएंगे जो यहाँ पर टेंट्स लगे हुए हैं और ये नया पोस्टर लगा है। नया पोस्टर लगा है उन चेहरों का जिन्हें हटाने की बात है। यहाँ पर रानिल विक्रमसिंघे, गोटाबाया राजपक्षे, तमाम लोगों को आप देख पा रहे हैं इस पोस्टर में। और हम आपको जानकारी भी दे रहे हैं अनुरा दिसा नायके उनका भी यहाँ पर आज नॉमिनेशन फाइल होगा। इसके अलावा डल्लस अल्हापुरा प्रूमा ये भी आज नॉमिनेशन फाइल करेंगे। तो 4 चेहरे हैं जो इस दौड़ में रहने वाले हैं। अनुरो के बारे में आपको जानकारी दे दें, देखिए 3 सीटें हैं उनकी इस समय संसद में और वो मेन स्ट्रगल के ऑर्गेनाइजर है। ये कहा जाता है, ये दबा छुपा सच है कि उनकी तरफ से ये स्ट्रगल ऑर्गेनाइज किया गया है। वहीं अगर हम बताएं आपको डल्लस के बारे में तो वो राजपक्षा क्लैन के हैं, वो राजपक्षा क्लैन के हैं, लेकिन वो इस प्रेसिडेंशियल इलेक्शन में इंडिपेंडेंट कैंडिडेट के तौर पर यहां पर खड़े हो रहे हैं क्योंकि रानिल विक्रमसिंघे को राजपक्षा क्लैन सपोर्ट करेगा, ये जानकारी मिल रही है। वहीं अगर हम आपको बताएं सजित प्रेमदासा 53 से 50 से 53 करीब 50 to 53 उनके कैंडिडेट्स हैं पार्लियामेंट में और वो भी एक प्रोमिनेंट कैंडिडेट के तौर पर बढ़कर सामने आ रहे हैं, लेकिन पहले भी हारे थे और कहा जा रहा है कि आज भी उन्हें समर्थन नहीं मिलेगा। वहीं रानिल विक्रमसिंघे का जिक्र यहां बहुत जरूरी हो जाता है, सबसे ज्यादा मजबूत स्थिति में वही नजर आ रहे हैं। हालांकि उनकी सिर्फ एक सीट है, लेकिन ये कहा जा रहा है कि राजपक्षास के जो तमाम चेहरे हैं संसद में वो उन्हें सपोर्ट करने वाले हैं इलेक्शंस में। और दूसरी बात यह है कि रानिल विक्रमसिंघे ने देखिए कुर्सी पर बैठते ही कल उन्होंने एक सीरीज ऑफ ट्वीट्स किया और उसके जरिए उन्होंने बताया कि जो ईस्टर अटैक्स हुए थे वो यूएन के साथ उसमें एक जांच इनिशिएट करने वाले हैं। उन्होंने बताया कि उन्होंने फ्यूल पासेस नए ऑर्गेनाइज किए हैं जिससे कि फ्यूल इंश्योर हो सभी को। उसके अलावा उन्होंने बताया कि इकोनॉमी जिस तरह से ध्वस्त हो रही है उसको बेहतर करने के लिए वो कदम उठा रहे हैं। ये तमाम चीजें उनकी तरफ से बताई जा रही है, यानी रानिल विक्रमसिंघे कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि जनता को भी खुश कर सके। आपको बता दें कि पेट्रोल और डीजल के दामों में भी कमी की गई, लेकिन हैरानी की बात
Saloni, what I wanted to ask you is that isn't Ranil Wickremesinghe facing considerable opposition? Because if he were to get the support from all of the Rajapakse MPs, it's going to just prove what the protesters are saying, that that the Wickremesinghes are still controlling Sri Lanka, and that's something that they do not want at all.
बिल्कुल प्रोटेस्टर्स ऐसा नहीं चाहते कि रानिल विक्रमसिंघे कुर्सी पर रहे और यही वजह है कि प्रोटेस्टर्स इसके खिलाफ सड़कों पर उतरे, विरोध किया और यहाँ पर नए पोस्टर्स लगे थे। गो होम गोटा की जगह गो होम रानिल के ये पोस्टर्स देखिए यहाँ पर लगे हुए हैं। तो लेकिन बड़ी बात यह है कि उनको विरोध का सामना करना पड़ेगा। लेकिन सच ये भी है कि डल्लस अल्हापुरम को कुछ जो राजपक्षा क्लैन के चेहरे हैं वो वोट कर सकते हैं, 20 से 30 ये नंबर्स हो सकते हैं, लेकिन मेजॉरिटी रानिल विक्रमसिंघे के पास जाती दिखाई दे रही है। जो मेरा एनालिसिस कहता है ये हम उस जगह पर खड़े हैं जहां पर संघर्ष शुरू हुआ था और यहां पर एक बार फिर आप भीड़ देख सकते हैं अगर रानिल विक्रमसिंघे कुर्सी संभालते हैं। और अभी रानिल विक्रमसिंघे लगातार जनता को खुश करने में लगे हुए हैं। हम आपको ये बता ही रहे थे कि किस तरह से उनकी तरफ से फ्यूल और डीजल की प्राइसेस कम करने की 20 रुपए और 10 रुपए कम करने की बात कही गई, लेकिन ये समझिए जिन फ्यूल प्राइसेस को उनकी तरफ से कम किया गया, सरकारी पेट्रोल पंप्स पर पेट्रोल है ही नहीं। तो ये सिर्फ एक आई वॉश है, ये सिर्फ एक ऐलान है जो इंप्लीमेंट हो ही नहीं सकता क्योंकि पेट्रोल पंप है ही जो पेट्रोल पंप है वो आईओसी के फंक्शनल है, बल्कि वो पेट्रोल पंप फंक्शनल ही नहीं है जो सरकार के हैं, लंकन गवर्नमेंट के हैं। तो सोचिए सिर्फ एक आई वॉश और एक तरह से ऐलान पर ऐलान कर विक्रमसिंघे जनता को खुश करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, जनता को समझाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। जी
All right, so as Saloni is pointing out, of course, the situation in Sri Lanka still remains tense. Saloni, thank you very much for joining us. But back home, of course, there's going to be an all-party meeting that will be held today. And in fact, more breaking news coming in. We are learning that the Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde is likely to meet the Election Commission to claim that it is the real Shiva Sena. Now, this move comes after the Chief Minister Eknath Shinde had appointed a new party National Executive Committee. The Shinde faction is also likely to meet with the Election Commission with resolutions that were passed by the new National Executive Committee to claim that it is the real Shiva Sena. Now, these developments, of course, come right ahead of the Supreme Court taking up the case for hearing that's scheduled for the 20th, that's tomorrow. But this morning, of course, Eknath Shinde is in Delhi. He left for Delhi last night from Mumbai, and he's expected to be there till late in the evening. We're also given to understand that even as Eknath Shinde meets the Election Commission to claim that he has the support of the real Shiva Sena, and that's the real Shiva Sena, he is also going to be meeting the top brass of the BJP. All of this, of course, is coming to a head right before the Supreme Court hears the case tomorrow. Do remember that Uddhav Thackeray, on his part, has also sacked a large number of the top-rank leaders of the Shiva Sena and appointed others in their place. Now, all of this is happening as both factions try to claim themselves to be the real Shiva Sena. Alicia is reporting on this. She joins us on the phone line right now. Alicia, good morning. Alicia, we are, of course, continuing to see rapid developments from both sides. That's the Uddhav Thackeray faction as well as the Eknath Shinde faction. But now we are learning that the Eknath Shinde could perhaps be going to the EC as well.
Well, yes, Nupur, what we have been told that Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde is going to meet not only Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Amit Shah, but also the Election Commission, because yesterday, that was the decision that was taken by Eknath Shinde as to appoint a new National Executive Committee where Deepak Kesakar has been appointed as the chief person, and the other leaders and the deputy leaders that have been appointed clearly discounting the previous.
We seem to have lost that audio connection with Alicia. We're going to try and get her back just in a minute. But as Alicia was pointing out, of course, there have been rapid moves that have been made by the Uddhav Thackeray faction as well as the Eknath Shinde faction. Now, even as this happens, Eknath Shinde, of course, is in New Delhi today. He's likely to meet the Election Commission. He is also likely to essentially reiterate to the Election Commission that his faction has the numbers on its side and that they are the real Shiva Sena. But on the other side, of course, we are also seeing Uddhav Thackeray essentially appoint new leaders in the place of those who have left to be in the Eknath Shinde camp. So the Election Commission is expected to step in as well, because Eknath Shinde is going to the Election Commission today. Now, all of this does come to a head as the Supreme Court will be hearing the matter tomorrow. That's the 20th. Eknath Shinde, of course, will also be meeting the BJP's top brass, even as he's there in New Delhi. He left for New Delhi last night and is expected back in Mumbai this evening. The Supreme Court, of course, is scheduled to hear tomorrow a batch of pleas pertaining to the recent political crisis in Maharashtra that led to the fall of the MVA government. Now, Uddhav Thackeray and his son Raj Thackeray have been making moves to make sure that they are firmly in control.
As the tussle grows more intense between the Shinde and Uddhav camp, Shinde will meet the MPs of his faction, reaffirming their claim in the parliament. Shinde claimed that his camp has 18 MPs and denied the claim of having just 12 MPs. He also said that he has unwavering faith and trust in the judiciary with regards to Uddhav's plea in Supreme Court for the disqualifications of MLAs.
अद्याप खासदार भेटले नाहीत, उद्या नक्की भेटतील. 12 कशाला 18 खासदार आहेत आपले, सगळे भेटतील. आणि आता मी भेटलो, वकिलांच्या बरोबर चर्चा केली. ओबीसीचा जो प्रश्न आहे अतिशय महाराष्ट्राच्या ओबीसी समाजाच्या दृष्टीने महत्त्वाचा आहे. राज्य सरकार ओबीसी समाजाला न्याय देण्यासाठी कटिबद्ध आहे त्यामुळे तो विषय महत्त्वाचा घेऊन मी ते आले.
ब्युरो रिपोर्ट, रिपब्लिक टीव्ही.
In fact, it's embarrassment galore for Jairam Ramesh after being fact-checked with a picture of Ansari and Sonia Gandhi. Ramesh has politicized nationalization of banks, saying that today, 53 years ago, banks were nationalized. It was a transformational change. Now the Modi Sarkar is on a privatization spree. Public sector banks must be equipped to face competition. But selling them off to a chosen few will be disastrous. The Congress will oppose the bank sale bill. Now, do remember that the bank sale bill is one of the things that will be placed before Parliament in this monsoon session. So, Jairam Ramesh over there politicizing the nationalization of banks. He's tweeted ahead of the monsoon session beginning. The monsoon session, of course, starts the day's proceedings started about 11 this morning. So Jairam Ramesh talking about the bank sale bill. The Congress party, of course, says that it will essentially oppose the bank sale bill. He's tweeted, and I'm quoting what he said. He says, today, 53 years ago, banks were nationalized. It was a transformational change. Now the Modi Sarkar is on a privatization spree. Public sector banks must be equipped to face competition, but selling them off to a chosen few will be disastrous. The Congress will oppose the bank sale bill. Well, the bank sale bill, of course, is something that the government is hoping to bring about in this session of Parliament. There are about 32 bills that the government is hoping to bring about in this session of Parliament. Now, the Parliament, of course, will introduce this bill and make amendments to facilitate the privatization of state-run banks. Now, this is expected, of course, in this session of Parliament. Now, even as this happens, we are understanding that Rajiv Chandrasekhar has also tweeted. He says that the Congress opposition to strengthening Indian banks is understandable because of their long dubious record of crony lending and use of public sector banks as piggy banks for crony friends and crippling these banks during the UPA's lost decades. Now, the bill, of course, that's the rebuttal that's coming in from Rajiv Chandrasekhar. And here's a look at some news in brief. Former Kerala Minister Thomas Isaac has received a summons by the ED that he went on to deny responding to, alleging that the summons had been leaked to journalists before it had reached his doorstep. Opposition candidate for the vice presidential poll, Margaret Alva, has said that vice presidential elections will be a tough one, but asserted that in politics the issue was fighting the battle and not winning or losing. Animal rights activist Maneka Gandhi has written to the Karnataka Chief Minister to announce a probe into the electrocution of an elephant in the state's Hassan district, alleging that the JDS MP was attempting to influence the case, which in all probability was one of elephant poaching. Police in Kerala have registered a case in connection with an alleged incident where young women and girls who appeared for the national eligibility cum entrance test were asked to remove their undergarments to be allowed to write the exam in the Kollam district. Mumbai's Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj terminus was illuminated with tricolour lights on the eve of the commencement of a week celebrating Azadi Ki Rail Gadi or stations organised as part of the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. Well, with several of those incidents that have been reported, the DGCA has now issued an issued a statement on these incidents. Now, this of course comes after there have been multiple glitches that have been reported in flights that have been operating. So the DGCA has now issued a statement on these incidents. We're going to try and get across to you what that statement actually is. But what we know so far is that the DGCA has issued a statement on these incidents that have been reported in various airlines. So the DGCA, of course, has been essentially probing number of these incidents that have taken place. Now, we're going to get you more details on what happened. The DGCA, of course, has also ordered changes after increased engineering-related occurrences have taken place in airlines. There have, of course, been frequent reports of engineering-related occurrences in several airlines, and the aviation regulator, the DGCA, has conducted several spot checks and advised that all aircraft at base and transit stations be released by certifying staff holding a license with appropriate authorization by their organizations. Now, the DGCA, of course, has asked for compliance by the 28th of July on this. There have, of course, been multiple technical malfunction incidents in Indian carrier planes during the last 1 month. Now, the DGCA, of course, spot checks showed improper identification of the cause of the defect and the increased trend of minimal equipment releases, non-availability of required certifying staff at short intervals for multiple arrivals and takeoffs. So the DGCA also has, of course, said that it has decided that all aircraft at base, airports and transit will be released by certifying staff holding. On Monday, do remember that the Aviation Minister Jyotiraditya Sinha had also held a one-on-one meeting with chiefs of Indian carriers, asking them to ramp up safety oversight. We are learning now that, of course, Jyotiraditya Sinha told each airline to take all necessary steps that are needed to ramp up safety oversights. This, of course, comes after there have been several incidents that have been reported of malfunction, technical malfunctions that have led to incidents on Indian carrier planes. Well, there have, of course, been frequent reports of engineering-related occurrences in several airlines, and the aviation regulator, the DGCA, has conducted several spot checks and advised that all aircraft at base and transit stations shall be released by certifying staff holding a license. There was also a meeting on Monday that was, of course, had representatives from all airlines, and they had met the Civil Aviation Minister Jyotiraditya Sinha, who had asked for better safety measures to be put in place by airlines. And just to give you a brief of all those incidents essentially that have taken place. Now, on Sunday itself, Indigo's Sharjah-Hyderabad flight was diverted to Karachi as a precautionary measure after pilots observed a defect in one of the engines. You are watching Republic TV, and still to come, trouble is mounting for the tainted ex-Mumbai top cop. The ED is to grill Sanjay Pandey as the NSC phone tapping scandal explodes. Complete chaos in Sri Lanka. Centres to hold key all-party meeting will discuss spiralling economic crisis in the island nation.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates: IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
Good evening and welcome, viewers. Business journalist Sucheta Dalal has denied any wrongdoing during her interrogation by the CBI. Sucheta Dalal was, by her own admission, interrogated by the Central Bureau of Investigation. As per our information, the interrogation continued for over 8 hours on Saturday at the CBI office in New Delhi. Shravan Sen of Republic's investigative team asked Sucheta Dalal 3 questions on an email when we got the information that she had been questioned. Her response was a statement on Twitter. Now she claims, now this is purely her claim, that the CBI wants her expertise on the co-location scam in the National Stock Exchange. The CBI has made no such confirmation of the fact that they lack enough expertise and hence are weighing on Sucheta Dalal to fill that gap, and that is why they interrogated her. So as of now, this is only Sucheta Dalal's claim. Sucheta Dalal has denied the allegation against her by Mr. Ravi Narayan, former managing director at the National Stock Exchange, that she introduced the controversial Sanjay Pandey, Mumbai Police Commissioner till a month back, to him. Sucheta Dalal says in her statement that she cannot recollect having made any such introduction. Now, these are Sucheta Dalal's claims. But public and national interest in the phone tapping angle of the National Stock Exchange scam is growing. And the details are ghastly, ladies and gentlemen. They are ghastly, and in simple words, here they are. I'll keep it less technical, but please hear this. There's a police officer, an IPS officer, who sets up a company in his family member's name. The company makes crores and crores and crores. He continues to be in uniform. Now this company of the IPS officer, in the name of cyber security of some kind, taps the phones using machines that tap MTNL lines. These big machines are all put inside the National Stock Exchange. The tapping, the illegal tapping, happens within the National Stock Exchange. And for this tapping, the company owned by the IPS officer Sanjay Pandey and his family members gets 4.7 crore.
Top headlines at 9:30. Trouble mounts for tainted ex-Mumbai top cop. ED to grill Sanjay Pandey as NSC phone tapping scandal explodes. Complete chaos in Sri Lanka. Centre to hold key all-party meet will discuss spiralling economic crisis in the island nation. Shinde Sena versus Uddhav Sena face-off intensifies. It's a battle for Sena leadership in the Lok Sabha. CBI arrests 8 people over the accusation of rigging the NEET national exam. 11 more named in the FIR. Third monkeypox case confirmed in Kerala. Centre issues advisory for international passengers. Good morning, viewers. Thanks for tuning in. We are live and getting breaking news right now. This one with respect to the value of rupee, which seems to be deteriorating. From what we are learning, rupee has fallen 7 paise, which is an all-time low of against 80.05 against a low of 80.05 against the US dollar in the early trade. In fact, we can see the markets are also down. We have our senior executive editor Abhishek to give us more details. Abhishek, if you could tell us the reason why the rupee is falling and the market is also in the red.
Samiksha, there are many factors. There is the Russia-Ukraine war. There is this crude oil price, that have been on the higher side. They have pulled just a while back, but then for most of the period, last 2 years, they have been on the higher side. These are essentially the major reasons why rupee has been going down. But we have to also remember that this is in line with most global currencies. So if you look at the British pound, if you look at the euro, even the Japanese yen, rupee has in fact gained against them. So this is always relative. It's not the only factor to determine how the market, how the economy is performing. Also, remember that post the rate increase cycle that has been affected by most central banks, particularly the United States Federal Bank, the foreign portfolio investors, they have withdrawn money to the tune of about $10 billion plus, and that's gone from the Indian equity market. So that is a had consequences for Indian rupee vis-a-vis US dollar. So all these factors taken together, I think the rupee is in a float. But as I said, if you compare it with other economies, the currency is still doing well.
Yes. And Abhishek, just a very short follow-up question. If we talk about the macro factors, there have been recession fears that have been plaguing and several economists also raising such concerns. Do you think that is one of the macro factors to have impacted the rupee value as well?
Well, a recession obviously is a global factor, a global situation that is emerging where we are looking at recession beginning with Europe and United States perhaps in next 2 or 3 quarters. But what is important is, Samiksha, that this is part of the larger global economic dynamics that are playing out. Also, one more important factor that when rupee depreciates, it is generally seen as good for the export of the country. It overall enhances the export competitiveness. And for example, those sectors which bring in dollar value of exports, it's good for them. The depreciation also impacts the imports by making them more costly. So it's a two-way street. So it's not just a single parameter which you should be looking at. The rupee weakened. The dollar lost some ground. So it's not that only Indian rupee is losing in the US Federal Reserve is concerned, and there are fears that there might be a recession. So obviously, every global central bank, every central bank around the world is sort of taking belt tightening measures, and that's why I said, then you have to keep in mind that rupee breaching 80 mark is only one factor. There are other factors. Crude has been high at about $104 per barrel. We have seen how the Ukraine-Russia crisis has impacted global supplies and the supply chains. There is a veritable energy crisis in Europe. And that is having cascading impact. And the depreciation rupee is just one part of it.
And Abhishek, all right, Abhishek, thank you for getting us all those details. So that is the latest coming in. The rupee value that has gone down as of today. Rupee at, in fact, it has slipped to by 7 paise, we are told, to an all-time low. And that is in the backdrop of weak global cues. And more breaking news coming in. This one from Tamil Nadu's Kalakuruchi, where we are told that the father of the victim has now moved to the top court to appoint their own doctor to conduct a second autopsy. The plan is to file an appeal requesting that the petition be heard on an urgent basis. We have Pragadish breaking that story for us. Pragadish, we understand that the family has asked, sought a second post-mortem. If you could give us more details on this breaking.
Yes, Samiksha, we're standing right outside the Kalakuruchi school where the violence had taken place. The Sakti Matriculation Higher Secondary School in Kaniyamur. And it has been, we've learned that the latest updates on this case right now is that the father of the victim, Mr. Ramalingam, has approached the Supreme Court seeking an urgent intervention, and he's seeking a doctor that they have vetted and that they want to intervene in the case. And this will be after to sort of conduct the second postmortem right after the first one that was just carried out 2-3 days ago, because they suspect that there is some foul play involved, and the severity of the analysis was not fully reported in the first autopsy.
All right. Pragadish, just stay with us. If you could give us more details and put this into context, what we know in this case so far when we talk about the Kalakuruchi suicide case.
Yes, the sequence of the events as it happened is on July 13th, it was reported that a 17-year-old girl had jumped off a building, a school building, from a hostel. And the watchman of the campus had found the body, and immediately after the school had reported, informed the parents about it, and they had arrived the next day, and the body was handed over to the police, and an autopsy was supposed to have been conducted. But in the meantime, they had waited for over 4 days for an actual arrest or something to be made, but it hadn't occurred. So by then, the information had spread all over on social media, and it had turned violent. A lot of protesters had approached the area, and over hundreds of people were here.
Well, Pragadish, stay with us. So that is the latest coming in. This is with respect to the Kalakuruchi suicide case, where we are told that the family seeks a fresh autopsy, a second post-mortem, and have even approached the Supreme Court for the same. Pragadish continues to stay with us. Pragadish, if you could give us more details on who are the accused, if they've been identified, if people who are under the scanner, when we talk about the suicide case, particularly when this suicide that has been that has also come to light of this victim.
Yes, Samiksha. So right now, 5 people have been arrested, 5 teachers, and there's also a suicide note that was found written by the victim before her death. In her note, she'd particularly called out 2 teachers, her chemistry and math teachers, and she didn't specifically cite them as responsible for her death, but she did claim that they had been constantly harassing her and torturing her to study and perform better. They had pushed her to a point that she didn't have any other escape, and she didn't know what else to do.
Pragadish, yes, stay with us. Yes, we are getting more updates that Directorate of the Matriculation has sent notice to private schools. Over 900 schools, we are told, seeking explanation from them over the closing of schools against the government's advice. If you could give us more details. Government's advice.
So the government has warned against shutting off of all of the private schools, private matriculation schools in the state, but against the specific orders directed by the government and the DGP, over 900 schools have remained shut, even in the locality here in Kalakuruchi. A lot of the schools that we've passed by today remain shut. None of the schools are operating, and all the children are out. All the children are out of school at the moment.
So that would mean, yes, Pragadish, so essentially what we are learning is that 987 schools have been sent this notice by the state government officials. If you could give us more details, the backdrop of this particular incident, because this is very, very tragic. A class 12th student committing suicide.
Yes, Samiksha. It's a very convoluted case in the sense that there are a lot of camps raising various calls regarding this. Some are claiming that it's negligence. Some are claiming that schools have been known to repeatedly beat children, and this is not a new occurrence here. And even as we see that, as we stand right outside the school, you can see so many of the properties being damaged. Lots of buses and vehicles are damaged in the area. And right now it appears that even some of the teachers who have been teaching here have put out their own videos claiming that they are cooperating with the police, and nobody knew how the violence broke out or whether it was premeditated. There's a lot of confusion, and the police are investigating currently, so we have to just wait for the developments.
All right, Pragadish, thank you so much. That is the latest coming in, this particular incident that came to light from Tamil Nadu's Kalakuruchi. In fact, more than 300 people have also been arrested who took part in this protest, which eventually turned violent. And moving on to more breaking news coming in, this one with respect to the BJP MP Kirodi Meena, who has alleged live threat, writing to Rajasthan Chief Minister as well to take cognizance of this. In fact, the BJP leader has said that law and order situation has gone for a toss in the state of Rajasthan as killings, violence and threats have been on a rise. So the BJP leader there saying that he received a threat And also going on to add that he's written to the Rajasthan Chief Minister over the situation, law and order situation in the state of Rajasthan. We have the soundbite reaction as well of the BJP MP Kirodi Meena. Let's take a look.
हमारे साथ इस वक्त जुड़ चुके हैं बीजेपी से किरोड़ी लाल मीना जी। सर धन्यवाद हमसे बात करने के लिए। सर जो आपको पत्र आया है धमकी भरा, क्या लिखा है उस पत्र में और किस कारण से आया है, क्या कुछ है?
दरअसल में उदयपुर में जब घटना हुई थी, कन्हैया लाल का सर कलम किया था जी। तो उस घटना के बाद मैं उदयपुर गया था, उनके परिवार वालों से मिला था। उनकी हालात बड़ी आर्थिक दृष्टि से कमजोर थी, तो मैंने उनको 1 महीने की मेरी तनख्वाह देने की घोषणा की थी। और वहाँ प्रशासन जगन्नाथ यात्रा को नहीं निकलने दे रहा था, तो मैं वहाँ पहुँचा था और जगन्नाथ यात्रा भी निकली थी। आमतौर पर मैं ऐसे शरारती तत्वों के खिलाफ अभियान चलाता रहता हूँ, और उसके कारण ये एक धमकी भरी पत्र मिला है। 9 जुलाई को लिखा है, कहीं से डाला है और मेरे को कल प्राप्त हुआ है।
तो इसमें आपको धमकी इसलिए दी गई है क्योंकि आपने जाके कन्हैया लाल की जो परिवार था उनको मदद करी? उससे
उस पत्र का अर्थ यही है, जो सारा कंटेंट्स है, कि मैंने कन्हैया लाल के परिवार को मदद क्यों की, गुस्ताखी की है। इसलिए उसमें लिखा है कि कन्हैया लाल की तरह आपका भी वो एक अखबार में भास्कर का उसमें वो चिपकाया हुआ है न्यूज़, और एक दिन पढ़ने को ये मिलेगा, ऐसा उसमें लिखा है।
अच्छा, तो ये सर हम देख रहे हैं कि इस तरीके के जो धमकियां हैं या इस तरीके जैसे कन्हैया लाल जी के साथ हुआ, फिर दूसरे प्रदेशों में भी हुआ, तो ये आपको क्या लगता है कि ये जो एक ट्रेंड बन रहा है इस तरीके के इतने खतरनाक हादसों का क्यों?
हमारे वहाँ जो है PFI बहुत सक्रिय है।
So that was BJP MP alleging a threat to life and saying that he's written to Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot as well over the deteriorating law and order situation and the hate crimes that are on a rise in the state of Rajasthan. And more breaking news coming in. Update on the NEET rigging case probe. We are told that the police has called in for identification parade of both agency staff who were given contract of checking NEET ward entry as well as college staff who were present. Meanwhile, the college has denied that it was their staff who did the frisking. The police, we are told, has also collected CCTV visuals as well, footage as well from the very spot. Arrest to be made today once identification is completed of the students. In fact, sources from police have also told Republic that prima facie suspect not the agency but staff provided by the college management to assist. We have Ashwin for more details. Ashwin, if you could give us more details on the probe into the NEET rigging scam.
Shamika, what we now gather information from the police is that today there was an identification parade which will be conducted by the police inspector at police today. And the identification parade, what we also gather is that there is lots of staff members of the police as well as the agency which was involved. It involves 4 men and 4 women totally. They have also been summoned in. Now there's going to be an identification parade today by the police. And the students will also
police today, and the students will also get to identify, based on which an arrest is also likely to be made. Now the college administration has come out stating that their staff was not involved, and so has the NTA. Now what needs to be seen is based on the CCTV footage which has been gathered by the police, and based on the identification by the students, the arrest will be made, and then we'll get to know clearly who are the people who are involved in this humiliating incident that has that has shaken lives of many young girls.
Yes, Ashwin, if you could give us more details, because even as the college has denied frisking by its staff, it has a lot to answer because it happened in that very place. Also, if you could talk to us about how many college students are likely to be, the aspirants could be affected as part of this because of this mega scam that was unearthed.
Samiksha, I did speak to some of these students. I did speak to them myself. They are refusing to come on the media or even give a telephonic conversation about it because they are still in big shock. Now, what they stated was even more horrific. In fact, after telling them to remove their innerwears, after the examination, they were all collected, all the innerwears were kept together, and the girls had to, go through it to identify which is their innerwear. And some of them were so shocked. The staff members even told them, apparently, that, we'll be giving you all the details about the NEET issue, the frisking issue in Kerala after the break. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
A statement by DK Shivakumar on chief ministerial aspiration right after this very short break.
ನಾನೊಂದು ಅಗ್ರಿಕಲ್ಚರ್ ರಿಲೇಷನ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೆ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಸಂಪಾದನೆ ಮಾಡಿದಂಥ ಹಣ ಡೈಲಿ 25ರಿಂದ 30% ಹಣ ಕಮಿಷನ್ ಹೋಗ್ತಾಯಿತ್ತು. ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೆಗೆ ಏನು ಸಹ ತೊಗೊಂಡೋಗ್ತಾ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದೇ ಒಂದು ಮೈನ್ ಕಂಪ್ನಿಗೆ ಜಾಯ್ನ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ 0 ಕಮಿಷನ್ ಇದೆ. ಅದರಿಂದ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣ ನಾನು ದುಡ್ದಂಥ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣ ಹಣವನ್ನು ನನ್ನ ಮನೆಗೆ ಸಹ ತೊಗೊಂಡೋಗ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಏನಪ್ಪ ಬೆನಿಫಿಟ್ಟು ಅಂತ ಅಂದರೆ 5 ಲಕ್ಷ ಡ್ರೈವರ್ಗೆ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಇನ್ಸೂರೆನ್ಸ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ತಿಂಗಳಿಗೆ 2999 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ರೀಚಾರ್ಜ್ ಇದೆ. ಇಲ್ಲ ಒನ್ ಡೇಗೆ 149 ರುಪೀಸ್ ರೀಚಾರ್ಜ್ ಇದೆ. ನಾನು ಎಷ್ಟು ದುಡಿತೀನೋ ಅಷ್ಟು ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣ ಹಣ ನನ್ನ ಮನೆಗೆ ತೊಗೊಂಡೋಗ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಇದರಿಂದ ನನ್ನ ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿ ಸಹ ನನ್ನ ಕುಟುಂಬ ಸಹ ತುಂಬ ಖುಷಿಯಾಗಿದೆ.
मैं एक पॉलिटिकल लड़ाई ही नहीं लड़ रहा हूँ, मैं सरकारी एजेंसियों के खिलाफ ही लड़ाई लड़ रहा हूँ। इसमें सरकारी एजेंसियां बहुत सक्रिय हो गई हैं और राजनीतिक दलों में तोड़फोड़ करवाने का काम कर रही हैं और पैसे का भी खेल हो रहा है।
Big jolt has now been given to Uddhav Thackeray. Ram Kadam has now put down his papers and he was a very close aide of Uddhav Thackeray. Uddhav Thackeray camp is going to respond on this big development which has taken place in the politics of Maharashtra.
Set up for monitoring of calls by ISEC, which began in 2009, was located on the 7th floor of the Exchange Plaza. Is that they had set up this entire base inside the National Stock Exchange, when machines were basically bought from ISEC's private firm incorporated by the former Mumbai Police Commissioner Sanjay Pandey.
A bomb-scared mail was sent to National Hillview School, which was being owned by Congress leader DK Shivakumar in Bengaluru. According to the management, they had received a mail yesterday stating that they have planted a bomb in the school premises. Immediately, close to 1,500 students were shifted to a safest place. And even the police had rushed to the spot along with the bomb squad, which has already checked every nook and corner, and they have also said that they haven't found anything.
Officers, they have cooperated. Immediately I have given instruction to my secretary and all the staff to vacate the entire building. The children was there, almost 1,500 odd. We have shifted all the children. Now the inspection is going on.
As of
And tracking the latest on the probe into the NEET frisking case, the NTA statement says that there was no complaint to anyone during or immediately after the examination. As far as NTA's dress code for NEET is concerned, it does not permit any such activity alleged by the parent of the candidate. So the NTA making it very clear that there was no complaint to anyone during or immediately after the examination, and also mincing no words there, talking about the dress code or for NEET, saying that it does not permit any such activity as alleged by the parent of the candidate. So that is the NTA's statement on NEET frisking case, in which it has said that there was no complaint, and that by those taking the exam also going on to act that the NTA's dress code for NEET does not permit any such act. Well, on to more breaking updates coming in. We are told Sajith Premadasa has pulled out from the race. He has tweeted, and I quote here, "For the greater good of my country that I love and the people I cherish, I hereby withdraw my candidacy for the position of President of Sri Lanka." So we have Premadasa withdrawing from presidential race of Sri Lanka, saying, in fact, taking to Twitter, making it clear that he has withdrawn his candidature, and that our alliance and our opposition partners will work hard towards making Dula's official victorious. So Sajith Premadasa pulling out of the race of the candidature. Remember, the current president, interim president, is Ranil Wickremesinghe. But as a race for presidential, Sri Lankan presidential race is on, we have Premadasa, the opposition leader, saying that he's withdrawn from the candidature. So big development coming in on the Sri Lankan crisis. We have Premadasa, the opposition leader, making it clear that he's withdrawn from presidential candidature. He's withdrawn from this race. In fact, taking to Twitter also saying that, and I quote, "For the greater good of my country that I love and the people I cherish, I hereby withdraw from my candidacy for the position of president." Slipping into a very short break. On the other side, we'll get you the latest on NEET frisking case probe.
Getting a cab these days is nearly impossible because half the time you don't get rides. Even if your cab gets booked, you're not sure when it is going to get cancelled or how much you're going to pay. Now, answering all this, Mind has come up with beautiful solutions whereby we don't have a surge rate here because they go by government prescribed rates. Not just that, Mind has a beautiful feature where you incentivize the driver, ensuring that he will come and pick you up on time. So, thanks Mind.
Big jolt has now been given to Uddhav Thackeray. Ram Kadam has now put down his papers and he was a very close aide of Uddhav Thackeray. Uddhav Thackeray camp is going to respond on this big development which has taken place in the politics of Maharashtra.
Setup for monitoring of calls by ISAC, which began in 2009, was located on the 7th floor of the Exchange Plaza. Is that they had set up this entire base inside the National Stock Exchange. The machines were basically bought from ISAC's private firm incorporated by the former Mumbai Police Commissioner Sanjay Pandey.
A bomb scare mail was sent to National Hillview School, which was being owned by Congress leader DK Shivakumar in Bengaluru. According to the management, they had received a mail yesterday stating that they have planted a bomb in the school premises. Immediately, close to 1,500 students were shifted to a safest place. And even the police had rushed to the spot along with the bomb squad, which has already checked every nook and corner, and they have also said that they haven't found anything.
Officers, they have cooperated. Immediately I have given instruction to my secretary and all the staff to vacate the entire building. The children was there, almost 1,500 odd. We have shifted all the children. Now the inspection is going on.
As of now, what we get to learn from KPCC President
crisis, Premadasa has withdrawn from the presidential race. We have Saloni reporting live from Colombo. Saloni, good morning. If you could take us through all the latest that you're learning, and also tell us who is now in the fray for presidential elections with Premadasa withdrawing from the presidential race.
देखिए 4 कैंडिडेट्स थे और अब क्योंकि सजित प्रेमदासा ने बैक ऑफ कर दिया है, उन्होंने समर्थन का ऐलान किया डलस अल्हाप्रुमा को, जो कि इंडिपेंडेंट कैंडिडेट के तौर पर लड़ रहे हैं, लेकिन वो राजपक्षा क्लैन के हैं और ऐसे में रनिल विक्रमसिंघे और डलस के बीच मुकाबला हो सकता है। इस बड़ी खबर पर लगातार कोलंबो से हम आपको जानकारी देते रहेंगे। वी आर टेकिंग अ शॉर्ट ब्रेक, वी विल कम बैक राइट आफ्टर। बी विद रिपब्लिक।
The issue of the frisking of NEET has caused much furore in the state of Kerala, and we at Republic is following the story very closely. Stay tuned to the channel while we bring you the latest update on the story after the break.
Setup for monitoring of calls by ISAC, which began in 2009, was located on the 7th floor of the Exchange Plaza. Is that they had set up this entire base inside the National Stock Exchange, when machines were basically bought from ISAC's private firm incorporated by the former Mumbai Police Commissioner Sanjay Pandey.
A bomb scare mail was sent to National Hillview School, which was being owned by Congress leader DK Shivakumar in Bengaluru. According to the management, they had received a mail yesterday stating that they have planted a bomb in the school premises. Immediately, close to 1,500 students were shifted to a safest place, and even the police had rushed to the spot along with the bomb squad, which has already checked every nook and corner, and they have also said that they haven't found anything.
Officers, they have cooperated. Immediately I have given instruction to my secretary and all the staff to vacate the entire building. The children was there, almost 1,500 odd. We have shifted all the children. Now the inspection is going on.
As of now, what we get to learn from KPCC president as well as the owner of that particular school, DK Shivakumar, is that they have received a mail from an email ID called Ucha Venkat, and the police is investigating further.
मैं एक पॉलिटिकल लड़ाई ही नहीं लड़ रहा हूँ, मैं सरकारी एजेंसियों के खिलाफ ही लड़ाई लड़ रहा हूँ। इसमें सरकारी एजेंसियां बहुत सक्रिय हो गई हैं और राजनीतिक दलों में तोड़फोड़ करवाने का काम कर रही हैं और पैसे का भी खेल हो रहा है।
Big jolt has now been given to Uddhav Thackeray. Ram Kadam has now put down his papers and he was a very close aide of Uddhav Thackeray. Uddhav Thackeray camp is going to respond on this big development which has taken place in the politics of Maharashtra.
Setup for monitoring of calls by ISAC, which began in 2009, was located on the 7th floor of the Exchange Plaza. Is that they had set up this entire base inside the National Stock Exchange, when machines were basically bought from ISAC's private firm incorporated.
It is day 2 of the monsoon session of Parliament. Multiple adjournment motions are moved. The Congress is slated to hold a protest over the implementation of GST and essential items. The NEET frisking case probe gets bigger. The National Testing Agency issues a statement. Premadasa bows out of the presidential race, announces his support for Dallas. Trouble mounts for the tainted ex-cop of Mumbai. The ED is to grill Sanjay Pandey as the NSE phone tapping scandal explodes. Complete chaos in Sri Lanka. The centre is to hold a key all-party meeting. Will discuss spiralling economic crisis in the island nation. The Shinde Sena versus the Uddhav Sena face-off intensifies. It's a battle for the Sena leadership in the Lok Sabha. The CBI arrests 8 people over the accusation of rigging the NEET national exam. 11 more are named in the FIR. The third monkeypox case is confirmed in Kerala. The centre issues an advisory for international passengers. Well, as the crisis in Sri Lanka spirals out of control, the leader of the opposition, Premadasa, has now decided to bow out of the presidential race. He's tweeted, for the greater good of my country that I love and the people that I cherish, I hereby withdraw my candidacy for the position of president. Now, that of course leaves three people in the fray. One of them, of course, is the acting president, Ranil Wickremesinghe, who is believed to have a large support from the Rajapakses. But do remember that Premadasa earlier had also said that I cannot promise the people that all their woes will end. That's not right, because the economic crisis will take a long time to essentially solve. The financial mess that Sri Lanka finds itself in is not going to be very easy to break out. Now, that was a statement that he'd issued, I think, yesterday or day before yesterday, where he said that if I promise that everything will be solved within a day, I will be lying to the people of Sri Lanka. So right now, of course, we are perhaps looking at three candidates. Of course, one of them is the acting President Ranil Wickremesinghe, who now perhaps is looking at the lead in this race. Let's go across to Saloni. Saloni, good morning. Just earlier this morning, we were talking about how Ranil Wickremesinghe could actually, find himself now in the position of president rather than acting president, because he does seem to have the numbers on his side. But how are we expecting this presidential process to go forward now?
देखिए, अभी पहले 4 कैंडिडेट थे, अब वो 3 हो गए, क्योंकि सजित प्रेमदासा जो लीडर ऑफ अपोजिशन थे, उन्होंने वापस ले लिया है अपना नाम और उन्होंने डलस को समर्थन देने का ऐलान किया। यहाँ पर ये समझना बहुत जरूरी है कि अब 2 कैंडिडेट्स हो गए हैं राजपक्षा क्लैन की तरफ से, क्योंकि देखिए डलस इंडिपेंडेंट कैंडिडेट के तौर पर कंटेस्ट जरूर कर रहे हैं, लेकिन उन्हें कम से कम 20 से 30 जो सांसद हैं SLPP के, जो कि रूलिंग पार्टी है, जिसके 157 करीब चेहरे हैं संसद में, वो समर्थन दे सकते हैं। लेकिन अभी भी रानिल विक्रमसिंघे ज्यादा आगे चल रहे हैं। वो एक ही सांसद के साथ कंटेस्ट कर रहे हैं प्रेसिडेंशियल इलेक्शन। उनकी महत्वाकांक्षा है प्रेसिडेंट बने रहने की, इंटरिम प्रेसिडेंट की जगह, लेकिन अभी वो मजबूत स्थिति में नजर आ रहे हैं। अगर हम बात करें अनुरा की, जो तीसरे प्रत्याशी हैं, कैंडिडेट जिनका है प्रेसिडेंट इलेक्शन के लिए, उनकी सिर्फ 3 सीट्स हैं, मेन 3 सांसद हैं उनके, लेकिन वो मेन ऑर्गेनाइजर थे प्रोटेस्ट के। ये कहा जा रहा है, ये दबी छुपे अंदाज में कहा जा रहा है कि अनुरा मेन ऑर्गेनाइजर थे, एनपीपी पार्टी से आते हैं, लेकिन अब ये समझ में आ रहा है कि रानिल विक्रमसिंघे एक बेटर पोजीशन पर है इस वक्त, और अगर उनका मुकाबला होने वाला है तो डलस से होने वाला है, और डलस क्योंकि राजपक्षा क्लैन के ही हैं, तो हो सकता है कि सिर्फ ये डेविएशन के लिए उन्हें उतारा गया हो उम्मीदवारी के तौर पर। रणनीतिक समझ के हिसाब से अगर मैं कहूं तो रणनीतिगत तरीके से डलस को मैदान में उतारा गया, और अब ऐसा लग रहा है कि मुकाबला डलस और रानिल के बीच है। लेकिन रानिल अभी भी बेहतर स्थिति में है, क्योंकि डलस को उतारना सिर्फ एक रणनीति, जो मुझे समझ में आ रहा है कि सिर्फ एक रणनीति है SLPP की इंडिपेंडेंट कैंडिडेट के तौर पर, जिससे कि साजिद, देखिए जो स्टेप था, सजित प्रेमदासा ने वो स्टेप ले लिया। सजित प्रेमदासा करीब 57 सीटों के साथ थे, वो लीडर ऑफ अपोजिशन थे, 53 से 57 सीटों के साथ थे, तो उनकी पोजीशन बेहतर थी अगर राजपक्षा क्लैन में से उन्हें कोई सपोर्ट कर लेता। लेकिन वो समझ गए थे कि यहाँ पर डलस के उतरने से जो उन्हें समर्थन मिलने वाला था SLPP से, वो भी डेविएट हो गया है। तो रणनीतिगत तरीके से राजपक्षा क्लैन अभी भी देश से बाहर होने के बावजूद भी इस देश की राजनीति को चला रहा है, कम से कम ऐसा लग रहा है। जी,
absolutely, Saloni, as you're pointing out, so Dallas Alaperuma, who also is someone who had actually supported the Rajapaksas in the past, according to you, could now be the front runner for the post of president. Thank you, Saloni, for joining us with those details. Now, the RJD MP Manoj Jha has given a suspension of business notice in the Rajya Sabha to discuss implications of the Agnipath scheme and the denial of opportunities to the RRB aspirants. Now, this notice, of course, comes at the back of the fact that the opposition wanted to raise the Agnipath scheme in both houses of parliament. They have been raising this issue, and one was expecting the opposition to bring this bring out this issue in Parliament. Madhurima is joining us live. She's reporting from New Delhi on this. Madhurima, give us more details of this adjournment motion that has suspension of business notice, rather, that's been given in the Rajya Sabha by the RJD MP.
Well, this particular adjournment motion that has been given by RSP MP N.K. Premachandran, he has given this adjournment motion in the Lok Sabha in the backdrop of the incident that happened in Kollam yesterday in connection with the NEET examination that happened, where this particular student was asked to remove her innerwear. It is quite shocking.
Madhurima, I was asking you about the RJD MP issuing a suspension of business notice in the Rajya Sabha to discuss the implications of the Agnipath scheme. I think there is, of course, another notice that's been issued over the NEET scheme as well, and Madhurima was referring to the incident that took place in Kollam, where girl students were essentially asked to remove their innerwear because it was beeping in the machines that was installed. But Madhurima, if I could come back to you. Now, the Agnipath scheme is something that the opposition has been wanting to bring up for quite some time. We're going to get Madhurima in just a bit, but here's what we know so far. The Agnipath scheme, of course, is one of the issues that the opposition is looking to target the government on. Apart from that, of course, there are other issues, price rise, as well as perhaps the fact that there are essential items on which about 5% GDP is, I beg your pardon, 5% is going to be levied in terms of tax. So all those issues are likely to be brought about as well. Now, the Agnipath issue, of course, is set to rock Parliament, and opposition leaders have been unanimous in their demands for the immediate withdrawal of Agnipath scheme for recruitment in the armed forces. Now, this, of course, we are already seeing. We are given to understand that the RJD MP Manoj Jha has already given a suspension of business notice in the Rajya Sabha to discuss the implications of the Agnipath scheme. Okay, I think Madhurima is back with us now. Madhurima, the opposition, of course, has been unanimous as far as the Agnipath scheme is concerned, and we are now told that the RJD will be bringing about a talk on this in the Rajya Sabha. Madhurima, if you can hear me, I was asking you about the Agnipath scheme, and we are given to understand that the RJD will be bringing up this issue in the Rajya Sabha today.
Well, yes, absolutely, Nupur. This is, in fact, a very important issue that will be raised by the RJD, because ever since this scheme has been floated, and we know that Bihar was one of the epicenters of the wrath that was incurred following this scheme was launched by the central government. And if we remember that even Tejasvi Yadav, he came into the national capital to hold this press conference as well, where he asked multiple questions to the government about this entire scheme, and this was before the multiple press conference that were held by the chief of all the three staff, where they came out and categorically explained every point by point the entire scheme and how it's going to benefit the youth of the nation, whosoever is interested to be the part of the Indian forces. Also, this particular scheme has been in the agenda of the opposition parties, and now they are implementing it on the House, which is why this issue will be raised by the RJD. We'll have to wait and watch if it snowballs into any disruption in the House. Will it snowball into another controversy? Because last time as well, Rajya Sabha had suffered the wrath of such interruptions because of the multiple protests. It had only functioned for 47%. So we'll have to wait and watch as to how RJD raises this issue. Will this be a sincere discussion, or once again will there be a protest by the united opposition in the Rajya Sabha, Nupur? However, as far as RJD's motive behind the Agnipath scheme is concerned, what we need to highlight here is that RJD has been against this entire scheme since the beginning. They have been asserting that it will lead leave the youth who will apply for that 4-year tenure to be the part of the forces, that will leave them unemployed, and that is going to in the future affect the youth of the country and in general the development of the country. However, it has been made categorically clear even by the defense minister and the chief of all the three forces that this particular scheme has been brought in to make sure that the youth of the nation could be directed into a better stream, into better direction, and that the entire plan has been chalked out for those who will be who will be graduating out of this course and not be taken into the army. Yes, Nupur, back to you.
All right, stay with us, Madhurima. Let's also now go across to Piyush. In fact, he filed this report earlier about the protests that are taking place outside Parliament.
पुडुचेरी से बैलेट बॉक्स को लाया गया है और इनको लेकर अब जो है वोटिंग 21 तारीख को होगी। आपको बता दें कि कल राष्ट्रपति चुनाव हुआ था और देश के कई ऐसे कोने हैं, कई ऐसे राज्य हैं जहां पर वोटिंग हुई थी और बैलेट बॉक्स जो है अब लगातार पार्लियामेंट क्या पहुंच रहे हैं। इनकी आप तस्वीर देख सकते हैं। ये
All right, so that of course is Piyush who's reporting from outside Parliament, where the Gandhi statue was installed over a protest that is being led by the Congress party. Now, the Congress party of course is hoping to corner the government on a variety of issues, including a high inflation as well as what they say is continuous price rise, which is affecting common citizens. So those are issues that the Congress party is perhaps looking at to bring about in Parliament. But not just that, we are also expecting, of course, the issue of the Agnipath scheme to be talked about in Parliament. Do remember there are already motions that have been given for the discussion in both houses of Parliament over these issues. So the opposition looking to corner the government on various issues.
नहीं से जीएसटी वापस लो, वापस लो, वापस लो, महंगाई वापस लो, वापस लो, वापस लो, मोदी सरकार हाय हाय, हाय 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 हाय, मोदी सरकार हाय हाय, हाय 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 हाय, गैस के दाम वापस लो, वापस लो, वापस लो, दूध दही के दाम वापस लो, वापस लो।
Well, those pictures on your screen are of the Congress protests that are taking place at the Gandhi statue right outside Parliament. The Congress wanting a discussion on various issues. And here's a look at some news in brief. A person was repeatedly stabbed over allegations of him watching former BJP spokesperson Nupur Sharma's video. Now 2 people have been arrested in connection with the incident that took place in Bihar's Sitamarhi. The centre has convened an all-party meeting on Tuesday to discuss the ongoing crisis in Sri Lanka. The Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman and the External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar will brief floor leaders of all political parties in both houses of Parliament at that meeting. A 26-year-old was shot to death at a nightclub in Canada's Toronto, with the cause for the incident unconfirmed at the moment. A 24-year-old woman was also shot in the incident but suffered from non-threatening injuries in the process. The school secretary, principal, school correspondent and 2 teachers have been sent to 15 days of judicial remand in connection with the death of a 17-year-old schoolgirl in Tamil Nadu's Kallakurichi. Taking a dig at the central government for the latest round of goods and services hikes on various essential food items, the former Karnataka Chief Minister and the current leader of the opposition, Siddaramaiah, said that the government is trying to burden people with more taxes instead of helping them. He went on to term the tax as the Gabbar Singh tax, just as many others in the opposition. Former UK Chancellor Rishi Sunak extended his lead in the race to replace Boris Johnson as the Conservative Party leader and the British Prime Minister, as he added 14 more votes to his tally in the latest round of voting by Tory members of Parliament. Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif, after facing an embarrassing defeat in the Punjab Assembly by-polls on Monday, hinted at completing his coalition government's tenure and not giving in to early elections, and demanded the ouster of Imran Khan, who is currently riding atop his popularity wave in the country. Senior TMC leader Abhishek Banerjee mocked the BJP over its decision to put West Bengal MLAs in a Kolkata hotel ahead of the presidential elections, apprehending cross-voting, and claimed that the party's resort politics was back to haunt it. Around 70 BJP lawmakers had been camping in a city hotel in Kolkata ahead of these elections. The veteran singer Bhupendra Singh has passed away at the age of 82. The singer, known for his songs like Dil Dhoondta Hai and Hoton Pe Aisi Baat, among many others, was in hospital in Mumbai. Several celebrities attended the singer's funeral held at Mumbai. A fire broke out in an electric bike showroom in Pune, damaging at least 7 bikes in the Ganga Dham area of the city. No injuries have been reported in the incident, with the fire tenders being in place immediately. Friend, we are now getting more details of the probe in the Lulu Mall controversy. Now, 4 people have been identified among the youth who offered namaz at the Lulu Mall. Among those who offered namaz, 4 youths were detained by the Lucknow police, and interrogation is being done. Now, do remember that a viral video of Lulu Mall, where people were seen offering namaz at the mall, had created quite a controversy. Thereafter, of course, the police had registered a case against the mall administration, and we are given to understand that 4 people have been detained by the Lucknow police. Now, their interrogation is carrying on even as we speak. Now, 4 of these men, of course, were identified from the post on social media which had gone viral. Thereafter, of course, the police had registered an FIR against the mall authorities as well as the management of the mall, and thereafter we are now seeing action in this particular case, with 4 people being detained in this controversy. I think Vivek is live. He's reporting from Lucknow on this. We'll get him in just a bit, but those are the details that we're now getting right now, that 4 people have been detained in the Lulu Mall case. Now, pictures that you see on your screen had gone viral on the social media, and thereafter, of course, there had been a lot of political reactions also that came in to this. I think Vivek is reporting on this. Vivek, give us more details of the action that's been taken by the police.
देखिए, पुलिस ने अभी ऑफिशियली इन चीज़ों को कंफर्म नहीं किया, लेकिन हमारे सोर्सेज हमें ये बता रहे हैं कि 4 लोगों को पुलिस ने डिटेन किया है। कुल 9 लोग ऐसे थे जो उस दौरान नमाज पढ़ रहे थे, और उसमें से कुल 4 लोग फिलहाल ऐसे हैं जिनको पुलिस ने डिटेन कर लिया है, और उनसे फिलहाल पुलिस पूछताछ कर रही है, और ये पूछताछ के बाद पुलिस और आगे इस पूरे प्रकरण पर आगे जाकर के इसका खुलासा करेगी। सीसीटीवी फुटेज के आधार पर इन लोगों को फिलहाल पुलिस ने हिरासत में लिया है। हालांकि एक सोर्स ये बता रहे हैं कि ये सभी लोग एक धर्म संप्रदाय से जुड़े हुए हैं। अब देखना होगा कि पुलिस अभी इनकी इन्वेस्टिगेशन के बाद, इनसे पूछताछ करने के बाद क्या तथ्य निकल के सामने आता है, क्योंकि शुरुआती दौर पर पुलिस ने अपनी इन्वेस्टिगेशन में ये बात कही थी कि ये लोग जो थे, जो लोग नमाज पढ़ने आए थे, वो लोग सबसे पहले वहाँ पर ग्राउंड फ्लोर पर बैठने की उन्होंने कोशिश की थी, लेकिन वहाँ पर उनको बैठने नहीं दिया गया। उसके बाद उन्होंने फर्स्ट फ्लोर पर बैठने की कोशिश की, पर जब वहाँ भी सिक्योरिटी गार्ड्स ने हटाया, उसके बाद ये लोग सेकेंड फ्लोर पर गए और वहाँ पर जगह खाली देख करके बैठे, और मात्र 1.5 मिनट के करीब ये वहाँ बैठ पाए, तो उसके बाद सिक्योरिटी गार्ड्स ने उन्हें उठा दिया था। तो कुल मिलाकर के ये कैसी साजिश थी, कौन लोग थे, किसके कहने पर यहाँ आए थे या खुद से यहाँ पर आए थे, क्यों साजिशन नमाज पढ़ना चाहती थी, ये तमाम ऐसे बिंदु हैं जिस पर पुलिस जांच कर रही है। अब पुलिस अपनी इन्वेस्टिगेशन के बाद आगे इस पूरे प्रकरण पर आगे बढ़ेगी, लेकिन फिलहाल पुलिस के सोर्सेज हमें ये बता रहे हैं कि 4 लोग को डिटेन किया गया। हालांकि ऑफिशियली पुलिस अभी इस बात को कंफर्म नहीं कर रही है। जी।
All right, Vivek bringing us those details. Thank you for joining us. And here's the latest update. We are expecting that second autopsy that had been ordered by the Madras High Court to be conducted today. Now, this had come in after there had been widespread protests outside the school where this girl had allegedly committed suicide. Now, parents of the girl as well as several protesters have been protesting outside school, asking for a second autopsy now to be conducted. The Madras High Court, of course, had stepped in yesterday and ordered a second autopsy of the student to be conducted. I'm going to try and go across to Pragadish, who has more details on this, but the latest we are getting, of course, is that the second autopsy report is expected to be out. Now, this, of course, happened after the Madras High Court had stepped in yesterday, and thereafter we had seen angry protesters that had essentially been holding protests outside the school for a while, for quite some time. Now, violence, of course, broke out on the premises of that private school in Tamil Nadu on Sunday over the death of this class 12 girl inside the campus. Protesters vandalized the school, and thereafter we are given to understand that the Madras High Court had stepped in and asked for a second autopsy to be conducted. Now, the girl allegedly had killed herself after facing harassment at the hands of two school teachers who have since, of course, been arrested in the case. The 17-year-old girl who was studying in class 12 was found dead on the 13th of July on the hostel premises. The girl, an inmate of the third floor, was suspected to have ended her life by jumping to the ground from the top floor. Her body, of course, was spotted by a school watchman. Thereafter, there was one autopsy conducted, but the parents were unsatisfied with the reports, with the results of that autopsy. And thereafter, the Madras High Court, of course, had stepped in and asked for another autopsy to be conducted. The cause of the death, as mentioned in the first autopsy report, was multiple injuries and hemorrhage. But the situation outside the school premises turned extremely tense after hundreds of those protesters began to protest what had taken place over there. Well, as rain continues to lash several parts of Maharashtra, pictures on your screen are coming to you from Amravati, where 2 people have died and 3 have been injured in a wall collapse. Now, in this particular incident, we are told that NDRF as well as SDRF people, rescuers, were on the spot. Now, this took place after a house was destroyed due to incessant rainfall in Amravati. Do remember that Maharashtra's several districts have been facing the fury of the monsoon, with several such incidents being reported. But this particular incident, unfortunately, 2 people died and 3 were injured after this house collapse took place due to heavy rainfall in Maharashtra's Amravati district. You are watching Republic TV, and still to come, Premadasa bows out of the presidential race, announces support to Dallas. Trouble is mounted for the tainted ex-Mumbai top cop. The ED to grill Sanjay Pandey as the NSC phone tapping case explodes.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
And welcome, viewers. Business journalist Sucheta Dalal has denied any wrongdoing during her interrogation by the CBI. Sucheta Dalal was, by her own admission, interrogated by the Central Bureau of Investigation. As per our information, the interrogation continued for over 8 hours on Saturday at the CBI office in New Delhi. Shravan Sen of Republic's investigative team asked Sucheta Dalal 3 questions on an email when we got the information that she had been questioned. Her response was a statement on Twitter. Now she claims, now this is purely her claim, that the CBI wants her expertise on the co-location scam in the National Stock Exchange. The CBI has made no such confirmation of the fact that they lack enough expertise and hence are weighing on Sucheta Dalal to fill that gap, and that is why they interrogated her. So as of now, this is only Sucheta Dalal's claim. Sucheta Dalal has denied the allegation against her by Mr. Ravi Narayan, former managing director at the National Stock Exchange, that she introduced the controversial Sanjay Pandey, Mumbai Police Commissioner till a month back, to him. Sucheta Dalal says in her statement that she cannot recollect having made any such introduction. Now, these are Sucheta Dalal's claims. But public and national interest in the phone tapping angle of the National Stock Exchange scam is growing. And the details are ghastly, ladies and gentlemen. They are ghastly, and in simple words, here they are. I'll keep it less technical, but please hear this. There's a police officer, an IPS officer, who sets up a company in his family member's name. The company makes crores and crores and crores. He continues to be in uniform. Now this company of the IPS officer, in the name of cyber security of some kind, taps the phones using machines that tap MTNL lines. These big machines are all put inside the National Stock Exchange. The tapping, the illegal tapping, happens within the National Stock Exchange. And for this tapping, the company owned by the IPS officer Sanjay Pandey and his family members gets 4.7 crore rupees. Now the company owned by the ex-Mumbai Police Commissioner and his family members gets another 8 crore rupees for other work from the NSE. In other words, this police officer makes allegedly a cool 12 plus crore rupees on the side using connections in the National Stock Exchange. Not just this, the police officer's company also defrauds the Securities and Exchange Board of India by issuing fraud audit certificates to high-risk brokerages, hence risking investor money. Now, Sucheta Dalal denies playing any.
Top headlines at 8:30. Day 2 of monsoon session. Multiple adjournment motions moved. Congress stages protest over implementation of GST near Gandhi statue. NEET frisking case probe gets bigger. National Testing Agency issues statement. Premadasa out of presidential race, announces support to Dulles. Trouble mounts for tainted ex-Mumbai top cop. ED to grill Sanjay Pandey as NSE phone tapping scandal explodes. CBI arrests 8 people over the accusation of rigging the NEET national examination. 11 more named in the FIR. Good morning, viewers. Thanks for tuning in. You're watching Live and Breaking, and I'm Samiksha Srivastava. Straight away, starting with breaking news coming in. And breaking updates coming in on the Kalakuruchi death case. The Madras High Court, we are told, has ordered second autopsy of the student whose death by suicide sparked violence in Kalakuruchi. We have Pragadesh reporting live from Kalakuruchi. Pragadesh, if you could give us more details on the probe into the case. We now understand that the Madras High Court has ordered second autopsy with respect to the girl's death.
Yes, Samiksha. Right now we're standing outside the Government Medical College Hospital in Kalakuruchi, where the post-mortem had taken place on the first time, and after the Madras High Court had ordered a consideration for a second autopsy based on the parents' complaint, a second one is scheduled to take place shortly. There's a lot of police deployment in the area, and we're waiting further developments on the issue.
Yes. Pragadesh, if you could to what really came out of that first autopsy that was conducted of the girl's death.
Yes, actually, the first autopsy had confirmed that the girl had died due to the injuries triggered by the fall, but it was also sort of ascertained that there were some injuries on her body. It was also ascertained that there were some injuries on her body that were recorded even before the fall, and the parents have claimed that she was physically tortured, and they also go to a certain extent claiming that she may have also been allegedly sexually abused, which is why they want a second opinion, and they've also approached the Supreme Court regarding this, seeking a doctor of their own choice who will conduct the second post-mortem.
Yes. And Pragadesh, we understand there is, of course, for obvious reasons, lot of anger on the ground. The protests also turned violent. How is the situation as of now? Because from the visuals, it appears it's very difficult to pacify not just the family, but the people in general because of this shocking incident that has come to light.
It's a very chaotic scene here. It's definitely a lot better than what it was yesterday or the day before, where hundreds of people had gathered at the school, and they had burned down several vehicles, at least 50 school vehicles, as well as police buses and vans. And a lot of the properties, a lot of the equipment in the school was also vandalized. They had ransacked the building completely. But right now there is a Section 144 imposed, and there's nobody allowed to visit the school. It's completely shut off. No one is allowed.
Yes.
So there is some sense of calm, but it's still not completely normal, because a lot of police deployment all around the area. This is a very small village, a very small town, and there's at least 200 buses of police around the place. So they are anticipating that something could go wrong. Based on
Pragadesh, yes,
report,
thank you for getting us all those details. We'll keep coming back to you as you track all the latest on that. So the second autopsy that has been ordered by the Madras High Court, and of course a lot of anger on the ground as well with respect to this death case that has come to light. And tracking all the latest on the monsoon session, more updates coming in. Congress MP Dipinder Singh Hooda has given suspension of business notice in the Rajya Sabha over Centre's Agnipath recruitment scheme for entry into the armed forces. So the opposition completely up in arms over several issues, which also includes the Agnipath recruitment scheme. Remember, adjournment motions have also been notice has also been served with respect to the adjournment notices in the lower house, in the Lok Sabha as well. And now we have a suspension of business notice as well that has been served by the Congress. It has with respect to the Agnipath recruitment scheme for entry into the armed forces. So multiple adjournments, not just in the Rajya Sabha, but also in the Lok Sabha with respect to the GST hike, as well as this one, the latest with respect to the Agnipath scheme that has been announced by the centre. In fact, those are the visuals also that we can see on our screens of the opposition up in arms protesting against a slew of issues. We have Madhurima reporting live from the national capital. Madhurima, what is the scene like while we speak as of now? Multiple adjournment notices that have been given by the opposition. How is the situation looking like when we talk about the monsoon session?
Well,
as far as monsoon session is concerned, joining the suit of the RJD, which has also issued a suspension of business notice in connection with the Agnipath scheme. Now we have Dipender Hooda, the Congress MP, issuing a suspension of business notice yet again because of the Agnipath scheme. Now this is now likely hinting that there's going to be yet another uproar or yet another major argument on the floor of the House as far as this particular scheme is concerned, because ever since the central government has launched this Agnipath scheme, we have seen that the opposition parties have been coming at it, and they have been criticizing the entire scheme, questioning that those youth who will be coming out or graduating out of the entire scheme and not being not being really taken into the armed forces, that their future is under the question, and that could raise unemployment and other criminal activities as well. This is what has been highlighted by the Congress and the RJD as well. And now we are seeing that all these opposition parties are coming together against the Agnipath scheme. Sources in the beginning of the monsoon session, in fact a day ahead of monsoon session, at the time when the all-party meeting was called, also told us that Agnipath scheme could be one of the major issue that will be raised by the opposition parties in the monsoon session of the parliament. And it is just the second day, and the opposition parties are now issuing the suspension of business notice because of the Agnipath scheme. We'll have to wait and watch as to how this entire thing really implicates in the House and how does it really affects the business of the Rajya Sabha.
Yes, Madhurima, like you are pointing out, multiple adjournment notices, not just in the upper house Rajya Sabha, but also in the Lok Sabha as well. If you could talk to us about the issues that are going to be the center of focus by the opposition. We understand Agnipath is one, but if you could talk to us about other issues which also include the GST rate hike, of course.
Well, yes, GST hike, and then there is inflation. All these issues have been set by the opposition leaders. Also, the issues of the change of the unparliamentary words and the new regulations that have been set out by the central government just ahead of the monsoon session. All these issues are going to create a lot of disruptions, as it could be expected by the opposition parties in the floor of the House, because we know that there are very crucial 24 bills, the new bills that needs introduction inside the parliament, but the opposition has its own plan, as they have been saying that this particular government has been undemocratically pushing the bill.
I'll have to interrupt you there. Yes, more breaking updates coming in. We'll keep coming back to you as you track all the latest from on the monsoon session. Well, getting in Yogi Adityanath, UP Chief Minister's response on the Lucknow Mall controversy. So that's the first response coming in by Yogi Adityanath, saying that all such elements who try to disrupt peace should be punished. Well, we have that soundbite as well of the UP Chief Minister. Let's listen in.
लखनऊ में एक मॉल खुला है, वह मॉल अपने व्यावसायिक प्रतिष्ठान को लेकर काम कर रहा है और उसको लेकर के राजनीति का अड्डा बनाना, अनावश्यक बयानबाजी जारी करना और उसके नाम पर फिर सड़कों पे प्रदर्शन करके लोगों के आवागमन को बाधित करना और बार बार लखनऊ के प्रशासन से कहा गया सबके बावजूद भी अराजकता पैदा करने और सांप्रदायिक विद्वेष की स्थिति पैदा करने का जो कुत्सित प्रयास हो रहा है, यहाँ पे लखनऊ प्रशासन को बहुत गंभीरता से इसको लेना चाहिए। इस प्रकार की किसी भी शरारत को स्वीकार नहीं करना चाहिए। सख्ती से ऐसे तत्वों से निपटना चाहिए जो अनावश्यक मामलों को बढ़ावा देकर के माहौल खराब करने का प्रयास करते हैं। बहुत सारे माध्यम हैं, अगर किसी को सूचना लेनी है वे सूचनाएं उन लोगों से जाके ले सकते हैं, लेकिन कोई हस्तक्षेप करके आवागमन को बाधित करेगा। मैंने पहले कहा कि सड़कों पर या पूजा के लिए या किसी भी अन्य कार्यक्रम के लिए कोई जगह नहीं होनी चाहिए। और इसको किसी भी प्रकार की अनुमति नहीं दी जानी चाहिए। जो शासन ने पहले से व्यवस्था बनाई है उसको हम सख्ती से लागू करें, इन चीजों को तय करें।
So that was Yogi Adityanath's response with respect to the mall controversy that erupted in Lucknow. Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath making it very clear that all those who try to disrupt peace will be severely punished. Let's once again listen into that soundbite of Yogi Adityanath.
लखनऊ में एक मॉल खुला है, वह मॉल अपने व्यावसायिक प्रतिष्ठान को लेकर काम कर रहा है और उसको लेकर के राजनीति का अड्डा बनाना, अनावश्यक बयानबाजी जारी करना और उसके नाम पर फिर सड़कों पे प्रदर्शन करके लोगों के आवागमन को बाधित करना और बार बार लखनऊ के प्रशासन से कहा गया सबके बावजूद भी अराजकता पैदा करने और सांप्रदायिक विद्वेष की स्थिति पैदा करने का जो कुत्सित प्रयास हो रहा है, यहाँ पे लखनऊ प्रशासन को बहुत गंभीरता से इसको लेना चाहिए। इस प्रकार की किसी भी शरारत को स्वीकार नहीं करना चाहिए। सख्ती से ऐसे तत्वों से निपटना चाहिए जो अनावश्यक मामलों को बढ़ावा देकर के माहौल खराब करने का प्रयास करते हैं। बहुत सारे माध्यम हैं, अगर किसी को सूचना लेनी है वे सूचनाएं उन लोगों से जाके ले सकते हैं, लेकिन कोई हस्तक्षेप करके आवागमन को बाधित करेगा। मैंने पहले कहा कि सड़कों पर या पूजा के लिए या किसी भी अन्य कार्यक्रम के लिए कोई जगह नहीं होनी चाहिए और इसको किसी भी प्रकार की अनुमति नहीं दी जानी चाहिए। जो शासन ने पहले से व्यवस्था बनाई है उसको हम सख्ती से लागू करें, इन चीजों को तय करें।
Our executive editor for politics, Ishwarya, also joining us for more details. Ishwarya, if you could once again bring us up to speed on this whole controversy as well as a big statement by Yogi Adityanath. Ishwarya, if you can hear us, if you could give us more details on this Lucknow mall controversy and how do you read into this statement of Yogi Adityanath making it clear that those guilty will be severely punished? Well, we will go across to Ishwarya in just a bit, but that is the latest coming in. Yogi Adityanath saying that all those guilty will be severely punished. A very short break. It's day 2 of monsoon session. Multiple adjournment motions moved. And NEET frisking case probe gets bigger. National Testing Agency issues statement.
Getting a cab these days is nearly impossible because half the time you don't get rides. Even if your cab gets booked, you're not sure when it is going to get cancelled or how much you're going to pay. Now, answering all this, Mind has come up with beautiful solutions whereby we don't have a surge rate here because they go by government prescribed rates. Not just that, Mind has a beautiful feature where you incentivize the driver, ensuring that he will come and pick you up on time. So, thanks Mind.
मैं एक पॉलिटिकल लड़ाई ही नहीं लड़ रहा हूँ, मैं सरकारी एजेंसियों के खिलाफ ही लड़ाई लड़ रहा हूँ। इसमें सरकारी एजेंसियां बहुत सक्रिय हो गई हैं और राजनीतिक दलों में तोड़फोड़ करवाने का काम कर रही हैं और पैसे का भी खेल हो रहा है।
Big jolt has now been given to Uddhav Thackeray. Ram Kadam has now put down his papers and he was a very close aide of Uddhav Thackeray. Uddhav Thackeray camp is going to respond on this big development which has taken place in the politics of Maharashtra.
Set up for monitoring of calls by ISAC, which began in 2009, was located on the 7th floor of the Exchange Plaza.
Newsbreak coming in on the DHFL bank scam probe. We are told that the CBI has brought DHFL former MD Kapil Wadhwan along with director Dheeraj Wadhwan into Lucknow for a court hearing in connection with the scam. So that is the latest coming in. The CBI will produce the accused before the special CBI court today with the alleged aid of along with the alleged aid of Chota Shakil as well. We have Shravan Sinha, senior editor, also joining us for more details. Shravan, if you could give us more details of this scam, which is over 34,800 crore rupees scam that we're talking about here.
Make sure this is India's biggest bank fraud case, in which the DHFL brothers have been named as an accused. In fact, Kapil Wadhwa and as well as his other brother has been named as accused number 1 and accused number 2 in India's biggest bank fraud case.
Yes.
In fact, there have also been arrests that have been made in this particular case. We given to understand just about a few days ago, an alleged associate of gangster Chota Shakil, Ajay Navandar, was arrested from Mumbai, and he has now been brought to New Delhi. Keeping that in mind, we're being told that the Diwan brothers are also being produced before the court here in the national capital, because essentially the agency wants to confront both of them. Because what has essentially happened is that when the searches were carried out at Ajay Navandar's residence, there were a lot of paintings and luxury items that were seized by the central agency. In fact, they suspect that Ajay Navandar was in the process of trying to sell these paintings before the CBI could have carried out these searches, primarily because these are paintings bought from the proceeds of crime. And not just that, these are paintings that the Central Bureau of Investigation suspects belongs to the Wadhwas. And it was Ajay Navandar who was taking care of it, and simply because the case was registered and they suspected that the Central Bureau of Investigation could have carried out some punitive action, that is the reason why Ajay Navandar was in a hurry to perhaps sell off these items, which the CBI basically suspects were bought from the proceeds of crime.
All right. Shravan, thank you so much for getting us all those details. So that is the latest coming in. Kapil Wadhwan along with former director Dheeraj Wadhwan will be produced before the court today. Now, animal rights activist and member of Parliament Menaka Gandhi has written to Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai seeking his intervention into the death of an elephant owing to electrocution and poaching of its tusks as well. Menaka said that the entire case has been taken away from the Hassan Forest Department and given to the Vigilance Department for investigation. Here's a report.
Animal rights activist and MP Menaka Gandhi has written to CM Basavaraj Bommai seeking a probe into the electrocution of a tusker which came into light early this year in Hassan district of Karnataka. In the letter, she alleged that the local JDS MP Prajwal Revanna tried to put pressure on the Forest Department officials to close the case, as the accused are the supporters of his party. The letter stated that Hassan Forest staffers mischievously filed new cases applying the same wildlife acts and arrested 2 people helping others escape. Gandhi was referring to the case which occurred in 2021 where a tusker was electrocuted by a farmer, after which the tusks were cut off and the carcass was buried with the help of a backhoe in Hassan district. Menaka Gandhi has also accused Forest Range Officer of Hassan of not following the law. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Slipping into a very short break, more news on the other side. Ex-Mumbai CP under the lens. And knee rigging scam gets bigger. We'll get you all the latest on the probe so far on the other side.
ನಾನು ಒಂದು ಅಗ್ರಿಕಲ್ಚರ್ ರಿಲೇಷನ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೆ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಸಂಪಾದನೆ ಮಾಡಿದಂಥ ಹಣ ಡೈಲಿ 25ರಿಂದ 30% ಹಣ ಕಮಿಷನ್ ಹೋಗ್ತಾಯಿತ್ತು. ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೆಗೆ ಏನು ಸಹ ತೊಗೊಂಡೋಗ್ತಾ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದೇ ಒಂದು ಮೈನ್ ಕಂಪ್ನಿಗೆ ಜಾಯ್ನ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ 0 ಕಮಿಷನ್ ಇದೆ. ಅದರಿಂದ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣ ನಾನು ದುಡ್ದಂಥ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣ ಹಣವನ್ನು ನನ್ನ ಮನೆಗೆ ಸಹ ತೊಗೊಂಡೋಗ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಏನಪ್ಪ ಬೆನಿಫಿಟ್ಟು ಅಂತ ಅಂದರೆ 5 ಲಕ್ಷ ಡ್ರೈವರ್ಗೆ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಇನ್ಶೂರೆನ್ಸ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ತಿಂಗಳಿಗೆ 2,999 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ರೀಚಾರ್ಜ್ ಇದೆ. ಇಲ್ಲ ಒನ್ ಡೇಗೆ 149 ರೂಪೀಸ್ ರೀಚಾರ್ಜ್ ಇದೆ. ನಾನು ಎಷ್ಟು ದುಡಿತೀನೋ ಅಷ್ಟು ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣ ಹಣ ನನ್ನ ಮನೆಗೆ ತೊಗೊಂಡೋಗ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಇದರಿಂದ ನನ್ನ ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿ ಸಹ ನನ್ನ ಕುಟುಂಬ ಸಹ ತುಂಬ ಖುಷಿಯಾಗಿದೆ.
Big jolt has now been given to Uddhav Thackeray. Ram Kadam has now put down his papers and he was a very close aide of Uddhav Thackeray. Uddhav Thackeray camp is going to respond on this big development which has taken place in the politics of Maharashtra.
setup for monitoring of calls by ISEC, which began in 2009, was located on the 7th floor of the Exchange Plaza, is that they had set up this entire base inside the National Stock Exchange. The machines were basically bought from ISEC's private firm incorporated by the former Mumbai Police Commissioner Sanjay Pandey.
A bomb scare mail was sent to National Hillview School, which was being owned by Congress leader DK Shivakumar in Bengaluru. According to the management, they had received a mail yesterday stating that they have planted a bomb in the school premises. Immediately, close to 1,500 students were shifted to a safest place. And even the police had rushed to the spot along with the bomb squad, which has already checked every nook and corner, and they have also said that they haven't found anything.
Officers, they have cooperated. Immediately I have given instruction to my secretary and all the staff to vacate the entire building. The children was there, almost 1,500 odd. We have shifted all the children. Now the inspection is going on.
As of now, what we get to learn from KPCC president as well as owner of that particular school, DK Shivakumar, is that they have received a mail.
Well, getting inside visuals of the protests which are taking place. Well, these are the protests which are being staged near the Gandhi statue over a plethora of issues, which includes the Agnipath recruitment scheme, the GST rate hike, along with among several others. Madhurima is reporting live on the big story. We'll go across to Madhurima as well, but for now, let's take a look at this report filed by Piyush Mishra on the monsoon session as protests are underway with the monsoon session now on.
The opposition is right now protesting against the rising prices and inflation. Right then, we can also see the pictures of the top leaders from United Opposition, which also includes leaders from Congress Party like Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Chaturvedi, and also the other leaders from Shiv Sena and other political parties. Right now, the opposition is right now raising the inflation and also the GST, which has been put up by the government. They are now asking government to take back the GST rates and also to check the rising prices as well as inflation. This is Piyush Mishra in Delhi for Republic News.
So Piyush Mishra there reporting on the protests which are underway by the opposition near the Gandhi statue as a monsoon session has started its day 2, in fact, of the monsoon session, and the opposition trying to corner the centre on a host of issues, which includes the GST rate hike as well as the Agnipath recruitment scheme, the inflation, the price high, the rise in prices as a result of the inflation concerns, among several issues that are being taken up by the opposition. So the opposition completely up in arms against the centre over a slew of issues, and also issuing several adjournment notices as well in the upper as well as the lower houses of the parliament. So this, of course, the opposition there continuing to be up in arms against the central government's policies as well as the schemes. And now, in fact, this is the latest visual that we are getting from near the Gandhi statue, as the opposition is trying to corner the centre on a host of issues, which includes the Agnipath scheme, the GST rate hike, among several others. We'll go across to our reporters as well, tracking all the updates on the monsoon session. In fact, Prime Minister, we are told, has also called for a meet to discuss on the government with his top ministers to discuss government strategy in the parliament. So all eyes will be on what comes out of this meet that Prime Minister will be chairing. And so a lot of updates coming in on the monsoon session as it's day 2 of...
Argue for their debates in the parliament. So they all have come, we all have come, and this is a good move towards a good direction. And the Communist Party and the left parties, along with all other opposition parties, will fight this battle, and we will win the battle.
Well, tracking all the latest on the monsoon session, the opposition there trying to corner the central government over several issues, and we have those visuals as well coming in of several Congress leaders along with other opposition leaders who are staging a protest over inflation prices, the rise in commodity prices as well. GST rate hike is one of the several issues that is being taken up by the opposition there. In fact, a meet that has been called by Prime Minister Modi with the top ministers to discuss the government strategy going ahead in wake of the monsoon session which has started. In fact, it's day 2 of the monsoon session and tracking all the latest on the discussions that will take place in the parliament today. But there you have the visuals of the Congress staging protest. Well, back-to-back news breaks coming in. This one with respect to Kala Kuruchi suicide case, in which we are told Kala Kuruchi death case, in which we are told that the SC will hear Kala Kuruchi case plea tomorrow. So that is the update coming in. We are also told that no order has been passed by the Supreme Court over girl's father's plea to stay the second post-mortem which was sought by the girl's parents. In fact, the Supreme Court is all set to hear the Kala Kuruchi case plea tomorrow itself. Remember, victim's father has filed this plea in the top court seeking a second post-mortem into his daughter's death. A very short break. On the other side, we'll get you the latest on day 2 of the monsoon session.
Setup for monitoring of calls by ISEC, which began in 2009, was located on the 7th floor of the Exchange Plaza. Is that they had set up this entire base inside the National Stock Exchange. The machines were basically bought from ISEC's private firm incorporated by the former Mumbai Police Commissioner Sanjay Pandey.
A bomb-scare mail was sent to National Hillview School, which was being owned by Congress leader DK Shivakumar in Bengaluru. According to the management, they had received a mail yesterday stating that they have planted a bomb in the school premises. Immediately, close to 1,500 students were shifted to a safest place. And even the police had rushed to the spot along with the bomb squad, which has already checked every nook and corner, and they have also said that they haven't found anything.
Officers, they have cooperated. Immediately I have given instruction to my secretary and all the staff to vacate the entire building. The children was there, almost 1,500 odd. We have shifted all the children. Now the inspection is going on.
As of now, what we get to learn from KPCC president as well as owner of that particular school, DK Shivakumar, is that they have received a mail from an email ID called Ucha Venkat, and the police is investigating further.
मैं एक पॉलिटिकल लड़ाई ही नहीं लड़ रहा हूँ, मैं सरकारी एजेंसियों के खिलाफ ही लड़ाई लड़ रहा हूँ। इसमें सरकारी एजेंसियां बहुत सक्रिय हो गई हैं और राजनीतिक दलों में तोड़फोड़ करवाने का काम कर रही हैं और पैसे का भी खेल हो रहा है।
Big jolt has now been given to Uddhav Thackeray. Ram Kadam has now put down his papers and he was a very close aide of Uddhav Thackeray. Uddhav Thackeray camp is going to respond on this big development which has taken place in the politics of Maharashtra.
Setup for monitoring of calls by ISEC, which began in 2009, was located on the 7th floor of the Exchange Plaza. Is that
Day 2 of the monsoon session of Parliament, multiple adjournment notices are moved. Parliamentarians set for fiery discussions. The opposition stages a protest outside Parliament slated to wake up a plethora of issues from misinformed Agnipath protest to the GST imposition. Day 2 of monsoon session, multiple adjournment motions are moved. The Congress party stages a protest over the implementation of GST near the Gandhi statue. Neat frisking case probe gets bigger. The National Testing Agency issues a statement. Sajid Premadasa bows out of the presidential race, announces support to Dallas. Well, it is day 2 of the monsoon session of Parliament and multiple adjournment notices have been moved. Parliamentarians, of course, are looking at fiery discussions. But apart from that, what we're given to understand is that a protest is being carried out near the Gandhi statue outside of Parliament. Even as we speak, the Congress party over there protesting at the Gandhi statue against various issues.
रेट बढ़ रहा है, पेट्रोल डीजल का बढ़ रहा है। हम तमाम महंगाई पे मोदी साहब से, भाजपा से जवाब चाहते हैं जो वो सदन में आके दें।
Well, the opposition, of course, is set to raise a host of issues at the monsoon session of Parliament. Key among them are going to be price rise as well as the Agnipat scheme. The Congress party, of course, is also opposing the banking bill adjournments that are set to be brought about in this session of Parliament. But apart from that, the Congress party as well as other opposition parties will be bringing to the fore various other issues such as price rise as well as the imposition of about 5% GST on essential items. So those are things that the opposition is likely to bring out in Parliament. Now, the monsoon session of Parliament commenced yesterday and is likely, as we've been talking about, to see the opposition trying to corner the government over various issues. Madhurima is reporting from outside Parliament on this. Madhurima, give us more details about the protests that we are seeing at the Gandhi statue.
Okay. Sir, in the year 2016, the Niti Aayog came up with an expert committee report on a model agricultural land leasing law. They are also suggesting various reforms with respect to legalization of land leasing, recording of the same, regulations on rent. Among others, what measures has the government for implementation of these suggestions?
माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, जैसा कि 2016 के अंदर भारत सरकार ने एक मॉडल एक्ट लाया था और इस मॉडल एक्ट के अंदर जो टेनेंसी एक्ट था, उस एक्ट को सभी राज्यों के अंदर सर्कुलेट किया और राज्यों ने निश्चित रूप से उन सर्कुलेट को किए हुए उनको कुछ राज्यों ने अडॉप्ट भी किया है और कुछ जो कि ये भूमि और जो संबंध है और कृषि का जो है वो राज्य का विषय होता है और इसके लिए उनको कैसे सपोर्ट देना है, उनको कैसे उनको किसानों को सुरक्षा मिले और इसके साथ ही उनके पट्टों को वैध कैसे माना जाए, इस दृष्टि से जो मॉडल एक्ट प्रस्तुत किया है उसके अंदर कुछ राज्य जैसे आंध्र प्रदेश है, उन्होंने अपना एक्ट बनाया है, राजस्थान ने भी अपना एक्ट बनाया है कृषि के लिए और ऐसे ही उत्तर प्रदेश ने भी अपना एक्ट बनाया है। तो इस नाते मुझे लगता है कि किसानों को संरक्षण देने के लिए और ऐसे जो किसान हैं जिनके साथ अन्याय होता है उन किसानों को न्याय मिले, इसके लिए ये एक्ट है वो इसका एक बनाकर और मॉडल एक्ट के रूप में राज्य सरकारों को दिया गया।
M. Gurumurthy.
Honorable Speaker, sir, absence of transparency in tie-ups with landlords makes these tenant farmers pay exorbitant and unreasonable payouts in cash and kind. In most cases, it is 50% of produce. What measures is the government taking to curb such exploitation by the landlords?
माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, मैंने जैसा कहा कि ऐसे किसान हैं जिनको फसल बोने के बाद में अगर उनके साथ उत्पीड़न होता है तो उनके लिए एक कानून बना हुआ है और वो कानून के अंदर अगर आते हैं और कानून के दायरे के अंदर वो अगर जाते हैं तो उनको निश्चित रूप से उनका संरक्षण मिलता है और उसके लिए जो भूमि स्वामी है वो भूमि स्वामी अपने जब एग्रीमेंट पहले करता है तो उस समय जो उसकी शर्तें उसके आधार पर वो अगर राज्य का एक्ट है उसके अंदर जाकर अगर न्याय मांगता है तो निश्चित रूप से न्यायालय के द्वारा उन ऐसे किसानों को संरक्षण भी मिलता है,
जायसवाल जी।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद अध्यक्ष जी। मेरा माननीय मंत्री जी से आपके माध्यम से प्रश्न होगा कि बहुत सारे राज्यों ने प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना को नहीं लागू किया है और अपनी योजनाएं हैं, पर उनका जो स्टैंडर्ड है वो प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा योजना के बराबर का नहीं है। तो क्या सरकार इस बात पर विचार कर रही है कि सभी राज्य के कृषि मंत्रियों को बुला करके यहाँ बैठक करके प्रधानमंत्री फसल बीमा हर राज्य में लागू हो, इसके बारे में क्या कोई विचार सरकार कर रही है?
हेलो, माननीय सदस्य जी ने जो प्रश्न किया है कि फसल बीमा योजना, वैसे जो फसल बीमा योजना जो नई फसल योजना बनी है उसके अंदर सभी राज्यों से राय लेकर ही उसमें बनाई गई थी। और अभी भी हमारी यहाँ पर जो मीटिंग हुई थी जिसमें देश भर के सभी जो कृषि मंत्री हैं उनको बेंगलोर के अंदर मीटिंग हुई और इस विषय पर भी चर्चा हुई है। और उसके अंदर ये किसानों उन मंत्रियों से आग्रह किया है कि आप जो फसल बीमा है उसको लागू करें। बाकी वैसे राज्य हैं वो अपनी फसल बीमा योजना के लिए स्वतंत्र है, लेकिन कुछ राज्यों ने, जैसा कि आंध्र प्रदेश है, आंध्र प्रदेश ने पहले इस योजना से, इस नई फसल बीमा नीति से बाहर गए थे, लेकिन अब उन्होंने वापस 1 साल के बाद में पुनः उन्होंने एडॉप्ट किया। तो इस तरह से ये जो नई फसल बीमा नीति है उसको लेकर राज्य भी और राज्य सरकार के निश्चित रूप से हम संपर्क में और उनसे इस बात पर चर्चा भी होती है और मीटिंग भी करते हैं।
क्वेश्चन नंबर 22 श्री CN अन्नादुरई। माननीय मंत्री श्री गजानन कीर्तिकर जी। ओके, श्री गजानन कीर्तिकर जी, श्री SS पलिकम जी, प्लीज आस्क क्वेश्चन। नो, श्री मलुक नागर जी।
मैं माननीय मंत्री जी से पूछना चाहता हूं कि जो फूड प्रोसेसिंग मिनिस्ट्री के अंडर जो गन्ने के रेट बढ़ाने की बात आती है, जो थोड़ा सा सरकार ने बढ़ाया उसके लिए धन्यवाद, लेकिन देश में कोई भी ऐसा नहीं है कि जहां पे गन्ने पे पेमेंट रुकी हुई है उस पर ब्याज नहीं मिलता और कहीं पे। अच्छा साहब, दूसरा इसमें जुड़ी हुई चीज, दूसरी जुड़ी हुई चीज कह रहा हूं, दूसरा कि मेरठ पश्चिम उत्तर प्रदेश, जहां बागपत लोकसभा, मेरठ लोकसभा, मुजफ्फरनगर लोकसभा, सहारनपुर लोकसभा, बिजनौर लोकसभा, नगीना लोकसभा, गाजियाबाद लोकसभा, अमरोहा लोकसभा, मेरठ में R&D रिसर्च के लिए कोई इंस्टीट्यूशन खोलने की प्लानिंग है या नहीं है?
माननीय मंत्री जी, जवाब बलूदी का
जी, इस पर भविष्य में विचार किया जाएगा।
ओके, श्रीमती चिंता अनुराधा।
Thank you, sir. A Center for Excellence with an expenditure of 10 crores in non-thermal processing was recently inaugurated at National Institute of Food Technology, Entrepreneurship and Management, Tanjavur, with an aim to promote next generation technologies and meeting global standards in research and academics in the field of food processing. Does the government propose to establish any such centers in the state of Andhra Pradesh? Thank you, sir.
आवाज सर सुनाई नहीं पड़ रहा, आवाज सुनाई नहीं पड़ रहा।
मुझे सुनाई में पड़ रहा है।
तमिलनाडु में स्वीकृत परियोजना 81 है, जिसमें मेगा फूड पार्क 1 है, कोल्ड चेन 16 है, मिनी फूड पार्क 11 है, क्लिनिक 24 है, बैकवर्ड फॉरवर्ड 9 है, 20 है, ऑपरेशन ग्रीन है, जिनका प्रोजेक्ट कॉस्ट 1328 करोड़ रुपया है और स्वीकृत 348 करोड़ रुपया है।
क्वेश्चन नंबर 23 श्री दीपक बेज। माननीय सदस्यगण, आपने बहुत महत्वपूर्ण प्रश्न लगाया है, किसानों के समर्थन मूल्य पर प्रश्न लगाया है। आप सदन में प्रश्न नहीं करना चाहते, तख्तियां लेकर आ रहे हैं। ये दादा नियमों की किताब लेकर खड़े हैं और नियमों की किताब आपने पढ़ रखी है। ये नियम की किताब, दादा नियम की किताब पढ़ाओ इनको। नियमों के तहत 349 के तहत सदन के अंदर तख्तियां लेकर आना उचित नहीं है। ये परंपराएं ठीक नहीं है। आप सदन के अंदर कुछ मर्यादाओं का पालन करो, अच्छी परंपराओं का पालन करो। महत्वपूर्ण प्रश्न आपने लगाया किसानों पर, समर्थन मूल्य पर। बाहर जाकर किसान की बात करते हो, अंदर सदन में किसानों की बात नहीं करते हो। बाहर जाकर महंगाई की बात करते हो, सदन के अंदर महंगाई की बात नहीं करते। आपको पिछले सत्र में मैंने महंगाई की चर्चा के अलाउ किया था, आपने चर्चा नहीं की उस पर। ये उचित नहीं है, गलत तरीका है। जो आप सदन में चर्चा नहीं करना चाहते, मैं हर विषय पर, हर मुद्दे पर आपको चर्चा करने का पर्याप्त अवसर देता हूं। सभा की कार्रवाई आज दोपहर 2 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
All right, so pictures you see on your screens are of the proceedings that are currently on in both houses of Parliament. Now, even as these proceedings are on, there is a protest that's taking place outside Parliament. Now, both houses, of course, have been adjourned. Well, the opposition, of course, is set to raise several issues inside and outside Parliament. Both, we can see the Congress party protesting at the Gandhi statue. But apart from that, the opposition is set to raise the issue of price rise, inflation, as well as the issue of the Agnipath scheme. We are seeing the opposition also talk about the banking bill that is set to come in this session of Parliament. The monsoon session of Parliament, of course, began yesterday and is set to continue till the 12th of August. The government on its part is looking to bring in several bills. We are hearing about 32 in number, 14 of which have already been formulated, are expected to be tabled in both houses of Parliament soon. Now, sloganeering is also taking place inside Parliament. So the Rajya Sabha and the Lok Sabha both have been adjourned as protests continue both inside and outside of Parliament. The issue that the opposition wants to raise, of course, is a price rise, inflation, as well as several other key issues, including the 5% GST that has now been levied on essential items. That also is high on the list of the opposition. We are also, of course, seeing sloganeering taking place at the Gandhi statue outside of Parliament. So both houses of Parliament have been adjourned. At the moment, I think there will be convening at about 2 o'clock this afternoon. So a massive showdown that's taking place both inside and outside of Parliament. Now, there are several bills that the government is looking to bring about in the monsoon session of Parliament. 14 of them have also been worked upon. But what we are given to understand is that the government is looking to move about 32 bills in this monsoon session of Parliament. Yesterday, of course, was the monsoon session's beginning, which began essentially with the presidential elections. In fact, as the battle between the Uddhav Thackeray and the Eknath Shinde camp of the Shiva Sena reaches a fever pitch, we are now given to understand that after Uddhav Thackeray now a jolt to Aditya Thackeray, the Chief Minister Eknath Shinde has expelled the Yuva Sena Secretary Varun Sardesai. This is news that we are just getting. So Varun Sardesai being expelled by Eknath. Alicia is on the phone line. She's getting us more details. Now, we are given to understand that Eknath Shinde has appointed Kiran Sali as the Yuva Sena chief. Give us more details.
Well, yes, Nupur, after Uddhav Thackeray, it's another jolt to Aditya Thackeray because Chief Minister Eknath Shinde has announced that and also expelled Yuva Sena Secretary Varun Sardesai from the post and appointed Kiran Sali as the new Yuva Sena Secretary. So, back to back, we are seeing the update, and we know that Eknath Shinde, who is in Delhi, and specifically now there are 12 MPs of Shiva Sena that are the joint hands with Eknath Shinde, and they are right now in the Maharashtra Sadan. late night, what we have been told that Eknath Shinde, who reached Delhi right after he went to Maharashtra Southern, and there was a meeting that within Chief Minister and MP, and there were several of the discussions. And now what we know that by around 11:15 a.m., where all the MPs are likely to go to the Lok Sabha Speaker office for the letter, and it is something between 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. The Lok Sabha Secretariat will issue the appointment letter of Rahul Shewale as the leader of Shiv Sena Parliamentary Party. And along with this, Rahul Shewale likely to be announced as the group leader of Shiv Sena, and Bhavna Gavli will be announced as the chief whip. Most importantly, there will be also an official announcement. There is a press conference that is being scheduled between 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. where Chief Minister Eknath Shinde and MPs will be addressing the press, and of course there will be more of the information that will getting how MPs who were at a certain point aware with Uddhav Thackeray has suddenly changed mind and came with the Eknath Shinde. So that is something will be very interesting to know. Because this is something, we know that the meeting that held yesterday in Trident Hotel, where Eknath Shinde went to meet all the MLAs.
Right.
And there was a meeting where all the MPs have joined those meetings via video conference. So yes, this is a schedule of what we will get to know. And even most likely all MPs likely to meet even union.
Absolutely. As you're pointing out, of course, Eknath Shinde is also in the capital today. Now stay with us, Alisha. More news coming in. In fact, days after Ramdas Kadam had resigned from the Shiv Sena as the party leader, he has now extended support to Eknath Shinde faction. Alisha, can you give us more details on that as well? We are given to understand that Ramdas Kadam had in fact in his resignation letter also written to Uddhav Thackeray, where he talked about how Uddhav Thackeray had no time to meet his MPs and MLAs once he'd become Chief Minister.
Well, yes, we saw that letter that he wanted to resign from the party itself is just because the injustice that has been done by Uddhav Thackeray being a Chief Minister at that point of time. He clearly mentioned and given a detail about it. But yes, at the time we saw that he joined Eknath Shinde camp, and there was a meeting right after that when Eknath Shinde has announced the party's National Executive Committee. And not only the Deepak Kesarkar, who has been elected as a chief spokesperson, but yes, Ramdas Kadam has been appointed as the leaders in National Executive Committee along with Anandrao Arasul. And moreover, the other MLAs that are Yashwant Jadhav, Gulabra Patil, Uday Samant, Sharada Ponte, Tanaji Sawant, Shivaji Rao Patil has been appointed as the deputy leader. So, well, yes, we know the time Ramdas Kadam has given a letter clearly stating the injustice that is he has been going through since years and since the time Uddhav Thackeray became the chief minister. There were no party lines, and there was something Bharat Thackeray never wanted to, is what mentioned in that letter. And even we know that Ramdas Kadam was also expelled from Uddhav Thackeray-led Shiv Sena, the letter that was given. But even after that, he's been made as leader in the National Executive Committee, the new National Executive Committee that has been, made by Chief Minister Eknath Shinde yesterday.
All right, so what we are given to understand, Alisha, is that even as these developments take place and the numbers, clearly on the side of Eknath Shinde, he is also in the national capital today. He was expected to meet the Election Commission earlier. So can you give us more details on that as well?
Well, yes, now while appointing the National Committee meeting, National Executive Committee, it's left nothing with Eknath Shinde, but he can now to meet Election Commission to claim that it is the real Shiv Sena. Because it's not only about the MLAs, but also we saw that now members of parliament are getting in touch. They have given their full support to Eknath Shinde, which really shows that Eknath Shinde, who has been appointed, this all moves comes after Eknath Shinde appointed new party National Committee, Executive Committee. And even we know that Shinde faction is likely to meet Election Commission with a resolution that has been passed by the new National Executive Committee yesterday to claim it is the real Shiv Sena. Whether the fact, the statement, whether it is coming up from Uddhav Thackeray itself or whether it is Sanjay Raut, clearly stating we are ready to fight, whether for a party or whether it is for a symbol. But what the legacy that has been taken forward by Eknath Shinde, clearly mentioning that he is taking forward the legacy of Bharat Thackeray, that is the Hindutva ideology. which is where all the leaders and workers are getting in touch with him, and he's getting a full support, because the support is only not from the MLAs, but also from municipal corporation corporators, and this is why now.
So essentially what we are expecting to see at about 2 o'clock this afternoon is a show of strength of MPs. Thank you for joining us, Alisha. And here's a look at some more news in brief. The Congress MP Manikam Tagore has given an adjournment motion notice in the Lok Sabha on the issue of imposition of 5% GST on essential items. The monsoon session of Parliament began yesterday. The RSP MP N.K. Premachandran has also given an adjournment motion notice in the Lok Sabha on the incident of forcing girl students to remove innerwear before entering the examination hall during a NEET examination in Kollam yesterday. In a series of notices to the monsoon session of Parliament, the RJD MP Manoj Jha has given a suspension of business notice in the Rajya Sabha to discuss implications of the Agnipath scheme and denial of opportunities to RRB aspirants. The DMK Rajya Sabha MP Tiruchi Siva has given a suspension of business notice under Rule 267 on the issue of hike in the price of petroleum products, leading to increase in price of essential commodities. As the tussle grows between Uddhav Thackeray and the Shinde camp, Maharashtra's Chief Minister Eknath Shinde is likely to meet the Election Commission to claim they are the real Shiva Sena. This move comes after the Chief Minister Shinde appointed a new party National Executive Committee. Now, this also comes ahead of the Supreme Court's hearing, which is set to be held tomorrow. Meanwhile, the BJP MLA Parag Shah has also held a meeting with the MNS Chief Raj Thackeray at his residence. The Kerala Youth Congress Vice President K.S. Sabrinathan will appear before the Assistant Commissioner of Police Shagumugam at 10 would have appeared by now, of course, in connection with the alleged protest against Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan inside a flight. The father of the victim, Ramalingam, has approached the Supreme Court to appoint their own doctor to conduct a second post-mortem. He is also likely to file an appeal requesting the petition to be heard urgently today. Meanwhile, the Directorate of Matriculation has sent a notice to 987 private schools seeking an explanation from them over closing of schools against the government's advice. The Congress in Jammu and Kashmir will be holding a massive protest on the 21st of June. The Congress party will hold a protest against the ED for summoning Congress leader Sonia Gandhi in the National Herald case. Meanwhile, senior Jammu and Kashmir Congress leaders have been asked to reach Jammu by tomorrow evening. The BJP MP Kirori Lal Meena has alleged a death threat by a man identifying himself as Qadir Ali Rajasthani, accusing him of spreading hate against Muslims. Qadir Ali, in his letter shared by Meena with the media, expressed his anger at Meena's advocacy of Hindus and considering himself a Hindu leader. The BJP MP has written to the Rajasthan MP Ashok Gehlot on the worsening security conditions in Rajasthan. In a shocking incident, a man named Naveen Dodamani was attacked by perpetrators after his throat was slit at Dharwad district in Karnataka. A case has been registered and Naveen is currently undergoing treatment at a local hospital.
In yet another case of public apathy, a heart-wrenching incident was reported from Karnataka's Dharwad. 28-year-old Naveen Dodamani throat was slit by perpetrators near Nugikere village of Dharwad. When Naveen was struggling and begging for help from people to shift him to hospital, nobody came forward to help him. Instead, they were recording his struggle for life and death on their mobile. At last, police called an ambulance and shifted to KIMS Hospital of Dharwad. Meanwhile, Naveen Dodamani is undergoing treatment at the hospital. Dharwad police has registered a case against the miscreants at Dharwad Rural Police Station and further probe is underway to nab the criminals. Remember, this comes into light after recent incidents of attacks in Udaipur and Amravati. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
You are watching Republic TV, and a lot more coming up next, including Sajith Premadasa bows out of the presidential race in Sri Lanka. Trouble mounts for the tainted ex-Mumbai top cop. The ED is to grill Sanjay Pandey as the NSE phone tapping scandal explodes.
The opposition parties are staging protests inside both the houses of the parliament, and following which both have been adjourned till 2 p.m. Stay tuned to Republic TV. We'll be right back after a short break, bringing you all updates from the parliament in the upcoming monsoon session.
ಮೈ ಆ್ಯಪ್ ಒಂದು ಆ್ಯಪ್ ಲಾಂಚ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಇದು ಒಂದು ಆಟೋ ಡ್ರೈವರ್ಸ್ಗೆಲ್ಲ ತುಂಬ ಹೊಸ ಅನುಭವ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಯಾವುದೇ ತೊಂದರೆ ಇಲ್ದಿರ ಇದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಎಲ್ಲ ಆಟೋ ಡ್ರೈವರ್ಸು ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸ್ಕೋಬೋದು. ದಿನಕ್ಕೆ 29 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಹಾಗೂ ತಿಂಗಳಿಗೆ 499 ರೂಪಾಯಿ. ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ಕಮಿಷನ್ 30% ಕಮಿಷನ್ ಇಲ್ದಿರ ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ಬ ಅಗ್ರಿಗೇಟ್ಸ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ಕೊಡ್ದಿರ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂಪಾದನೆ ಹಣನ ನಾವು ತೊಗೊಂಡೋಗ್ಬೋದು. ನಾವು ಕಷ್ಟಪಟ್ಟ ಹಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರನೇ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ನನ್ನ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣ ದುಡಿಮೆ ನನ್ನ ಹತ್ರ ಇದೆ. ನಾನು ಖುಷಿಯಾಗಿದ್ದೀನಿ.
पॉलिटिकल लड़ाई ही नहीं लड़ रहा हूँ, मैं सरकारी एजेंसियों के खिलाफ ही लड़ाई लड़ रहा हूँ. इसमें सरकारी एजेंसियां बहुत सक्रिय हो गई हैं और राजनीतिक दलों में तोड़फोड़ करवाने का काम कर रही हैं और पैसे का भी खेल हो रहा है.
Big jolt has now been given to Uddhav Thackeray. Ram Kadam has now put down his papers and he was a very close aide of Uddhav Thackeray. Uddhav Thackeray camp is going to respond on this big development which has taken place in the politics of Maharashtra.
Setup for monitoring of calls by ISEC, which began in 2009, was located on the 7th floor of the Exchange Plaza. Is that they had set up this entire base inside the National Stock Exchange. The machines were basically bought from ISEC's private firm incorporated by the former Mumbai Police Commissioner Sanjay Pandey.
A bomb scare mail was sent to National Hillview School, which was being owned by Congress leader DK Shivakumar in Bengaluru. According to the management, they had received a mail yesterday stating that they have planted a bomb in the school premises. Immediately, close to 1,500 students were shifted to a safest place. And even the police had rushed to the spot along with the bomb squad, which has already checked every nook and corner, and they have also said that they haven't found anything.
Officers, they have cooperated. Immediately I have given instruction to my secretary and all the staff to vacate the entire building. The children was there, almost 1,500 odd. We have shifted all the children. Now the inspection is going on.
As
Top headlines at 11:30. Opposition stages protest at Parliament, slated to rake up plethora of issues from misinformed Agnipath protest to GST imposition. After Uddhav, Shinde jolt strikes Aditya Thackeray. Shinde appoints own Yuva Sena secretary. Yogi Adityanath sets record straight on Lucknow Mall Namaz controversy, says no worship in public places. NEET frisking case probe gets bigger. NTA makes it clear, says no permit such alleged activities. Trouble mounts for tainted ex-Mumbai top cop. ED to grill Sanjay Pandey as NSE phone tapping scandal explodes. First got by a fleas, now Premadasa out of presidential race as complete chaos ensues in Sri Lanka. for tuning in. You're watching Live and Breaking, and I'm Samiksha Srivastava. Straight away, starting with breaking news coming. The Supreme Court has transferred all petitions against Agnipath to the Delhi High Court. The Delhi High Court will now hear all petitions on the Agnipath scheme. We have our executive editor for legal affairs, Rhythm, also joining us. Rhythm, if you could share more details with us. All petitions against Agnipath now transferred to the Delhi High Court.
Yes, that's right. Today, the Supreme Court has, for now, transferred all the cases to the Delhi High Court. The Supreme Court, while doing so, has said it's not mandatory that the Supreme Court will hear all the pleas. Prashant Bhushan had come forward and said that these transfer petitions need to be filed against the Agnipath scheme to the Delhi High Court. Finally, the Supreme Court transfers the 3 petitions pending with it to the Delhi High Court. Only the Delhi High Court will hear all the petitions against the Agnipath scheme. As the Supreme Court transfers the petitions, they've also said the Delhi High Court will hear these petitions, and they said only after the order of the Delhi High Court can one approach the top court of the country. So news that's coming in right now is that all the Agnipath transfer cases, SC has transferred all the petitions to the Delhi High Court, which will hear the petition. Only after the petitions are heard, any other party can then come back to the top court.
Rhythm, please stay with us. If you could share more details with us on these petitions related to the Agnipath scheme.
Well, absolutely. This is a scheme that was being questioned and challenged in the top court of the country. We saw Advocate M.L. Sharma, Prashant Bhushan come up in the court and say that there needs to be on the recruitment, there needs to be certain parameters that needs to be followed. Supreme Court had then heard the case challenging the Agnipath recruitment. They, after hearing this scheme, have said, and there was some backlash that was being faced. Some pleas were filed in the court challenging the centre's Agnipath recruitment scheme. However, Agnipath scheme, remember, had come under the scanner by a section of the population who have argued against the Yojana. This was a bench that was hearing the matter, and they said that all these cases will first be decided in the Delhi High Court, after which, whatever the decision is, they can then come back to the Supreme Court.
All right. So, Rhythm, just a follow-up question. If you could, once again, for the benefit of our viewers, take us through the Agnipath scheme as well, because we understand there are a lot of misconceptions as well. And what does this mean going ahead with the Delhi High Court now set to hear all these petitions?
Well, the Delhi High Court will be quickly hearing this matter now that the Supreme Court has come out with this particular judgment, that they are this particular order, where they say it's the Delhi High Court that is to hear all of these cases. Similar petitions that are also pending will be heard by the Delhi High Court. As regards similar petitions, the Supreme Court said the High Court should either give an option to the petitioner to either have their petitions transferred to the Delhi High Court or keep the petitions pending with liberties. The Supreme Court has basically noted the multiplicity of petitions on the subject would not be desirable or proper, and that's why they said first let the Delhi High Court give a decision in this regard, after which they shall hear it if need be.
All right. Rhythm, thank you so much for getting us all those details. So that is the latest coming in. Supreme Court has transferred all the petitions on the Agnipath to the Delhi High Court. The Delhi High Court now is all set to hear these petitions after the Supreme Court transferred all these petitions related to the Agnipath scheme. So all eyes on what comes out of the Delhi High Court hearing, which will take place in a few days, on these pleas relating to the Agnipath scheme. So that is the news break coming in this hour. The Supreme Court transferring all petitions on the Agnipath to the Delhi High Court. Well, on to more news break coming in. Sources telling Republic that MPs will go, some MPs will go to the Lok Sabha Speaker's office for the letter. In fact, between 12 p.m. to 1 p.m, we are told the Lok Sabha Secretariat will issue the appointment letter of Rahul Shewale as a leader of Shiv Sena Parliamentary Party. So a lot of source-based information that is coming in. Along with this, we are told that Rahul Shewale will be announced as the group leader of the Shiv Sena. We'll be going across to Alicia as well to get us more details. But that is the news break coming in. MP is likely to meet Amit Shah. That is a big news break coming in. Of course, this comes as another news break that was reported just a short while back of the jolt for Aditya Thackeray. with Shinde now in full control of what it seems of the Shiv Sena. Remember, it's a legacy war that has broken out between the two factions, the Uddhav-led camp as well as Shinde-led camp as well. And the news break that is coming in at this point is that the MPs are likely to meet Home Minister Amit Shah. In fact, we are also told that there's going to be a press conference that will be chaired by Chief Minister Eknath Shinde and MPs at Maharashtra Southern between 2 p.m. and 3 p.m. So we have Alisha also joining us, reporting live on that story. Alisha, give us more details, what you're learning, because we understand there's a joint briefing also that is expected, in fact a press briefing expected by the Chief Minister Shinde at 2 p.m.
Well, yes, Commissioner, there will be a press conference of Chief Minister Eknath Shinde and the other MPs who have joined the Shinde camp at Maharashtra Southern between 2 p.m. and 3 p.m. But before that, they are going to meet, all the MPs are going to meet Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla as well, because we know that yesterday there was an appointment of the new National Executive Committee, and right after that there was a leader that has been appointed. But moreover, now what we have been told that right after this committee that has been appointed, now Rahul Shewale will be will be appointed as the leader of the Shiv Sena Parliamentary Party, and Bhavna Gavli will be announced as the chief whip. So this is very important to understand that there are series of meetings. The series of meetings that has been ongoing, and we know that last night where Eknath Shinde has reached Delhi. Right after that, what is important to know, because not only the MLAs but also now the member of parliament, which they have showed their support, they have extended their support.
They have showed their support, they have extended their support, and we know that there are 12 MPs, even the Y-level security that has been given to all 12 MPs. But today, this meeting that has been scheduled with Lok Sabha Speaker, this is to appoint, Rahul Shewale as the leader of the Shiv Sena Parliamentary Party. As we know that for now, Vinayak Raut is the group leader, but now when the majority is with Eknath Shinde, so this move come after the appointment of the National Executive Committee that was appointed yesterday in a meeting, and we know that not only the MLS but also the MP has joined those meeting, the last evening meeting with Eknath Shinde in Trident, and they joined via video conference, and right after that there was the decision that has been taken. So yes, the MPs will go to meet Lok Sabha Speaker. On other hand, by around 2 and 3 p.m, in between 2 and 3 p.m, where there will be a press conference of Chief Minister Eknath Shinde and the other MPs who is supporting Eknath Shinde.
Yes, Alisha, just a follow-up question. If you could talk to us about this Y security cover that has been given to some some leaders, if you could share more details with us.
Well, yes, Samiksha, we saw what has happened when the time the MLAs were supported and went to Guwahati. There were many of the offices that were under attack, and many office of MLAs that was vandalized. After which the security, and now the Maharashtra, when it comes to Maharashtra, Eknath Shinde is the chief minister and he has the power, to take the decision, which is why since the time all 12 MPs who decided to give support to Eknath Shinde, and they have already met Eknath Shinde, after which from the center and from the state government, Y-level security has been given. So the paramilitary personnel will be deployed at all those 12 MPs, resident, and also to their offices, so that the law and order situation, we know at that point of time when Eknath Shinde went to the Guwahati, the law and order situation was taken by Shiv Sainik, because many of their offices were vandalized, and after which the time MP also has started, have extended the support to Eknath Shinde. The decision has been taken to provide Y-level security, where paramilitary personnel will be deployed at 12 MPs resident and their offices.
All right, Alisha, thank you so much. We'll keep coming back to you as you track all the latest. So Eknath Shinde, who is all set to address the media post 2 p.m. today, and of course this also comes close on the heels of the appointment letter of Rahul Shewale as the leader of Shiv Sena Parliamentary Party. So, tracking all the latest on Uddhav versus Shinde camp. Remember, a legacy war that is that has also in the limelight. The legacy war between the Uddhav-led faction as well as Chief Minister Shinde-led faction, and Shinde there appointing, expelling the Yuva secretary, Sinha secretary as well. And more breaking news coming in, this one with respect to Cabinet Minister Pashupati Nath, who's spoken to Republic on the opposition protest inside and outside the Parliament on day 2 of the monsoon session. Let's listen into that exclusive conversation we had with the Cabinet Minister Pashupati Nath.
काम है हंगामा करना जी हंगामा कर रहा है, उसकी चिंता क्यों करते हैं? सरकार महंगाई के लेकर सतर्क है, इतना बड़ा देश है, महंगाई वरन सरकार सतर्क है, विपक्ष है, कांग्रेस विरोध।
तख्ती लेके अंदर जाना और
गलत है, ये गलत है, ये 100% गलत है, ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए।
पार्लियामेंट नहीं चलने देना सर,
ये भी गलत है।
लगातार अब
पूरा देश के लोगों की नजर, देखिए पार्लियामेंट लोकतंत्र का मंदिर है, 135 करोड़ की आबादी है देश में, सभी का नज़र है पार्लियामेंट हाउस में कि हमारा सांसद, हमारा प्रतिनिधि क्या करता है, नहीं करता है। इससे विपक्ष इस संबंध में पूरे देश में एक गलत मैसेज जा रहा है। विपक्ष को पार्लियामेंट चलने देना चाहिए, ये हमारी राय है। विपक्ष का काम है हंगामा करना जी हंगामा कर रहा है, उसकी चिंता क्यों करते हैं? सरकार महंगाई के लेकर सतर्क है, इतना बड़ा देश है, महंगाई वरन सरकार सतर्क है, विपक्ष है, कांग्रेस विरोध।
तख्ती लेके अंदर जाना और
गलत है, ये गलत है, ये 100% गलत है, ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए।
पार्लियामेंट नहीं चलने देना सर,
ये भी गलत है।
लगातार अब
पूरा देश के लोगों की नजर, देखिए पार्लियामेंट लोकतंत्र का मंदिर है, 135 करोड़ की आबादी है देश में, सभी का नज़र है पार्लियामेंट हाउस में कि हमारा सांसद, हमारा प्रतिनिधि क्या करता है, नहीं करता है। इससे विपक्ष इस संबंध में पूरे देश में एक गलत मैसेज जा रहा है। विपक्ष को पार्लियामेंट चलने देना चाहिए, ये हमारी राय है। विपक्ष का काम है।
So, tracking all the latest on as it's day 2 of the monsoon session, and the Union Minister there coming down heavily on the opposition as they continue to stage protest over a slew of issues, which also includes the Agnipath scheme and the misconception revolving around it.
जो परेशान है उसके लिए स्लोगन शाउटिंग और धरना दिया। हम मानते थे कि कम से कम आज हाउस के अंदर जब हम जाएंगे तो यहां चर्चा का मौका दिया जाएगा।
ಮೈ ಆ್ಯಪ್ ಒಂದು ಆ್ಯಪ್ ಲಾಂಚ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಇದು ಒಂದು ಆಟೋ ಡ್ರೈವರ್ಸ್ಗೆಲ್ಲ ತುಂಬ ಹೊಸ ಅನುಭವ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಯಾವುದೇ ತೊಂದರೆ ಇಲ್ದಿರ ಇದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಎಲ್ಲ ಆಟೋ ಡ್ರೈವರ್ಸು ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸ್ಕೋಬೋದು. ದಿನಕ್ಕೆ 29 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಹಾಗೂ ತಿಂಗಳಿಗೆ 499 ರೂಪಾಯಿ. ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ಕಮಿಷನ್ 30% ಕಮಿಷನ್ ಇಲ್ದಿರ ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ಬ ಅಗ್ರಿಗೇಟ್ಸ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ಕೊಡ್ದಿರ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂಪಾದನೆ ಹಣನ ನಾವು ತೊಗೊಂಡೋಗ್ಬೋದು. ನಾವು ಕಷ್ಟಪಟ್ಟ ಹಣ ನಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರನೇ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ನನ್ನ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣ ದುಡಿಮೆ ನನ್ನ ಹತ್ರ ಇದೆ, ನಾನು ಖುಷಿಯಾಗಿದ್ದೀನಿ.
Jolt has now been given to Uddhav Thackeray. Ram Kadam has now put down his papers and he was a very close aide of Uddhav Thackeray. Uddhav Thackeray camp is going to respond on this big development which has taken place in the politics of Maharashtra.
Setup for monitoring of calls by ISEC, which began in 2009, was located on the 7th floor of the Exchange Plaza. Is that they had set up this entire base inside the National Stock Exchange. The machines were basically bought from ISEC's private firm incorporated by the former Mumbai Police Commissioner Sanjay Pandey.
A bomb scare mail was sent to National Hillview School, which was being owned by Congress leader D.K. Shivakumar in Bengaluru. According to the management, they had received a mail yesterday stating that they have planted a bomb in the school premises. Immediately, close to 1,500 students were shifted to a safest place. And even the police had rushed to the spot along with the bomb squad, which has already checked every nook and corner, and they have also said that they haven't found anything.
Officers, they have cooperated. Immediately I have given instruction to my secretary and all the staff to vacate the entire building. The children was there, almost 1,500 odd. We have shifted all the children. Now the inspection is going on.
As of now, what we get to learn from KPCC president as well as the owner of that particular school, DK Shivakumar, is that they have received a mail from an email ID called Ucha Venkat, and the police is investigating further.
मैं एक पॉलिटिकल लड़ाई ही नहीं लड़ रहा हूँ, मैं सरकारी एजेंसियों के खिलाफ ही लड़ाई लड़ रहा हूँ। इसमें सरकारी एजेंसियां बहुत सक्रिय हो गई हैं और राजनीतिक दलों में तोड़फोड़ करवाने का काम कर रही हैं और पैसे का भी खेल हो रहा है।
Big jolt has now been given to Uddhav Thackeray. Ram Kadam has now put down his papers and he was a very close aide of Uddhav Thackeray. Uddhav Thackeray camp is going to respond on this big development which has taken place in the politics of Maharashtra.
Setup for monitoring of calls by ISEC, which began in 2009, was located on the 7th floor of the Exchange Plaza. Is that they had set up this entire base inside the National Stock Exchange. The machines were basically bought from ISEC's private firm incorporated by the former Mumbai Police Commissioner Sanjay Pandey.
A bomb-scared mail was sent to national.
The police officer who sets up a company in his family member's name. This company, in the name of cybersecurity, taps the phones using machines that tap MTNL lines. The tapping happens within the National Stock Exchange. This police officer makes a cool 12 plus crore rupees on the side using connections in the National Stock Exchange. The police officer's company also defrauds the Securities and Exchange Board of India, hence risking investor money. Why is the national media silent on this mega scam? This scam involves phone tapping, misuse of public office, a conspiracy against ordinary investors. If the media does not report on issues that break public trust, what kind of media is that? Let us ask the questions and not just publish the denials.
And more breaking news coming in. Army has issued a clarification fact-checking the opposition after some of the opposition leaders claimed that for the first time in the history of India, caste is being asked in army recruitment. We have our senior executive editor Abhishek also joining us. Abhishek, the army now fact-checking the opposition over some bizarre claims made by them with respect to the Agnipath scheme. Give us more details.
So, Samiksha, there was in fact a case in 2013 in the Supreme Court, and at that time, remember, the Congress-led UPA was in power. At that time, Army told the Supreme Court that it's just for administrative and operational requirements. This does not influence selection process in any manner, number one. Number two, as it happens, because you are serving in the Army, sometimes you are called for making that supreme sacrifice. In that case, religion is required for performing last rites as per the rituals for the recruits from whichever community they come from. And that's why that column is there and has been, in fact, in existence since independence. So it's not a change that has been brought in by the Modi government, as is being alleged by the Aam Aadmi Party leader Sanjay Singh. And that's a bit of a fact check that is coming, where this is a standard procedure that the Indian Army has been following for more than 7 decades. In fact, it predates independence. We're talking about it has existed since independence, because since then it's under the influence of Indian citizenry and Indian governments. But even before it existed, and the purposes, as I explained, are procedural, not operational, and administrative and do not influence the selection process, and also the fact that because you are in the armed forces, you might end up making that supreme sacrifice. So how the last rites are to be performed, that is affected by the community you come from, and that is why those details are taken in by when you are getting into the system and getting into the defense forces. So this is the explanation coming in. In fact, the same explanation was given by the army in the Supreme Court as well, where clarification was given that the recruitment is not done on the basis of caste, on the basis of region or religion, except for some regiments which pick up from particular regions, and even that system is now sort of becoming, loosely held. But what is important is that this is purely administrative and for the sake of operational requirements, nothing to do with recruitment per se. Samiksha.
Yes. Abhishek, just a follow-up question, like you were telling us, this is... Well, Abhishek, stay with us. We have Major General Dhruv Katoch also joining us. If I can take one question from him. Sir, if I can get your first response to the army now fact-checking the opposition over the bizarre claim that it made with regard to the caste when we talk about the Agnipath scheme.
No, you see, the army is not based on caste in the sense which is being made out. So there is no caste-based census which is carried out in the Indian Army, or either for recruitment or otherwise.
Yes. Well, that's the news that we are also putting out, sir. Thank you for responding and giving your response. So the army there fact-checking to the opposition on Agniveer scheme as well, going on record responding to the bizarre claim that has been made by the opposition. And our senior executive editor Abhishek continues to be with us. Abhishek, if you could share more details with us, because this is one of the few many misconceptions that the opposition seems to be spreading when we talk about the Agnipath scheme.
Well, so what has happened is, Samiksha, that earlier in the day, we have Sanjay Singh of the Aam Aadmi Party. He has tweeted from the Joint Indian Army homepage online and said that why do the army need caste certificate and religion certificate? Now, it's a long list of certificates that army takes, which includes the domicile certificate, the caste and religion certificate, the school character certificate, that you are unmarried, that certificate. And Sanjay Singh was essentially alleging that apart from Agniveer, are you trying to make the armed forces Jativeer by bringing in the element of caste? Now, in that context, this explanation has come in from the sources, Samiksha, where this fact has been brought out that this has been going on since independence and prior, and that this has nothing to do with the recruitment itself. It is only post-recruitment for operational purposes, for some regiment purposes, like you distribute regiments based on region and caste. Some institutions that have existed since before independence. In fact, during the Agnipath protests...
All right. Abhishek, I'm sorry, I'll have to interrupt you. We'll come back to you after this very, very short break.
खड़ा करने के लिए कोई भी कुछ भी कह सकता है, जब बात उभर कर सामने आएगी तब बात रहेगी। लेकिन अगर कुछ ऐसा जो आप कह रहे हैं ऐसा ये कर
As the tussle grows more intense between the Shinde and Uddhav camp, Shinde will meet the MPs of his faction, reaffirming their claim in the parliament. Shinde claimed that his camp has 18 MPs and denied the claim of having just 12 MPs. He also said that he has unwavering faith and trust in the judiciary with regards to Uddhav's plea in Supreme Court for the disqualifications of MLAs.
अद्याप खासदार भेटले नाहीत, उद्या नक्की भेटतील. 12 कशाला 18 खासदार आहेत आपले, सगळे भेटतील. आणि आता मी भेटलो, वकिलांच्या बरोबर चर्चा केली. ओबीसीचा जो प्रश्न आहे अतिशय महाराष्ट्राच्या ओबीसी समाजाच्या दृष्टीने महत्त्वाचा आहे. राज्य सरकार ओबीसी समाजाला न्याय देण्यासाठी कटिबद्ध आहे, त्यामुळे तो विषय महत्त्वाचा घेऊन मी ते आले.
ब्युरो रिपोर्ट, रिपब्लिक टीव्ही.
And here's a look at some news in brief. Former Kerala Minister Thomas Isaac has received a summons by the ED that he went on to deny responding to, alleging that the summons had been leaked to journalists before it had reached his doorstep. Opposition candidate for the vice presidential poll, Margaret Alva, has said that vice presidential elections will be a tough one, but asserted that in politics the issue was fighting the battle and not winning or losing. Animal rights activist Maneka Gandhi has written to the Karnataka Chief Minister to announce a probe into the electrocution of an elephant in the state's Hassan district, alleging that the JDS MP was attempting to influence the case, which in all probability was one of elephant poaching. Police in Kerala have registered a case in connection with an alleged incident where young women and girls who appeared for the national eligibility cum entrance test were asked to remove their undergarments to be allowed to write the exam in the Kollam district. Mumbai's Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj terminus was illuminated with tricolour lights on the eve of the commencement of a week celebrating Azadi Ki Rail Gadi or stations organised as part of the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. And here's a look at some news in brief. A person was repeatedly stabbed over allegations of him watching former BJP spokesperson Nupur Sharma's video. Now 2 people have been arrested in connection with the incident that took place in Bihar's Sitamarhi. The centre has convened an all-party meeting on Tuesday to discuss the ongoing crisis in Sri Lanka. The Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman and the External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar will brief floor leaders of all political parties in both houses of Parliament at that meeting. A 26-year-old was shot to death at a nightclub in Canada's Toronto, with the cause for the incident unconfirmed at the moment. A 24-year-old woman was also shot in the incident but suffered from non-threatening injuries in the process. Well, on your screens right now, of course, is Margaret Alva of the Congress Party filing her nomination for Vice President. She is, of course, supported by various Congress leaders on her right and her left, senior leaders of the Congress Party, including Rahul Gandhi. I think that was Mallikarjun Kharge, who we had earlier. Also, we can, in those visuals, I think, see Sharad Pawar over there. So the opposition, of course, is supporting the candidature of Margaret Alva. The 80-year-old Congress leader has been in various positions. She is she of course is filing her nomination papers currently as the opposition's candidate for Vice President. Do remember that Mr. Dhankar had filed the nomination yesterday. He was supported by the senior leaders of the BJP yesterday. Niranjan, of course, continues to join us right now. Niranjan, Margaret Alva over there filing her nomination as the vice presidential candidate.
Yeah, very interesting pictures, in fact, because you'll see that there is Congress Party, of course, the primary, because she's primarily a Congress member, and she was rather a Congress leader. And you have Mallikarjun Kharge, senior Congress leader, Rahul Gandhi, Jairam Ramesh, Sharad Pawar is there, NCP chief Sharad Pawar, Sitaram Yechuri, and I don't know which party I can call Raut, but as of this minute, he's part of the Uddhav faction of leaders. Perhaps the only few MPs left in Uddhav faction, and he's representing the Sinha Uddhav faction there. Apart from that, I can see Vaiko, and apart from Vaiko, there is CPI, and D. Raja is there of CPI. Also Ram Gopal Yadav of the Samajwadi Party, RJD also there. I saw an RJD MP. So DMK is also there. So he's and some independent MPs, NK Ram, if I'm not wrong, RJD is present, and IUML, if I'm not wrong, is also backing her. So this is a nomination visual. You had OP Dhankar, who filed his nomination yesterday, and you have details. You have the first pictures. You have the first pictures of Margaret Alva filing her nomination. She is the vice presidential pick. But I have to point out that I don't see the Trinamool Congress here. So I don't know whether I'm reading it correctly, but if I'm not wrong, the Trinamool Congress has not decided. Trinamool Congress has not decided. I don't see the parliamentarian here. And it will be interesting to see if the Trinamool Congress backs Margaret Alva in this fight. TMC is not there. So I think we can also add one line. We can add one line of information that the Trinamool Congress are not keen at Margaret Alva's nomination. So it also gives you an idea on whether Mamata Banerjee is sort of going to back O.P. Dhankar. And I mean Jagdeep Dhankar, I beg your pardon. That will be very, very interesting. Jagdeep Dhankar has been the governor of West Bengal and was the governor. And he's now a vice presidential nominee, and he's got the numbers with him because even in this particular case, some of the opposition parties are backing Jagdeep Dhankar on this. Trinamool Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party had skipped the meeting earlier as well. So both TMC and Aam Aadmi Party had skipped that meeting, and I don't see their representatives in this particular meeting. And looks like they, even though they're not official, it could go anyway. But as of this minute, the Congress Party, NCP, primarily the few parties that stick together on such issues are backing Margaret Alva. Will be interesting to see Margaret Alva herself. Has been a Congress, has been a union minister, talking about Trinamool Congress and why they're not here. Hearing that the party leaders could not attend the meeting because they were preoccupied, but that may not be the real reason, is what we are hearing, because the Trinamool Congress was to meet and to take a call, and not sure whether they've done that yet. So Jagdeep Dhankar, you also saw a few days back, had that meeting. Jagdeep Dhankar met with Himanta Biswa Sarma, and if I'm not wrong, Mamata Banerjee was also there. It may have been a courtesy meet, but whatever it is, I think there is a split clearly within the opposition on the vice presidential nominee. It's an apolitical fight, but clearly it's going to be one fought on political lines. Of course, as each side props up their own candidate. There's clearly no consensus candidate, that's for sure.
Absolutely, as you're pointing out, Niranjan, of course, while 18 political parties had supported Alva's candidature at a meeting that was held at the NCP President Sharad Pawar's residence, the Trinamool Congress, we are learning, the second largest opposition force, in fact, in Parliament, was conspicuous by its absence. And the TMC chief and West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, we are given to understand, has called a meeting on the 21st, that's day after, to decide on the party's plan of action for the vice presidential polls. However, there are several other political outfits that are supporting the nomination of Margaret Alva. Just to tell you a bit about Margaret Alva, she's the former union minister. She's been a governor as well. She's in fact served as governor of Rajasthan, Gujarat, Goa and Uttarakhand, and was a union minister of, she's a parliamentarian of 5 terms. So Jagdeep Dhankar, of course, filed his nomination papers yesterday. I think Niranjan continues to be with us. Now, as we were pointing out earlier, Trinamool Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party, both of them, of course, haven't decided who they're going to support as of now. But about 18 opposition parties, we are given to understand, will be supporting Alva?
Yes, it appears going by the numbers, and these are mostly smaller parties. I have to tell you that the numbers going by the presidential polls have been purely. Let's go full screen to the pictures. I think Margaret Alva just doing the last minute signing of the files where she filed for nomination, and she's accompanied by Rahul. Has not been seen in action, much action, has he? But anyway, so talking about Margaret Alva, Margaret Alva is the vice presidential nominee, and her chances are little. Going purely by the numbers, her chances are. And yesterday, when she was asked the question on whether she had the numbers, she also said that I may not have the numbers, but it's all about the fight. It's not about the victory. It's all about the fight. And I'm not sure she's got the numbers at this point, because the government and the NDA, the ruling coalition, has clearly over 50%. And those numbers were bolstered when you had the YSRCP on the day of the nomination itself, promising their support to Jagdeep Dhankar. So in that sense, this is going to be very, very interesting fight once again. In all likelihood, may go the Murmu versus Yashwant Sinha way, with more or less a cakewalk for Jagdeep Dhankar. We've seen the kind of support that he's getting. Absence of Trinamool Congress and Aam Aadmi Party also telling you that maybe going by the example in the presidential polls, there may have been a reach out from the BJP of some sort. Not sure when Himanta Biswa Sarma met Mamata Banerjee, that was a reach out, but there were some talks of some sort. So they may have, passed the word, etc. Shehzad Poonawalla also joining me on the phone line. Shehzad, looking at the pictures of Margaret Alva, Shehzad Poonawalla on the phone line. Shehzad, Margaret Alva is filing a nomination, and even she knows that it may not be. And Gaurav Bhatia is also joining us. Okay, so I'll leave it to you, gentlemen. Who wants to go first? Between Shehzad Poonawalla and Gaurav, either of you can go first. And Gaurav, you want to go first only because you're a senior, much more senior in the party, in the spokesman list on the chances of Margaret Alva. Gaurav.
See, it is very evident now that Margaret Alva has been used as a pawn, and the question which is very pertinent and needs to be answered is that same Margaret Alva had made serious charges against Sonia Gandhi ji. She is the president of the Congress party and is missing from the picture. This shows that the allegations that were made are very serious in nature, and Sonia Gandhi ji, rather than responding to those allegations, is avoiding looking Margaret Alva in the eye. Second, they were protesting just a few minutes back. Now they are filing this nomination. What does it show? That their protests are also without any substance, and they believe in politics of convenience. They change colors and shades more than a chameleon.
Yeah, I agree with you. And Shehzad, if I can take the next question with you. Absence of CMC and Aam Aadmi Party tells you the story maybe that they don't want to take a chance with what happened in the presidential polls because it's been embarrassing with Yashwant Sinha. Okay, I think I lost the line there. Okay, we'll stay with the pictures. That's the Margaret Alva after filing a nomination, leaving DMK left, CPI, CPM, accompanying the Congress party, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, Jairam Ramesh, Mallikarjun Kharge, leaders of the House, senior leaders, accompanying then Jairam Ramesh, there's pictures leaving after the nomination was filed. Okay, so that's where the story stands. The vice presidential battle also locked right now. Locked. It is going to be Jagdeep Dhankar versus Margaret Alva. Let's see where the story goes. Back to you for now.
All right. So pictures on your screen are of Margaret Alva, who's supported by various opposition leaders. 18 political parties, of course, are supporting her nomination. She is filing her nomination papers for the vice presidential candidate. Do remember that the vice president also becomes the chairman of the Rajya Sabha. So in that sense, this post is extremely important because of the chairmanship of the Rajya Sabha as well. And yesterday, of course, the NDA had supported the filing of nomination of Jagdeep Dhankar, who's the West Bengal governor presently. Well, we are now getting the first images of the former Mumbai top cop Sanjay Pandey being investigated by agencies. Now, this, of course, pertains to the phone tapping scandal. Do remember that the CBI had questioned the former Mumbai police commissioner in this case.
Sir, I just want to know, sir, that was Sucheta Dalal was the one who introduced your company to Krishnan? Chitra Ramakrishnan, sir, please. Sir, was Sucheta Dalal the journalist, sir, who introduced you to Chitra Ramakrishnan, sir? Please, sir, please tell, sir. Sir, I just want to know, sir, that was Sucheta Dalal was the one who introduced your company to Krishnan? Chitra Ramakrishnan, sir, please. Sir, was Sucheta Dalal the journalist, sir, who introduced you to Chitra Ramakrishnan, sir? Please, sir, please tell, sir. Sir, I just want...
Now, Sanjay Pandey, of course, is being questioned as part of the co-location case. That's the NSE co-location case over phone tapping allegations of NSE employees. But apart from that, we are also given to understand that the CBI questioned Parambir Singh and him in connection with the 100 crore extortion case that was filed against former Maharashtra Home Minister Anil Deshmukh as well. Our correspondent over there trying to ascertain the facts of the case from Sanjay Pandey, who has been called for questioning by both the CBI and the ED, but not wanting to reply to those comments. Let's once again listen into that audio bite. Well, Sanjay Pandey, of course, not confirming whether Sucheta Dalal was actually the journalist who introduced him to the NSE chief, but let's listen in once again to that reaction that we got from him, or rather the lack of one.
Sir, I just want to know, sir, that was Sucheta Dalal was the one who introduced your company to Krishnan? Chittaramakrishnan, sir, please. Sir, was Sucheta Dalal the journalist, sir, who introduced you to Chittaramakrishnan, sir? Please, sir, please tell, sir. Excuse me, sir. Sir, I just want to know, sir, that was Sucheta Dalal was the one who introduced your company to Krishnan? Chittaramakrishnan, sir, please. Sir, was Sucheta Dalal the journalist, sir, who introduced you to Chittaramakrishnan, sir? Please, sir, please tell, sir. Sir.
Sanjay Pandey over there ducking questions from Republic TV. Now, earlier on the 15th of July, of course, the ED had summoned Pandey in the NSE co-location case. Now, he'd been asked to appear before them in Delhi for questioning in the illegal phone tapping of NSE personnel. Now, the former Mumbai Commissioner, Sanjay Pandey, of course, has been questioned by the CBI as well. I'm going to go across to Piyush Ori on this. Piyush, the former Mumbai police top cop not wanting to answer those questions that you put for him.
Well, definitely, these are some very uncomfortable and very pertinent questions that now needs to be answered by former top cop of Mumbai Police, Sanjay Pandey. Mind you, these are very grave allegations that are now being leveled against him of how he was trying to, tap the phones of 91 NSE employees and then using it, for whatever purposes which he was using it for. Mind you, this is also a very important news break that has been done by Republic TV of how this phone tapping was being done for so many years at NSE by a company that has been owned by the former top cop of Mumbai Police, Sanjay Pandey, and how this information may have been misused. And there have been a lot of corruption and a lot of irregularities that have now been alleged, which are involved in this case. So on our side, we are at this case ever since this news has been broken. And today, when we saw Sanjay Pandey coming at the ED office, we put forward these very pertinent questions, these allegations that have been leveled against him of the alleged involvement of financial journalist Sucheta Dalal, and these questions were not answered to us, unfortunately, by him. Back to you in the studio.
Piyush Ori reporting on that from New Delhi. Thank you for joining us. I think we've also got Shravan joining us on this. Shravan, you saw that confrontation that we had with Mr. Pandey not wanting to answer any questions as to whether he was the person who'd actually introduced the two.
Well, in fact, Sanjay Pandey has appeared before the Enforcement Directorate. This is the second time that he's made his appearance before the Enforcement Directorate. This time, it becomes extremely crucial, primarily because of the allegations that have been leveled. One, about the firm which he had incorporated back in 2001. And this is the firm which had basically bagged the contract from the National Stock Exchange for what they called was a periodic study of cyber vulnerabilities. But what the Enforcement Directorate essentially found out was that illegal interception was basically carried out over 91 NSE employees. Now, the other twist to the tale essentially being is Ryan was basically part of the management of the NSE in the custody of the Enforcement Directorate has made a stunning revelation. He says that it was based on the recommendation by the financial journalist Sucheta Dalal that this company, ISEC Securities Private Limited, was given the contract. This contract was roughly about 4.45 crore rupees. Now, in fact, this is something that has already been denied by Sucheta Dalal. In fact, she said that she has no recollection of any such conversation with Mr. Narayan in this particular case. But as far as Sanjay Pandey goes, remember several questions being raised. One, this kind of an illegal interception that was carried out, number one. Number two, the fact that whether at all there was any benefit, undue benefit that he had essentially received. Because what the Enforcement Directorate is now saying is that the payment that was made by the NSE to ISEC for about 4.45 crore is nothing but the proceeds of crime, which essentially means that this is once again a fit case for money laundering and under various sections of the NLA. That's what we are picking up at this point in time. Remains to be seen how exactly will this be taken forward, because yesterday in the court, the Enforcement Directorate has essentially said that they have recorded statements of few new people. However, they haven't revealed the names of those whose statements have been recorded so far. And they say that confrontation of Chitra Ramakrishna with others, which could also possibly include Sanjay Pandey, become an important issue in this particular case.
All right, Shravan, do stay with us. And this is not the first time, of course, we are asking questions to Sanjay Pandey. We had tried to speak to him yesterday as well.
सर प्लीज बोलिए सर। सर किस लिए बुलाया गया था आपको? सर प्लीज सर। सर क्या सवाल जवाब में बातचीत हुई? सर किस लिए आपको बुलाया गया था सर? सर
Well, Shravan, if I could come back to you now. Shravan, ISEC Securities had also conducted a security audit of NSE around the time when the alleged irregularities had taken place. Now, can you give us more details about that as well?
Well, as far as the irregularities in this particular case is concerned, number one, that why exactly would a private firm be given a contract which they called was for a periodic study of cyber vulnerabilities, especially a firm which had absolutely no experience whatsoever. Second, whether at all a due process, due diligence was followed in order to avoid, perhaps hand over this particular contract to ISEC Securities Private Limited. It turns out from the investigation that has been carried out so far that no such tendering process was done. Secondly, there is an email that was basically sent across by Chitra Ramakrishna to her juniors stating that this company is actually going to carry out the work without even following any such a process in the first place. So that's an important area of investigation to begin with. And whether at all there was some sort of a quid pro quo in this entire matter, because let's not forget what essentially transpired was that Sanjay Pandey, who had basically resigned after several allegations that were leveled against him, departmental inquiries that had also taken place, he had suddenly come back to the service. He had basically approached the court and then essentially said that since his resignation was not accepted, he should be reinstated into service. Meanwhile, he had already served at various corporate roles. The question here is whether at all he had declared that he was still running a business. The business which, or a firm which had incorporated in 2001, which was, and thereafter he had stepped down as a directorship. But the fact of the matter is that he was still a shareholder in this very company. Was this actually declared before the government of Maharashtra? That is not known at this point in time. Something that Mr. Sanjay Pandey will have to tell the investigative agencies. Secondly, the other issue that comes up in this case is that if a financial journalist at all has made any sort of recommendation, that we do not know at this point in time. At the end of the day, this is a claim that has been made by two people who are in the custody. If at all there was some sort of a recommendation that was made, on what basis was it made? And what local standard does a financial journalist really have in terms of making any sort of recommendation to a financial institution like that of the National Stock Exchange? And that is something perhaps not the Enforcement Directorate really, but the Central Bureau of Investigation will have to look into. What the Enforcement Directorate would essentially be focusing on is that, one, the proceeds of crime, 4.45 crores, and thereafter also money that ISEC actually received for alleged auditing work. They will have to look into the proceeds of crime, how exactly was this money actually utilized. And secondly, whether at all there was any sort of recommendation that was made, and if the recommendation was made, was there any exchange of money in the first place? So those are areas of the investigation, if I may say so.
Absolutely. As you're pointing out, of course, the FIR that's been filed in fact names the former NSC Chief Chitra Ramakrishna, Ravi Narayan and the former Mumbai Commissioner Sanjay Pandey for allegedly tapping the phones of NSC officials and other irregularities. Also, Shravan, what I wanted to ask you was that when this phone tapping was carried out, it was over a prolonged period of time. There were 91 employees, I think, of the NSC whose phones were tapped. Now, that obviously is also under the ambit of the investigation because it was illegal from the word go.
Why exactly illegal, Nupur? Because primarily what happens is that if there is any sort of interception that is done, even if it is from the government agencies, let me just give you an example, that if a national investigation agency, or for that matter the Enforcement Directorate, or for that matter even the Central Bureau of Investigation has to carry out any interception, it is not that something that they can do in an ad hoc manner. There is a laid down protocol, and the protocol basically involves a proposal that has to move from the agency to the Ministry of Home Affairs. The Enforcement Directorate essentially does it from the Department of Revenue, but they have to take necessary permissions. Only after the permissions are granted by the Ministry of Home Affairs can any agency carry out any interception, and they need to convince the ministry as to why exactly this interception is required, and mostly this is granted if at all there is a need, if there is a concern of national security. In this particular case, what has essentially happened is that in the garb of saying that this is a periodic study of cyber vulnerabilities, they have essentially put the employees of the National Stock Exchange under massive surveillance. We are talking about over 90 employees of the National Stock Exchange being under surveillance. Secondly, what is even more important is that there was no such consent that was taken from the National Stock Exchange employees that their phones would be under some sort of a surveillance. If you simply go by the claims that have been made by Chitra Ramakrishna and Ravi Narayan, they are essentially indicating that this was all of this was essentially done to ensure that the insider trading does not take place or there is no leakage of information.
Right, absolutely. As Shravan Sen is pointing out, of course, these are investigations that the ED as well as the CBI is now conducting. Thank you, Shravan, for joining us. But very, very quickly, we're going to try and play out those confrontations that we've had with Sanjay Pandey, where Republic TV tried to speak to him over allegations that have been levelled.
Sir, that was Sucheta Dalal was the one who introduced your company to Krishnan? Chitra Ramakrishnan, sir, please. Sir, was Sucheta Dalal the journalist, sir, who introduced you to Chitra Ramakrishnan, sir? Please tell, sir.
And here's a look at some more news in brief. Opposition staged a protest at Parliament, raking up a plethora of issues from misinformed Agnivat protest to GST imposition. The army then went on record fact-checking the opposition of the bizarre The Margaret Alva, the opposition's candidate for vice presidential polls, is expected to file her nomination for the vice president election. In fact, she filed it a short while ago. Opposition parties decided to field the former Rajasthan governor and former Union Minister Margaret Alva as the joint candidate for the vice presidential elections. A cloudburst over the India-Tibet border flooded a few villages in Himachal Pradesh's Kinnaur district, but no loss of life was reported. The cloudburst occurred in Chango and Shalkar villages at around 7, damaging a small bridge, a crematorium and several orchards. The former athlete P.T. Usha will take oath as the Rajya Sabha MP. P.T. Usha and legendary music composer Ilaiyaraaja could not be present in the Rajya Sabha yesterday for unknown reasons. Presidential hopeful from the Sri Lankan Parliament and leader of opposition Sajith Premadasa withdrew his candidacy in the current presidential race against the economic crisis in the country, further announcing the opposition's support for Dallas. You are watching Republic TV, and still to come, the army goes on record, fact checks the opposition on a bizarre Agniveer scheme claim on caste certification. And after Uddhav Thackeray, Shinde jolts, strikes Aditya Thackeray, Shinde appoints his own Yuva Sena secretary.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
The school secretary, principal, school correspondent and 2 teachers have been sent to 15 days of judicial remand in connection with the death of a 17-year-old schoolgirl in Tamil Nadu's Kallakurichi. Taking a dig at the central government for the latest round of goods and services hikes on various essential food items, the former Karnataka Chief Minister and the current leader of the opposition, Siddaramaiah, said that the government is trying to burden people with more taxes instead of helping them. He went on to term the tax as the Gabbar Singh tax, just as many others in the opposition. Former UK Chancellor Rishi Sunak extended his lead in the race to replace Boris Johnson as the Conservative Party leader and the British Prime Minister, as he added 14 more votes to his tally in the latest round of voting by Tory members of Parliament. The veteran singer Bhupendra Singh has passed away at the age of 82. The singer, known for his songs like Dil Dhoondta Hai and Hoton Pe Aisi Baat, among many others, was in hospital in Mumbai. Several celebrities attended the singer's funeral held at Mumbai. A fire broke out in an electric bike showroom in Pune, damaging at least 7 bikes in the Ganga Dham area of the city. No injuries have been reported in the incident, with the fire tenders being in place immediately. Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif, after facing an embarrassing defeat in the Punjab Assembly by-polls on Monday, hinted at completing his coalition government's tenure and not giving in to early elections, and demanded the ouster of Imran Khan, who is currently riding atop his popularity wave in the country. Senior TMC leader Abhishek Banerjee mocked the BJP over its decision to put West Bengal MLAs in a Kolkata hotel ahead of the presidential elections, apprehending cross-voting, and claimed that the party's resort to politics was back to haunt it. Around 70 BJP lawmakers had been camping in a city hotel in Kolkata ahead of these elections.
As the tussle grows more intense between the
Sir, I just want to know, sir, that was Sucheta Dalal was the one who introduced your company to Krishnan? Ramakrishnan, sir, please. Sir, was Sucheta Dalal the journalist, sir, who introduced you to Ramakrishnan, sir? Please, sir, please tell, sir.
Top headlines at 12:30 from Mumbai to Delhi. Republic leads phone tapping scandal investigation. Questions tainted ex-Mumbai top cop Sanjay Singh. Opposition stages protest at Parliament, rakes up plethora of issues from misinformed Agnipath protest to GST imposition. Army goes on record, fact checks opposition on bizarre Agniveer scheme claim on caste certification. Army goes on record, fact checks opposition on bizarre Agnipath scheme. After Uddhav Shinde, Jolt strikes, Aditya Shinde appoints own Yuva Sena secretary.
पहले कहा कि सड़कों पर या पूजा के लिए या किसी भी अन्य कार्यक्रम के लिए कोई जगह नहीं होनी चाहिए और इसको किसी भी प्रकार की अनुमति नहीं दी जानी चाहिए। जो शासन ने पहले से व्यवस्था बनाई है उसको हम सख्ती से लागू करें, इन चीजों को तय करें।
Yogi Adityanath sets record straight on Lucknow Mall namaz controversy, says no worship in public places. Neat frisking case probe gets bigger, NTA makes it clear, says no permit on such alleged activities. And tracking the big news break coming in this hour, Republic exposing another fake claim by the opposition. We've accessed a 2019 notification that exposes claim on caste and religion with respect to this new scheme, and this notification that was issued way back in 2019. An attempt to give caste spin to the Agniveer has backfired there for the opposition. That's the old army notification that has been accessed by Republic that exposes the opposition claim with regard to the caste, with respect to caste and religion. We have our executive editor Niranjan to break it down for us. Niranjan, that's another opposition claim that seems to have fallen flat when we talk about this claim that is being made by the opposition on caste and religion.
Short! A snapshot of the 2019 notification. I'm going to open it right now on the screen, and this is from 2019, and I'm just going to open it for you so that you can see it here. This is from 2019, and all of this morning you've had this very controversial claim being made by some in the opposition, not all, but some in the opposition, claiming that there is people are asking for caste and religion, and this is in 2019, okay? This is in 2019, and in 2019, the army circular had exactly asked for the same thing, saying that caste certificate affixed with photograph of the candidate issued by the Tehsildar, SDM or district magistrate, and also mentioned religion certificate in point number F. Religion certificate issued by the Tehsildar or SDM if religion as Sikh, Hindu, Muslim, Christian is not mentioned in caste certificate. This is 2019, okay? This is 2019. Now, let me show you the 2022 notification that they have claimed. I'll just open that up here, and I'll show you how it's a clean match. The moment I have that ready, I'm going to open that up. Let's open up the 2022, the Agniveer notification here, which was tweeted by Varun Gandhi. I think Varun Gandhi tweeted that out. I'll just open that. And some of them are trying to sort of now peddle lies about how now suddenly the government wants religion, and how they want caste certificates, from the candidates who are applying for Agnipath and the Agniveer schemes. I'll just open that up, but it's important to understand that this is something that has been ongoing for years and years. And let me show you, in fact. Let me show you. Right now, take a look at this. Okay? This is 2022. I'm going to, take a snapshot of that, right? And I'm going to go to the, let me go back to that. Okay, hold on. This is 2019, and I'm trying to just, pull up the 2022 one as well so that I can show you. Here it is, this is 2022. Take a look at this. They have highlighted this. Caste certificate affixed with photograph of the candidate issued by the Tehsildar or district magistrate. Religion certificate to be issued by the Tehsildar SDM if religion as Sikh, Hindu, Muslim, Christian is not mentioned in the caste certificate. So, if you look at it, right, it's a clean match, it's a 100% match. And, let me just zoom into that.
This is 2019, right? This is 2019. I'm just going to sort of highlight that. 2019, this is 2022, and this is 2019. And it's a 100% match. Look at the words here. Here it says, okay, let me actually count the number of words. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I mean, it's the exact number of words also used. You know, that's how ridiculous this is turning out to be, because there's a standard clause that is put out in 2022 for Agniveer, 2019 for the army rally. It's a clean match. It's a 100% match between 2019 and 2022. And this is something that's been ongoing. You know what we'll do is we'll pull out some from the British era. I'm not sure whether you'll find that, in the archives, but we should be able to find something, in the recent past, and we'll pull that out. Sort of exposes the claim. You had the claim about the angry lions, and then you had the ridiculous claim that they made about unparliamentary expressions, which was once again something that is a standard practice that's happening through the years, and it's been sort of a very embarrassing last few days for the opposition. Some in the opposition. Aishwarya is joining us. Aishwarya, needless controversy. What we'll do is, while we also do this, I think Rajnath Singh is speaking, or rather has spoken. I'll play that, but Aishwarya, to you first. Is the BJP going to respond to this? Because clearly there's an attempt to give a religion and caste spin to the army and the army recruitment. Aishwarya.
Well, absolutely, Niranjan. Within the next few minutes, BJP is going to do a press conference. BJP National Spokesperson Sambit Patra is going to come out, and Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, while coming out of gate number 4 of the Parliament, has said that no changes have been made to the Agnipath scheme. These are all controversies, and as you were just breaking it down, so Rajnath Singh at large has just said that there are no changes and the controversies are just being made out to make news. Very clearly, he says that no changes have been made to the scheme. I repeat, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh has said it. BJP is going to have an elaborate press conference on the same within the next few minutes. But the larger point is, he says that the same system is running since independence. So Rajnath Singh is also saying that the same system is running since independence, and you have those documents in your presence, which you were just trying to say, that ever since the British era. So facts are facts. The Congress party and then the opposition needs to understand that just if you want to create chaos, if you want to create a ruckus and you want an explanation for the same, it would not matter. Because what is happening is that they want to create chaos, they want to create ruckus in the Parliament, and in a matter to do so, they are trying to not only turn around the facts, but trying to defy facts. What is in black and white cannot change. A system which has been going on ever since before independence, if Congress would say that the BJP has changed in 2022, is not only going to be factually wrong, is going to be falling flat on their face. And now you have BJP spokesperson Sambit Patra doing that press conference, Niranjan, which you were just mentioning. Sambit Patra, PC is on. Sambit Patra press conference.
Okay, we're just waiting for the news conference, Aishwarya. Okay, I think the news conference has begun of the BJP. We'll just cut across to that. Now, it's another issue. It's another issue that was raised by the opposition, and is sort of completely collapsed because it's a 100% match with what's been going on. Let's now play out what Rajnath Singh has said as well. Rajnath Singh spoke on the issue. Let's put out what Rajnath Singh has said. Rajnath Singh setting the record straight. Okay, let's cut across to Sambit Patra or A9 Select. A9 Select. Sambit Patra, BJP's news conference is on.
कहीं ना कहीं it belittles the Indian Army और इंडियन आर्मी, जिसको लेकर हमारे मन में किसी प्रकार की शंका नहीं है, हमारे मन में किसी प्रकार का डाउट नहीं है, जबरन लोगों के मन में शंका उत्पन्न करने का प्रयास ये आम आदमी पार्टी और कांग्रेस पार्टी समय समय पर करती रहती है। संजय सिंह जो आम आदमी पार्टी के सांसद हैं और कुछ अन्य सांसदों ने एक ट्वीट करके आक्षेप लगाया है इंडियन आर्मी के ऊपर, भारत की सेना के ऊपर की जो अग्निवीर स्कीम चल रही है उसमें जाति और धर्म के लिए एक कॉलम रखा गया है और जो एप्लीकेंट हैं उनके जाति और धर्म पूछे जा रहे हैं। जिस प्रकार की भाषा का प्रयोग इस ट्वीट में किया गया है, और कुछ नेताओं का कहना है कि ये तो इंडियन आर्मी जो है ये जाति के आधार पर रिक्रूट करना चाहती है, पिछड़े और जो जनजातीय लोग हैं उनके साथ डिस्क्रिमिनेशन करना चाहती है, उनके साथ भेदभाव करना चाहती है। दुख है इस बात का कि माननीय सदस्य अर्थात जो मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट हैं, क्या वो अनभिज्ञ हैं? क्या वो जानते नहीं हैं हकीकत क्या है? मैं बताता हूं आपको हकीकत क्या है। हकीकत है कि जो भारत की सेना है, इंडियन आर्मी, वो किसी भी कीमत पे धर्म के आधार पर या जाति के आधार पर रिक्रूटमेंट नहीं करती है। द इंडियन आर्मी डज नॉट रिक्रूट एज पर द कास्ट और द रिलीजन ऑफ द एप्लीकेंट। जाति और धर्म से कहीं ऊपर हिंदुस्तान की सेना है। फिर भी ये जो कॉलम है ये क्यों है? इसका उत्तर 2013 में देश के सर्वोच्च न्यायालय सुप्रीम कोर्ट के पटल पे मिला। एक इंडिविजुअल ने इस पे पीआईएल दाखिल किया था सुप्रीम कोर्ट में और कहा था कि जातीय और धर्म के आधार पर क्यों ये कॉलम होते हैं इंडियन आर्मी में। तो 2013 में ही एक सत्यपत्र अर्थात एफिडेविट सबमिट करके भारत की सेना ने सुप्रीम कोर्ट में अपने मत को स्पष्ट किया था और कहा था कि देयर इज नो रोल इन द सिलेक्शन प्रोसेस एज फार एज कास्ट इज कंसर्न। कोई रोल नहीं है, कोई भी इसमें धर्म और कास्ट के आधार पर सिलेक्शन का रोल नहीं है। किंतु एक प्रशासनिक अर्थात एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव और संचालन या परिचालन, जिसको अंग्रेजी में ऑपरेटिव कहते हैं, यह एक ऑपरेटिव रिक्वायरमेंट है, यह एक प्रशासनिक या एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव रिक्वायरमेंट है। 2013 में सुप्रीम कोर्ट में इंडिया की आर्मी ने कहा था। 2013 में किसकी सरकार थी? 2013 में मोदी जी की या भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार नहीं थी। उस समय स्पष्टता सुप्रीम कोर्ट में दिया जा चुका था इंडियन आर्मी द्वारा। क्या ये माननीय सदस्य नहीं जानते? क्या ये कांग्रेस पार्टी नहीं जानती? क्या ये आम आदमी पार्टी नहीं जानती? फिर भी इंडियन आर्मी को अखाड़े में घसीट के लाना और उसके साथ दो दो हाथ करने की यह प्रवृत्ति उचित नहीं है। कहीं ना कहीं यह राजनीति करते करते देश की आर्मी को बदनाम करने का काम है। धर्म का जो कॉलम है क्यों मांगा जाता है? बहुत स्पष्ट रूप से आर्मी ने कहा है हमारे रिक्रूटमेंट प्रोसेस में धर्म का कोई स्थान नहीं। किंतु अनफॉर्चुनेटली, अभाग्यवशत, यदि कर्म क्षेत्र में युद्ध के समय किसी जवान को शहादत या वो बलिदान को प्राप्त हो जाता है तो उसकी जो अंत्येष्टि की जाएगी, उसके जो अंतिम क्रियाएं की जाएंगी, वो कैसे की जाएंगी, ये निर्धारित करना भी सेंसिबिलिटी और सेंसिटिविटी के आधार पर होता है। इसलिए धर्म का एक कॉलम होता है। उसके बावजूद ये जानते हुए संजय सिंह और आम आदमी पार्टी और कुछ और नेताओं ने जिस प्रकार का सवाल उठाया है, यह कुलक्षित सवाल है, यह मन को कष्ट देने वाला सवाल है। बंधुगण, इंडिया की आर्मी में रिक्रूटमेंट का एक प्रोसीजर है और यह जो रिक्रूटमेंट का प्रोसीजर है, यह कोई आज का बना हुआ प्रोसीजर नहीं है। यह प्री इंडिपेंडेंस के समय, भारत स्वाधीन हो, भारत की स्वतंत्रता मिले, उससे पहले का यह प्रोसीजर चला आ रहा है। और यह जो पूरा प्रोसीजर है, एक स्पेशल आर्मी ऑर्डर के अंतर्गत पोस्ट इंडिपेंडेंस के समय में इसे फॉर्मलाइज किया गया था और वही प्रक्रिया अभी भी चल रही है। जो स्पेशल आर्मी ऑर्डर पोस्ट इंडिपेंडेंस के समय में फॉर्मलाइज किया गया, वही प्रक्रिया अभी भी चल रही है। उसमें किसी प्रकार का परिवर्तन, नो चेंज हैज बीन मेड बाय द मोदी गवर्नमेंट। किसी प्रकार का परिवर्तन मोदी सरकार द्वारा नहीं किया गया है। किंतु फिर भी जानबूझकर यह आम आदमी पार्टी की चेष्टा है और कुछ राजनेताओं की चेष्टा है कि सड़क पे आगजनी हो। जो युवा हैं उनके अंदर कहीं ना कहीं एक अफवाह फैले, युवाओं के अंदर भ्रम की स्थिति फैले कि इंडियन आर्मी हमें रिक्रूट नहीं करना चाहती है। जाति के आधार पर देश को कैसे बांटा जाए और फिर आगजनी हो ताकि इनको राजनीतिक फायदा मिले, ये आम आदमी पार्टी, कांग्रेस पार्टी और कुछ लोग चेष्टा कर रहे हैं। ये वो लोग हैं, ये अरविंद केजरीवाल वह व्यक्ति हैं जिन्होंने सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक और एयर स्ट्राइक पे सवाल उठाया था। द पीपल हु डाउटेड सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक बाय इंडियन आर्मी yet again have resorted to ways unbecoming of an Indian. ये तरीके जिसमें इंडिया की आर्मी के ऊपर संदेह उत्पन्न कराना, इंडिया की आर्मी को इंडिया के सिटीजन्स के विरोध में खड़ा कर देना, लोगों को अपनी ही आर्मी के खिलाफ भड़काना, यह काम अरविंद केजरीवाल और कुछ राजनीतिक दल के लोग अपने स्वार्थ के लिए करते हैं। किंतु हिंदुस्तान की जनता बुद्धिमान है, कभी भी इस स्वार्थ में नहीं पड़ने वाली है। वो जानती है कि हमें इंडियन आर्मी पर, हिंदुस्तान की सेना पर पूर्ण विश्वास है। बंधुगण, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। कोई प्रश्न हो तो अवश्य पूछें।
कोई प्रश्न? विनीत।
सर, इससे रिलेटेड जो अलग हटके सवाल है, जीएसटी काउंसिल में जो फैसला।
नीरज पांडे।
सर, आप आम आदमी पार्टी और कांग्रेस पे सवाल खड़े कर रहे हैं, लेकिन आपकी पार्टी के सांसद वरुण गांधी ने भी सेम सवाल खड़े किए। उन्होंने ट्वीट करके बताया।
देखिए, हमने जो अभी सच्चाई यहां बयान किया है, द फैक्ट्स दैट वी हैव स्टेटेड हियर, ये उन सभी लोगों के लिए है जिनके मन में भारत की सेना के लिए किसी प्रकार का संशय है। फॉर ऑल दोज हु फील दैट देयर इज एन आयोटा ऑफ डाउट अगेंस्ट इंडियन आर्मी, वी हैव पुट द फैक्ट्स। द इंडियन आर्मी हैज ऑल्सो इश्यूड अ स्टेटमेंट। हिंदुस्तान की सेना ने भी एक स्टेटमेंट इशू किया है। मुझे लगता है इसमें राजनीति करने की आवश्यकता नहीं है। धन्यवाद।
That was the briefing by the BJP there. It's the fifth opposition claim to have collapsed in a week. Niranjan continues to be with us. Niranjan, if you could take us through the key takeaways from this BJP briefing. Well, we'll go across to our executive editor again, but what we are given to understand is that it's the fifth opposition claim to have fallen flat. Our executive editor for politics, Aishwarya, is joining us. Aishwarya, if you could give us more details, the BJP there making it very clear about this caste spin which seems to have fallen flat of the opposition.
You had first the Defence Minister of the country, Rajnath Singh, coming out and stating that this is an age-old process. Now you have Sambit Patra coming out and doing a special press conference. This was an unscheduled press conference, saying that what has been happening since 1949, because Rajnath Singh has basically also said that there is no change in the form of the recruitment process. And the process which has been on ever since 1949, that has been the process which is still being followed till date in 2022. So very clearly, whether it is Sanjay Singh and also Sambit Patra giving it clear that it is not for the first time that this issue is being raised. Earlier also, an RTI was raised, to which the Indian Army went to the Supreme Court and replied back that there is no use of the caste section in recruitment. Recruitment in the Indian Army, in either of the forces, is not based in any ways or under any circumstance on the caste issue.
Yes.
That is only and only for administrative purpose, and that is something which Sambit Patra was trying to explain in his press conference. But we've had the Aam Aadmi Party coming out and raising the question, and the Member of Parliament, Sanjay Singh. We are being told there is going to be an Aam Aadmi counter press conference to this. But at this point of time, BJP trying to say that there is no change. You have the Defence Minister and then BJP party doing a special press conference on it and saying that the process is on ever since 1949. That is something which the Defence Minister said right outside gate number 4 in the Parliament, and Sambit Patra doing a press conference at the BJP headquarters and saying that this is something which the Aam Aadmi Party is doing just to turn some eyeballs, when the facts are completely opposite.
Yes, Aishwarya, thank you for that. Stay with us. Let's also listen in to what Rajnath Singh had to say.
मैं यह स्पष्ट कर देना चाहता हूं कि यह पूरी तरह से अफवाह है। जो पहले व्यवस्था थी, माने आजादी के पहले से, वही व्यवस्था अब तक जो है चली आ रही है। उसमें कहीं पर कोई परिवर्तन नहीं हुआ है।
लेकिन जाति की जो मांग की गई है सर,
मैं जो कह रहा हूं, जो पुरानी व्यवस्था रही है वही व्यवस्था चली आ रही है। अब इसके आगे मुझे क्लैरिफाई करने की समझता हूं कोई जरूरत नहीं। देना चाहता हूं कि यह पूरी तरह से अफवाह है। जो पहले व्यवस्था थी, माने आजादी के पहले से वही व्यवस्था अब तक जो है चली आ रही है, उसमें कहीं पर कोई परिवर्तन नहीं हुआ है।
लेकिन जाति की जो मांग की गई है सर,
मैं जो कह रहा हूं जो पुरानी व्यवस्था रही है वही व्यवस्था चली आ रही है। अब इसके आगे मुझे क्लैरिफाई करने की समझता हूं कोई जरूरत नहीं।
And Major Gaurav Arya also joins us on the phone line. Sir, if I can get your response to the BJP, the centre there making it very clear about this caste spin that is being given by the opposition and saying that it has been a long practice since the 2019, even the British era for that matter.
No, these things about caste-based regiments, they started not even with the British, they started before that during the East India Company time.
Okay.
There are many regiments of the Indian Army that are almost 200 to 250 years old. So my own regiment from which I hail is called the Kumaon Regiment. So similarly, there were this concept, British concept of martial races. So we have the Jats, we have the Marathas, we have the Punjabis, we have the Sikhs, we have the Sikhlai, we have the Rajputs, and we have so many others. And this is how the army has always functioned. It has nothing to do with BJP or Congress.
Yes. Well, absolutely. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Please continue. Yes.
Only a person who has zero knowledge about the army will shoot off his mouth like that and try to make a controversy about it. This predates modern India. This system of the Indian Army, this predates, and this goes back to before 1857, the first war of independence that we all know. This predates that. It was there during the Anglo-Afghan wars. And it has been there ever since the First World War, the Second World War. We have fought these regiments. Now, of course, the regiments are no longer pure regiments in the sense that in the Sikh regiment, you'll have a lot of people who are not Sikhs and who are still there. There are so many people in the Kumaon regiment, like for example, my own regiment. We have a lot of Ahirs in our regiment, people who hail from the plains. So it's not like that any longer, but yes, these are an old construct, has nothing to do with BJP or Congress or something like that.
Well, absolutely. Major Gaurav Arya, appreciate you speaking to us. So Major Gaurav Arya also making it clear. And this, of course, Republic also fact-checking on the big opposition claim that was being made to spread some false notions with regard to the Agnipath scheme. Slipping into a very short break. On the other side, we'll get you more details as the old army notification exposes the opposition claim.
ನಾನೊಂದು ಅಗ್ರಿಕಲ್ಚರ್ ರಿಲೇಷನ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೆ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಸಂಪಾದನೆ ಮಾಡಿದಂಥ ಹಣ ಡೈಲಿ 25ರಿಂದ 30% ಹಣ ಕಮಿಷನ್ ಹೋಗ್ತಾಯಿತ್ತು. ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೆಗೆ ಏನು ಸಹ ತೊಗೊಂಡೋಗ್ತಾ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದೇ ಒಂದು ಮೈನ್ ಕಂಪ್ನಿಗೆ ಜಾಯ್ನ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ 0 ಕಮಿಷನ್ ಇದೆ. ಅದರಿಂದ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣ ನಾನು ದುಡ್ದಂಥ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣ ಹಣವನ್ನು ನನ್ನ ಮನೆಗೆ ಸಹ ತೊಗೊಂಡೋಗ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಏನಪ್ಪ ಬೆನಿಫಿಟ್ಟು ಅಂತ ಅಂದರೆ 5 ಲಕ್ಷ ಡ್ರೈವರ್ಗೆ ಹೆಲ್ತ್ ಇನ್ಶೂರೆನ್ಸ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ತಿಂಗಳಿಗೆ 2999 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ರೀಚಾರ್ಜ್ ಇದೆ. ಇಲ್ಲ ಒನ್ ಡೇಗೆ 149 ರುಪೀಸ್ ರೀಚಾರ್ಜ್ ಇದೆ. ನಾನು ಎಷ್ಟು ದುಡಿತೀನೋ ಅಷ್ಟು ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣ ಹಣ ನನ್ನ ಮನೆಗೆ ತೊಗೊಂಡೋಗ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಇದರಿಂದ ನನ್ನ ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿ ಸಹ ನನ್ನ ಕುಟುಂಬ ಸಹ ತುಂಬ ಖುಷಿಯಾಗಿದೆ.
And here's a look at some news in brief. Former Kerala Minister Thomas Isaac has received a summons by the ED that he went on to deny responding to, alleging that the summons had been leaked to journalists before it had reached his doorstep. Opposition candidate for the vice presidential poll, Margaret Alva, has said that vice presidential elections will be a tough one, but asserted that in politics the issue was fighting the battle and not winning or losing. Animal rights activist Maneka Gandhi has written to the Karnataka Chief Minister to announce a probe into the electrocution of an elephant in the state's Hassan district, alleging that the JDS MP was attempting to influence the case, which in all probability was one of elephant poaching. Police in Kerala have registered a case in connection with an alleged incident where young women and girls who appeared for the national eligibility cum entrance test were asked to remove their undergarments to be allowed to write the exam in the Kollam district. Mumbai's Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj terminus was illuminated with tricolour lights on the eve of the commencement of a week celebrating Azadi Ki Rail Gadi or Station.
Roundup from the world of sports. Paris Saint-Germain held a football clinic in Tokyo as part of their pre-season tour. The French club are in Japan for a 3-game tour over 10 days where they will take on the J-League sides Kawasaki Frontale, Urba Reds and Gamba Osaka as well. Former West Indies skipper Dinesh Ramdin announced his retirement from international cricket with immediate effect. Ramdin played his last match for West Indies in a T20 in December 2019. 7th seed Karen Khachanov reached the second round of the European Open in Hamburg. The Russian went ahead with a break in the opening game. Khachanov will now face either Italy's Fabio Fognini or Aljaz Badin of Slovenia next. In one of the most eagerly anticipated events of the World Athletics Championship, Shelly Ann Fraser-Price stormed to victory to claim the 100-meter gold in Oregon in a new championship record. The reigning and now 5-time world champion was in a league of her own as she set a time of 10.67 seconds to record back-to-back world crowns. Ahead of Sunday's Grand Prix, 4-time F1 world champion Sebastian Vettel will get the chance to pilot TT1 Aston Martin car around Circuit Paul Ricard. The weekend's race sees Aston Martin mark the centenary of its maiden challenge at the 1922 French Grand Prix, with no current Formula One manufacturer in fact enjoying such an early history of top flight competition. Slipping into a very short break, more news break lined up on the other side. Army goes on record, fact checks opposition on bizarre Agniveer scheme claim on caste certification. And after Uddhav Shinde jolt strikes, Aditya Shinde appoints own Yuva Sena as secretary.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates: IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
And here's a look at some news in brief. A person was repeatedly stabbed over allegations of him watching former BJP spokesperson Nupur Sharma's video. Now 2 people have been arrested in connection with the incident that took place in Bihar's Sitamarhi. The centre has convened an all-party meeting on Tuesday to discuss the ongoing crisis in Sri Lanka. The Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman and the External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar will brief floor leaders of all political parties in both houses of Parliament at that meeting. A 26-year-old was shot to death at a nightclub in Canada's Toronto, with the cause for the incident unconfirmed at the moment. A 24-year-old woman was also shot in the incident but suffered from non-threatening injuries in the process.
As the tussle grows more intense between the Shinde and Uddhav camp, Shinde will meet the MPs of his faction, reaffirming their claim in the parliament. Shinde claimed that his camp has 18 MPs and denied the claim of having just 12 MPs. He also said that he has unwavering faith and trust in the judiciary with regards to Uddhav's plea in Supreme Court for the disqualifications of MLAs.
अद्याप खासदार भेटले नाहीत, उद्या नक्की भेटतील. 12 कशाला 18 खासदार आहेत आपले, सगळे भेटतील. आणि आता मी भेटलो, वकिलांच्या बरोबर चर्चा केली. ओबीसीचा जो प्रश्न आहे अतिशय महाराष्ट्राच्या ओबीसी समाजाच्या दृष्टीने महत्त्वाचा आहे. राज्य सरकार ओबीसी समाजाला न्याय देण्यासाठी कटिबद्ध आहे, त्यामुळे तो विषय महत्त्वाचा घेऊन मी ते आले.
ब्युरो रिपोर्ट, रिपब्लिक टीव्ही.
And here's a look at some news in brief. Former Kerala Minister Thomas Isaac has received a summons by the ED that he went on to deny responding to, alleging that the summons had been leaked to journalists before it had reached his doorstep. Opposition candidate for the vice presidential poll, Margaret Alva, has said that vice presidential elections will be a tough one, but asserted that in politics the issue was fight.
Army goes on record, fact checks opposition on bizarre Agniveer scheme, claim on caste certification. After roaring lions, ban lions and dharna ban, yet another opposition claim falls flat.
No, sir, that was Sucheta Dalal was the one who introduced your company to.
From Mumbai to Delhi, Republic leads phone tapping scandal investigation. Questions tainted ex-Mumbai top cop Sanjay Pandey. After Uddhav Shinde jolt strikes Aditya, Shinde appoints own Yuva Sena secretary. Yogi Adityanath sets record straight on Lucknow Mall Namaz controversy, says no worship in public places. And India's weightlifting pride, Harshada bags gold at junior weightlifting championships. We continue to be live and breaking on Republic TV. I am Shivangi Shakla. And we'll get to the fastest updates here. Well, let's start with the news coming in right now. Republic has access to a list of 12 MPs in touch with Eknath Shinde. And these MPs are as follows. Shrikant Shinde is one of them. And then we also have Hemant Godse, Hemant Patil, Sanjay Mandlik, and a couple of others as well, like Krupal Tumane, Bhavna Gavli. Now, these are the list of MPs who are in touch with Shinde. That's what we have access right now. This is exclusive and news coming on Republic. And remember, this is coming in just before Eknath Shinde is likely to meet the Election Commission to stake claim of its faction as the real Shiv Sena. Well, that's what they're calling it. And while this continues, we have got the list of the MPs in touch with Eknath Shinde. Now, Alisha, take us through this list that of the MPs who are in touch with Eknath Shinde, including Shrikant Shinde.
Well, yes, we know that there are 12 MPs who are in touch with Eknath Shinde, and let me read out the list of those 12 MPs who are in touch with Eknath Shinde. These are Shrikant Shinde, Dhairashil Sambhajirao Mane, Sadashiv Lokhande, Hemant Godse, Hemant Patil, Rajendra Gavit, Sanjay Mahadik, Mandalik Srirang Barne, Rahul Shevale, Pratap Rao, Ganpat Rao Jadhav, Krupal Tumane and Bhavna Gavli. So these are the 12 list of MPs, those who are with Eknath Shinde, and importantly we know there are a series of meetings because we are just waiting for the press conference. Press conference that is going to held at 2 p.m. at Maharashtra Southern, where Eknath Shinde, the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, and the MPs are going to address media, and we'll get to know what exactly the reason is, because till now we know they were MLAs, they were corporators who were joining Shinde camp, but now these are the MPs who some of the either way agreed with the legacy that has been taken forward by Eknath Shinde, the legacy of Bala Thackeray of Hindutva ideology, which is why we even heard Ramdas Kadam. He clearly given a letter. He has resigned as the leader of Shiv Sena, but he has mentioned many of the things, clearly stating that Uddhav Thackeray, when he was the chief minister, has actually not given justice to his own leaders. So that is why he resigned, and he also requested, Ramdas Kadam also requested Uddhav Thackeray to get in touch with the BJP and go what the ideology of Bala Thackeray is. So we have to wait and watch what will be the further course of action, because we know that from the time MPs joined Eknath Shinde camp, there was a meeting in Trident. Right after the presidential election, there was a meeting in Trident where Eknath Shinde and all the MLAs, importantly where MPs has also joined that meeting through video conference, and later on we know there was a appointment of National Executive Committee where Deepak Kesarkar has been appointed as the chief spokesperson, and Ramdas Kadam and Anandra Arsul has been appointed as the leader of a National Executive Committee, and the other there are deputy leaders as well. So after which Eknath Shinde left for Delhi late night itself, and today where he is having a meeting with MPs as well. There are MP who already met him, and these are the list. And right after, you know, those 12 MPs who extended their support to Eknath Shinde, the security has also been given to them. Wide level security has been given to them, and paramilitary personnel will be deployed at all those 12 MPs resident and offices. Moreover, there will be a meeting, is what we have been told, because Eknath Shinde is now all set to appoint Rahul Shivale as the Shiv Sena parliamentary leader, because till now we know that it's a Vinayak Raut who is a group leader in Lok Sabha, but being a largest majority where Eknath Shinde has already said that this is the real Shiv Sena, which is why he is also likely to meet the election commission to claim that this is the real Shiv Sena, because not only the MLAs but also there are MPs now who are in touch with Eknath Shinde, has extended their support to Eknath Shinde, and we have already
Alisha, like you were just saying right now that you know, they will meet the Shinde camp. The Shinde camp is going to meet. The Shinde camp is going to meet the Election Commission of India after fast and hectic developments which are happening in Maharashtra as well. Take us through what can we expect later in the day, Alisha.
Well, yes, at this point of time, what left with Uddhav Thackeray is just a symbol, and that is where the fight has been going for. Because at certain point from the beginning, where Eknath Shinde has been saying that this is the real Shiv Sena because he has the number, there are the majorities of people who have been joining his camp. On the other hand, Uddhav Thackeray, or whether it is Sanjay Raut, clearly mentioning whether it comes to the party or whether it comes to the symbol, we are ready to fight. But now with appointing National Executive Committee, because Eknath Shinde not only newly appointed this National Executive Committee, but also has withdrawn the previous National Executive Committee that was made by and constituted by Uddhav Thackeray. So it is very important which has been appointed, and now that is where to be informed to the Election Commission, because this is where the letter will be given to Election Commission stating that this is the real Shiv Sena, which is where for the coming elections, whether it is local body elections or the 2024 election, the symbol will be with Eknath Shinde.
Alisha, just hold on for a second, because Harsha is also joining us live. From the Maharashtra Southern. Thank you for joining us, Harsha. Give us a quick update on what can we expect from there.
Quoting that the entire fight is of the party symbol, that with whom the Shiv Sena symbol will be with. And today, right now, we are here in Maharashtra Southern, and in Maharashtra Southern, Eknath Shinde faction MPs are continuously visiting him. Right now, 4 BJP MPs are here in Maharashtra Southern who have come to meet Eknath Shinde, and later today, around 2 to 3 p.m, there will be a press conference where Eknath Shinde along with the 12 MPs will be present here, and they will finally declare that what has happened in the Lok Sabha, because in Lok Sabha, first of all, in Lok Sabha Secretariat, the 13 out of 19 MPs will present they will give the signature letter that now they are with the Eknath Shinde faction, and it will be seen later that the parliamentary party symbol goes with the Eknath Shinde faction or not. And later then today they will be visiting a election commission with the new resolution which has been formed by the new executive committee of Eknath Shinde, saying that the real Shiv Sena is with the Eknath. They only need 2/3 of the majority of the parliament, and Eknath Shinde faction already have that majority, including Dadar and Nagar Haveli 13 out of 19 MPs are right now with Eknath Shinde camp. I would like to show you the visuals of Maharashtra Southern, where clearly continuously the MPs are visiting, BJP MPs are visiting to meet Eknath Shinde, and lot of chaos and lot of happenings is literally going on here in Maharashtra Southern. Around 2 to 3 p.m, press conference will be done by Eknath Shinde along with 12 MPs who are present today in Parliament, coming and supporting that they are not with Uddhav Thackeray camp but with the Eknath Shinde faction. So there is too much to see and wait and watch today, because the suspense will be open at around 2 to 3 p.m. that finally they have got the parliamentary party symbol or not, because it entirely depends on the majority, and Eknath Shinde faction clearly has the majority which is being seen here. I'll again like to show you the visuals, because continuously we see so many MPs who have come to meet, and so much of movement here in Maharashtra Southern, here where Eknath Shinde is having meeting with 4 BJP MPs one MS and 3 MPs are here in Maharashtra Sadan right now. Eknath Shinde is also present here. So today is a very interesting day because it is all the fight of the party simple, as Alisha was quoting. So these are the entire happenings which is going on here in Delhi. MPs who are supporting Eknath Shinde faction are right now inside the parliament here in Maharashtra Sadan. Eknath Shinde is here. BJP MPs are visiting him. 2 to 3 p.m. time is very important, where the final announcement regarding the party symbol and regarding the things with the election commission will be shared with the media. Yes, back to the studio.
Harsha, so you're reporting there from Maharashtra Southern. A lot of action will take place, like you're telling us, very soon. Now, a couple of developments have also happened. Alisha, like you were reporting earlier, that Uddhav Thackeray, actually Shinde has dismissed Uddhav Thackeray's executive committee and appointed his own new national executive committee of the Shiv Sena, elected a senior party MLA Deepak Kesarkar as a chief spokesperson, and also there's a new Yuva Sena chief which has been appointed, Alisha, which happened there in Maharashtra. Now, Harsha, I'm coming back to you because you are there where all the action will take place. Take us through who are the leaders we can expect today, later on, and how will things really go forward there where you are?
Exactly, I'll tell you shortly that right now here in Maharashtra Southern, all the 13 MPs, including the Dadar and Nagar Haveli constituency as well, all the 13 MPs will be visiting here in the Maharashtra Southern, where the press conference will take place. As you were telling us, the new executive has been formed by Eknath Shinde, where he is the chief leader. And later, if you see, you can continuously see the people are visiting. Sir, can we expect any reaction? Sir, exactly what meeting is happening?
So we are definitely seeing that right then there's a lot of action because ultimately they are deciding, and exactly if 2 or 3 p.m. what exactly they will share with the media. There's a lot of action happening after the new executive has been formed by Eknath Shinde. Just leaders both.
All right, so basically we're getting some audio trouble there, but that is where all the action will also happen, where Harsha is reporting from. That's Maharashtra Southern. We're getting you exclusive visuals there on your screen. A lot of action expected, because also remember that Maharashtra CM Eknath Shinde will be meeting the election commission to stake claim of its faction as a real Shiv Sena. So essentially, there's a war for the real Shiv Sena as this time that we can tell you. And a lot of hectic developments have been also happening, like Alisha, who has been covering Maharashtra politics for us, has been telling us, including that the Yuva Sena chief has now also been, in fact, replaced now. Now, that's a big jot, Alisha. You're joining us back. That's a big jot. And it kind of gives us a perspective about how things are going to move ahead in the next few days. But also, Alisha, if I am not wrong, that a 3-judge bench of the Supreme Court is scheduled to hear on July 20th. That is tomorrow. On, a badge of pleas regarding the recent political crisis in Maharashtra. So a lot of developments expected. So tomorrow is a very crucial day as well, Alisha. All right, I'm being joined by Shravan Sen. Also, Shravan, give us a perspective of what we can expect next. You're there, Shravan, joining us live. Shravan, take us through what we can expect today. It's a very politically hectic day when it comes to Maharashtra politics.
Well, I would say, Shivangi, this was certainly on the expected lines. For quite some time, it was well known that about 12 of the 18 parliamentarians of the Shiva Sena had basically moved towards the Eknath Shinde camp. It does appear that some of the senior leaders, like for instance Rahul Shivale, who's had a lot of experience in Mumbai, particularly in the Brihan Mumbai Municipal Corporation. He's been the standing committee member for a very long time. Rather, he's been the standing committee chairman for a very long time. For a person like him to basically shift gears and actually come towards the Eknath Shinde camp gives you a sense of what's really wrong with the leadership of Uddhav Thackeray at this stage. Let's not forget, there's been a massive revolt with regards to even the role that has been played by Aditya Thackeray himself, with Eknath Shinde replacing the Yuva Sena chief. Remember, Aditya Thackeray has basically started off his political career as the Yuva Sena chief. Many would say that this was simply a gift by his father, Uddhav Thackeray himself. But the fact of the matter here is that Eknath Shinde is now taking full control of the party. What really lies ahead? Whether at all there are going to be certain challenges, the challenges particularly in the apex court. Remember, those hearings are supposed to take place, but till the time a status quo is to be maintained. The last hearing that took place in the apex court, they had made it abundantly clear that no further decisions are to be taken, status quo is to be maintained. Till the time as the parliament session is basically underway, Shiva Sena's Eknath Shinde has now taken full control of it. With this, about 12 of the parliamentarians coming together, it has basically bolstered their position in the parliament itself. We're also getting in some more, let's just hear in one.
All right, so a lot of development expected from Maharashtra Southern today, viewers, and we are getting you those exclusive visuals there. Shravan Sen, Harsha, both at Maharashtra Southern to give us the latest news on Maharashtra politics. Remember that 12 out of 19 Shiv Sena Lok Sabha MPs, in fact, are in touch with Eknath Shinde. Getting some more breaking news at this point of time. Now, this is coming in as Youth Congress Vice President. And the Cbi Raid has now been arrested. Remember, he was called in for questioning over alleged conspiracy to harm Kerala CM Pinarayi Vijayan in the fight where Youth Congress workers had raised slogans.
No, the protest against the Honorable Chief Minister has been happening on the gold smuggling issue has been happening for a long time. In fact, Youth Congress was the organization that came to the forefront over the last 1.5 years for this particular incident. And Youth Congress has been conducting a series of protests, very non-violent protests against the Chief Minister. The Chief Minister rushed in his car at 100 kilometers per hour from Trivandrum to Kannur. He was protested. Protests were showed by Youth Congress workers across all districts of the state. In continuation to that, we did a protest inside the airport as per all the norms. There was no hijacking or murder attempt as the Chief Minister and the CPM is claiming. It was a very peaceful protest, which in fact the protesters turned violent when they were attacked by the former minister and the LDF convener, and the police has not yet taken a case against this person, even though there's a fly ban has been imposed by the DGCA. So we are requesting the police again. It's the third time in fact we are giving this case to the police station, requesting the police to take action against the LDF convener, Mr. E.P. Jayaraj.
All right, Ashwin is joining me live right now. This is one of the biggest leads which are coming in. Now the Youth Congress Vice President has now been arrested, and he was called in for questioning over alleged conspiracy to harm Kerala CM Vijayan in the flight where Youth Congress workers had raised slogans. Ashwin, take us through what we can expect next now in this case.
See, those are the visuals that has happened. We spoke to Cbi Raid just moments before his arrest when we got him just outside the Shangamugam police station where he spoke exclusively to Republic. Now, the case is on June 13th. Two Youth Congress workers had raised slogans against Chief Minister during the time when there was a lot of allegations of Chief Minister's role in the Kerala gold smuggling case. And so these Youth Congress workers, after the flight had landed in the Thiruvananthapuram airport, had raised slogans stating that we protest, and they moved towards the front of the aircraft. Now, the LDF convener at that time stopped these protesters and had pushed them down. Now, a case was registered against these two Youth Congress workers stating they were trying to murder the Chief Minister of Kerala. Now, as the case progressed, just yesterday, WhatsApp chats had been leaked in which it is the WhatsApp chat belongs to the core committee members of the Youth Congress, in which the leaked chat message say where Cbi Raid is giving instructions to the people saying that we must organize a protest inside the aircraft as well, maybe raise some black flag also. Now, based on these leaked WhatsApp chats which has come out, the police had called Cbi Raid for questioning. What is so interesting about the fact is that today the magistrate court had given an order to the Kerala police stating no arrest shall be made of Shabrinath till 11 o'clock. But breaking that, it seems now the arrest has been made by the ACP of Shankamugam in police station, and the vice president of Youth Congress, Shabrinath, has been taken into custody. The arrest has been marked, and what the Congress is now alleging is that this is a fake arrest. There is no case registered against LDF convener E.P. Jayarajan, who has been prosecuted by the Indigo Airlines for and 3 weeks ban has been imposed against him. Yet not a single case has been filed against LDF, but for conducting a protest, the Congress worker as well as the vice president of the Youth Congress has been taken into custody. Now this is the breaking update from Thiruvananthapuram. Back to you.
Right, so this is the big news coming in that the Youth Congress Vice President has now been arrested. This is definitely big. But the police also accessed crucial WhatsApp chats of Youth Congress members where Shabrinath has texted. Now, how exactly are these WhatsApp chats, Ashwin, helping in this case?
See, the WhatsApp chat belongs to the Youth Congress workers core committee members across the state. There are, as per reports, there are 109 members only where these are the key decision makers. So when this large-scale protest was conducted by the Youth Congress across the state, it seems that somebody within this group has leaked out this particular message which Shabrinath is said to have said that we must organize a protest inside the aircraft and maybe raise a black flag against Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan in the flight. Now, similar such conversation has been leaked. Now, the Congress, on the other hand, is also shocked that from within their highest realms, a leaked message has put their own vice president of the Youth Congress in a jeopardy. Now, they are also probing independently who must have given this information. Remember, the WhatsApp chat group are the top members of the Youth Congress in the state, which essentially means that somebody within the Congress itself wanted trouble for their own vice president. So it really looks like the Congress, from within the Congress, there are people who are trying to work against Shabrinath to ensure that he gets into trouble. That is one side of the case. But the other side of the case is that he has been arrested, and the charges, he has been put as a co-accused, and the charges levied against him is the attempt of murder of Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan. These are grievous charges that has been leveled against him. Back to you.
All right, hold on, Ashwin, hold on. I just want our viewers to have a look at the reaction which has come in. Let's hear it up.
No, the protest against the Honorable Chief Minister has been happening on the gold smuggling issue has been happening for a long time. In fact, Youth Congress was the organization that came to the forefront over the last 1.5 years for this particular incident. And Youth Congress has been conducting a series of protests, very non-violent protests against the Chief Minister. The Chief Minister rushed in his car at 100 kilometers per hour from Trivandrum to Kannur. He was protested. Protests were showed by Youth Congress workers across all districts of the state. In continuation to that, we did a protest inside the airport as per all the norms. There was no hijack.
All right, joining me on the phone line is Tom Vadakan. Thank you for joining us from the BJP. Now, what is the first reaction coming in? What exactly do you think is happening? Because now the Youth Congress Vice President has been arrested. Of course, the case will now continue. Where do you see this going?
Well, there should be a level playing field for everybody involved. I mean, there's no, if somebody is some important VIP, creating ruckus in an aircraft has to be taken very seriously. And I think the law will take its own course. The airlines has taken a position. We support it because essentially this kind of ruckus we have seen elsewhere, the streets and parliament and what have you, but not in an aircraft, endangering the passengers who are traveling. This kind of issues cannot be encouraged, and I think should be with a firm hand.
All right, Mr. Vadakan, also the Congress, of course, does not believe that the charges are correct as usual. What do you have to say about that?
Well, naturally, everybody who are accused will always say the charges are not correct. let the matter be investigated and the guilty punished. And why not?
All right, thank you for joining us here on Republic TV. Tom Varakkan of the BJP joining us on this big story. Once Sabrinath had questioned CM Vijayan on board, and now he has been held, he has been arrested. He's been arrested by Kerala cops. The visuals are to see on your screen. Now I want to go back to Ashwin, who's joining us live. Ashwin, take us to the details of what exactly happened on that flight when he had confronted and questioned the CM on board. In fact, a small scuffle had also happened back then. Take us through those details, how the case really emerged.
On June 13th, Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan had boarded a flight, Indigo flight from Kannur to Thiruvananthapuram. As soon as the flight landed in Thiruvananthapuram, and then the doors of the flight was opened, people were deboarding the flight. It is at that time, the Congress workers raised slogans from within the aircraft, and they were going towards the front of the flight. Now, this was being recorded, and while it was being recorded, the EP Jayarajan, who is the Central Committee member of the LDF, and also
Getting a cab these days is nearly impossible because half the time you don't get rides. Even if your cab gets booked, you're not sure when it is going to get cancelled or how much you're going to pay. Now, answering all this, Mind has come up with beautiful solutions whereby we don't have a surge rate here because they go by government prescribed rates. Not just that, Mind has a beautiful feature where you incentivize the driver, ensuring that he will come and pick you up on time. So, thanks Mind.
The school secretary, principal, school correspondent and 2 teachers have been sent to 15 days of judicial remand in connection with the death of a 17-year-old schoolgirl in Tamil Nadu's Kallakurichi. Taking a dig at the central government for the latest round of goods and services hikes on various essential food items, the former Karnataka Chief Minister and the current leader of the opposition, Siddaramaiah, said that the government is trying to burden people with more taxes instead of helping them. He went on to term the tax as the Gabbar Singh tax, just as many others in the opposition. Former UK Chancellor Rishi Sunak extended his lead in the race to replace Boris Johnson as the Conservative Party leader and the British Prime Minister, as he added 14 more votes to his tally in the latest round of voting by Tory members of Parliament. The veteran singer Bhupendra Singh has passed away at the age of 82. The singer, known for his songs like Dil Dhoondta Hai and Hoton Pe Aisi Baat, among many others, was in hospital in Mumbai. Several celebrities attended the singer's funeral held at Mumbai. A fire broke out in an electric bike showroom in Pune, damaging at least 7 bikes in the Ganga Dham area of the city. No injuries have been reported in the incident, with the fire tenders being in place immediately. Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif, after facing an embarrassing defeat in the Punjab Assembly by-polls on Monday, hinted at completing his coalition government's tenure and not giving in to early elections, and demanded the ouster of Imran Khan, who is currently riding atop his popularity wave in the country. Senior TMC leader.
Top headlines at 1:30. Army goes on record, fact-checks opposition on bizarre Agniveer scheme claim on caste certification by the opposition. After roaring lions, banned lines and dharna ban, yet another opposition claim falls flat.
Sir, I just want to know, sir, that was Sucheta Dalal was the one who introduced your company to
From Mumbai to Delhi, Republic leads phone tapping scandal investigation, questions tainted ex-Mumbai top cop Sanjay Pandey. After Uddhav, Shinde jolt strikes, Aditya Thackeray Shinde appoints own Yuva Sena secretary.
मैंने पहले कहा कि सड़कों पर या पूजा के लिए या किसी भी अन्य कार्यक्रम के लिए कोई जगह नहीं होनी चाहिए और इसको किसी भी प्रकार की अनुमति नहीं दी जानी चाहिए। जो शासन ने पहले से व्यवस्था बनाई है उसको हम सख्ती से लागू करें, इन चीजों को तय करें।
Yogi Adityanath sets record straight on Lucknow Mall namaz controversy, says no worship in public places. India's weightlifting pride Harshada Garud backs gold at Junior Weightlifting Championship. Good afternoon, viewers. Thanks for staying tuned. We are live and breaking, and I'm Samiksha Srivastava. Straight away, starting with breaking news coming in. And tracking the big story coming in from Kerala, where Youth Congress Vice President Cbi Raid has been arrested. Remember, he was called in for questioning over alleged conspiracy to harm Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan. In fact, we have the soundbite as well. Let's listen in.
No, the protest against the Honorable Chief Minister has been happening on the gold smuggling issue has been happening for a long time. In fact, Youth Congress was the organization that came to the forefront over the last 1.5 years for this particular incident. And Youth Congress has been conducting a series of protests, very non-violent protests against the Chief Minister. The Chief Minister rushed in his car at 100 kilometers per hour from Trivandrum to Kannur. He was protested. Protests were showed by Youth Congress workers across all districts of the state. In continuation to that, we did a protest inside the airport as per all the norms. There was no hijacking or murder attempt as the Chief Minister and the CPM is claiming. It was a very peaceful protest, which in fact the protesters turned violent when they were attacked by the former minister and the LDF convener, and the police has not yet taken a case against this person, even though
Well, we have joining us on the broadcast is Cbi Raid, the Congress MP. Sir, if I can get your quick reaction to the Congress leader, in fact, Youth Congress Vice President Cbi Raid, who's been arrested. We have some WhatsApp. In fact, the police has accessed some crucial WhatsApp chats as well. If you could give your reaction to this.
There is no difference between Mr. Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister of India, and the Chief Minister of Kerala, Sri Pinarayi Vijayan, because they're misusing the entire system and process and their majority, brutal majority, to make sure that the attention is diverted. The former MLA and the present Youth Congress State Vice President, Mr. K.S. Shabrinathan, has been charged of conspiracy for the protest done inside the Indigo flight by the Youth Congress activists. Two of them. But I am saying that the conspiracy is by the left government, Chief Minister and the LDF convener against Shabrinathan. Actually, there is a flying ban which is being imposed by the Indigo authorities, after which they conducted an internal inquiry in which the Youth Congress activists were given a 2-week flying ban, and Mr. E.P. Jayarajan, the LDF convener, was given a 3-week ban. So it is very clear the aviation norms were violated by the Youth Congress. We accept that. It was a very peaceful protest. You can just check the video, which was taken by a passenger.
Okay. But we have the WhatsApp chats that have, in fact, the police has accessed crucial WhatsApp chats in which it's very clear that Cbi Raid had texted, given instructions to the members to board some same flight and raise slogans. If you could respond to this.
I need to continue, ma'am. I need to be heard my voice. You need to hear my voice. If you want me to.
Please, yes, we are listening.
React.
Please tell us, yes.
Yeah, what is wrong in the state vice president in organizing a protest? What is the problem in that? Who is the Chief Minister of Kerala? Is he somebody beyond any protests in a democratic country like India and Kerala? CPIM has a huge history of agitations, protests and movements. Where is the fire of that Chief Minister gone? We have very clearly done a peaceful protest an attempt to murder has to be charged against Mr. E.P. Jayarajan because he is the one who pushed away the Youth Congress worker. And from the internal inquiry and the flying ban issued and imposed on E.P. Jayarajan, it is very clear he has committed a crime. So why is the entire conspiracy is to hide the action against the CPIM the LDF convener? It is very clear that they have to hide this particular flying ban. That is the reason, to make sure that is wrong. What Indigo has done is against the norms. That is what they want to prove, but it is totally unacceptable that conspiracy is charged and a former MLA Youth Congress Vice President is arrested, which cannot be accepted. We are showing our total resentment and protest against this particular.
So, are you accepting that this is definitely not acceptable, because the WhatsApp chats clearly mention that how there were instructions given to raise slogans inside the flight? What justifies protesting and raising slogans inside the flight, sir?
Ma'am, there is a rule and a norm, and there are certain rules in the Indian Penal Code as well. So, myself and the former Chief Minister and the present opposition leader and MLAs, we conducted a metro yatra in the Kochi Metro Rail. According to the Metro Act, we were charged cases. We fought that in the court. Aviation rules very specifically say that such manners are not accepted, and we are ready to take that flying ban. We have accepted that we did a protest which was necessary for the hour in a democratical way. We didn't make any kind of violence. And what is wrong in having a protest?
All right.
We accept the flying ban.
Okay.
Why can't Mr. Jayarajan accept that?
All right. We'll have to leave it at that. Thank you so much for speaking to us. So, a Congress reaction coming in. Congress MP responding to the Congress worker, the Youth Congress Vice President, who has now been arrested.
Yet another incident of cloudburst was reported from Himachal Pradesh's Kinnaur district. Shalkar village of the Kinnaur district is now reeling under the wrath of cloudburst, and the entire village has been swept under flood. Local road and highway has been closed and movements of vehicles has been stopped towards Shalkar village. Remember, the National Highway number 5, which connects Firozpur in Punjab to the Sino-Indian border of Shipkila, passes through Kinnaur. Traffic has been halted at the highway as rescue operations is underway of a similar incident of a flash flood following a cloudburst in the district of Kinnaur. Meanwhile, there have been several reports of cloudbursts and flash floods in several districts of Himachal Pradesh as India faces wrath of monsoon with civic apathy taking a toll. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And more breaking news coming in. Republic exposing another fake claim by the opposition, a 2019 notification that exposes claim on caste and religion for recruitment into the army. Attempts to give caste spin by the opposition with regard to recruitment into the army has completely fallen flat. In fact, old army notification exposes this opposition claim that was made earlier. So Republic having accessed this full notification that exposes the big charge that was levelled by the opposition with regard to caste and religion into the recruitment into the army. So that has again backfired when we talk about another spin that was being being given by the opposition for recruitment into the army. Well, we'll go across to our reporters as well. So one more attempt by the opposition to give a bizarre, to give a spin to the recruitment into the army has fallen completely flat. We've accessed the full notification as well that exposes this fake claim that was made by the opposition. In fact, it's the Fifth Republic back-to-back national fact-check, a British-era practice which was being said by the opposition that it is being done by the central government. But there, a notification that dates back to years completely exposes the big charge that was being made by the opposition. So the Agniveer car spin that has fizzled after the Roaring Lions attempts that was being made by the opposition there. Agniveer car spin having fallen flat after banned word flop as well. Back-to-back claims, such false claims that were being made by the opposition. In fact, it was the fifth opposition claim that has fallen completely flat in matter of just 1 week. On to more breaking updates coming in. The DSP, we are told, has been mowed down by mining mafia in Gurgaon's Mewat area. The DSP has been identified as Surinder Singh. Our executive editor for politics, Ishwarya, joining us for more. Ishwarya, if you could give us more details.
Well, absolutely. At this point of time, we are being told this has happened in Gurgaon and in the Mewat area, Panchgaon area. We are being told that illegal mining was taking place. And while the DSP arrived on spot,
खनन माफियाओं ने पूरी जानकारी भी हम आपको बताएंगे किस तरह से पूरा मामला सामने आया है, लेकिन फिलहाल आप देख सकते हैं घटना स्थल पर ही शव मौजूद है। डीएसपी सुरेंद्र सिंह का शव, जहां पे अधिकारी पहुंचे हैं और ये बताया जा रहा है कि ये खनन माफिया थे जिन्होंने उनकी हत्या की। डिटेल इस बारे में हम आपको बताएंगे। एक्सक्लूसिव तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं। खनन माफियाओं ने डंपर से कुचल दिया डीएसपी सुरेंद्र सिंह को, जिससे मौके पर ही उनकी मौत हो गई। खनन माफियाओं के जो हौसले बुलंद नजर आ रहे हैं यहाँ पर, और किस तरह से ये जो अवैध खनन का जाल फैला हुआ है पूरे देश के अलग अलग हिस्सों में, चाहे हम मध्य प्रदेश की बात करें, राजस्थान की बात करें, या फिर हम बात करें उत्तर प्रदेश के कुछ इलाकों की, या झारखंड की बात करें, हर जगह इस तरह से अलग अलग कोने हैं जहां पर खनन माफिया अवैध तरीके से खनन करते हैं। यानी जिस तरह के लिमिट लगी हुई है, यानी जहां से खनन नहीं करना है उस तरह की कार्रवाइयां होती हैं, और जब उन पर रोकने की कोशिश की जाती है तो इस तरह से ये घटना देखने को मिली है हरियाणा में। बड़ी खबर इस वक्त हम आपको बता रहे हैं, हरियाणा के नूह में डीएसपी की हत्या से हड़कंप मच गया है और खनन माफियाओं पर आरोप लगा है कि कार्रवाई के दौरान उन पर डंपर चला दिया गया। अवैध खनन माफियाओं पर हत्या का आरोप है। एक्सक्लूसिव तस्वीरें इस वक्त हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं।
Well, these are the first visuals that we are getting to you of the tragic news coming to light. This one from Gurgaon, where the DSP who was on the job mowed down in Gurgaon. Ishwarya continues to be with us. Ishwarya, if you could share more details with us. Very tragic incident coming to light.
Well, absolutely. And as we are saying, these visuals are self-explanatory. These visuals clearly explain that what has been happening in this area. We are being told that the DSP who went there, Surinder Singh Bishnoi, he got a tip that there is illegal mining happening in this area of Mewat. And as soon as he arrived, he saw this dumper, this truck moving, which was not marked, which did not have the complete authority to move with mining stones from this area. And as soon as he tried to stop this, he was literally mowed down. The dumper, the truck driver drove his truck or dumper mercilessly over the top. And that's when he succumbed to his injuries there and then.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, Ishwarya, if you could share more details with us with respect to this mining mafia, because we understand that the DSP, like you're telling us, was on the job. He was trying to crack down on this illegal mining that was going on. Talk to us about this mafia.
Well, this mafia is not something which is very new for this area, not even for the cops and for the administration, but we are being told in the last couple
माइनिंग की रेड में लिए गए थे, जो खनन माफिया ने सोची समझी चाल के तहत नाका लगा रखा था, सीधा डंपर ने कुचल दिया। मतलब एक मर्डर ही समझो, ये एक्सीडेंट नहीं है, जिसकी मौके पर मौत हो गई है।
जी, क्या वहां पर किसी की पहचान हो पाई है? कौन लोग इसमें इन्वॉल्व थे सर, ये पता चल पाया है? क्या पहले भी इस तरह की कोई गतिविधि हुई थी जिसकी वजह से सुरेंद्र जी वहां पर पहुंचे थे और उनको खास तौर पर टारगेट किया गया?
पहले भी हमने जगह जगह वहां पर माइनिंग के नाके लगाए हुए थे और चेकिंग में टाइमली टाइमली करते जा रहे थे, लेकिन ये स्पेशल की थी रोकने के लिए। जैसे ही नीचे खड़े थे तो सीधी टक्कर मारी उसकी और उनकी मौत हो गई।
जी, अभी क्या कार्रवाई हो रही है? अभी क्या कार्रवाई कर रहे हैं आप लोग उन अपराधियों को पकड़ने के लिए?
अभी डंपर चालक के खिलाफ मुकदमा दर्ज करके आगामी कार्रवाई अभी मौके पर करने लग रहे हैं, जिसकी सबसे पहले तो 176 कार्रवाई करके पोस्टमार्टम कराया जाएगा और जल्दी से जल्दी वो माफिया या जो भी है ये माइनिंग माफिया है जिसकी भी इन्वॉल्वमेंट होगी सबको गिरफ्तार किया जाएगा।
जी, शमशेर सिंह जी, क्या आप बता पाएंगे कि ये किस तरह के खनन का पूरा मामला है? क्या पहले भी इस तरह के मामले सामने आए हैं? कुछ इलाके के बारे में बता पाएंगे आप?
जब भी कोई शिकायत आती है तो उसी टाइम हमारी टीम जाती है और हमारे एसपी साहब ने बिल्कुल शिकंजा कसा हुआ था, किसी भी रूप में कोई भी माइनिंग नहीं हो पा रही थी, इस करके खनन माफिया ने ऐसा कदम उठाया।
जी, शमशेर जी, सुरेंद्र जी के बारे में आप कुछ बता पाएंगे? ये भी बताया जा रहा है कि शायद वो अगले साल ही रिटायर होने वाले थे।
सुरेंद्र जी 94 में एज एएसआई सेलेक्ट हुए थे और उनकी अभी अक्टूबर में रिटायरमेंट थी और ये बेसिकली डिस्ट्रिक्ट हिसार के रहने वाले हैं और फिलहाल उनका मकान यहाँ कुरुक्षेत्र में भी है और अक्टूबर में उनकी रिटायरमेंट।
शमशेर जी, ये बताएं कि खनन माफियाओं के हौसले क्या इतने बुलंद थे कि इस तरीके से उनके ऊपर जो है जो पूरा का पूरा जो डंपर है वो चढ़ा दिया गया? क्या इससे पहले कोई जानकारी इनके पास नहीं थी? आपकी जो पुलिसिया फोर्स वहां पर है जो नाका पे थी, क्या उनके पास कोई जानकारी नहीं थी?
मैंने आपको पहले भी बताया, एसपी साहब ने इतना शिकंजा कसा हुआ था, माइनिंग के अलग अलग जगहों पर नाके भी लगाए गए और बाकायदा उनकी बारी बारी से तहसील की जाए। कोई कभी कोई डीएसपी या कोई इंस्पेक्टर के नेतृत्व में भी टीम जाती है और आज माफिया ने देखा भी डीएसपी यहाँ मौके पर है तो साजिश के तहत उसके ऊपर गाड़ी चला दी और जिसकी मौत हो गई मौके पर।
सर, मैं ये जानना चाहता हूँ इस इलाके के बारे में बताइए और किस तरीके की माइनिंग होती है? क्या वहां पर पत्थर को काटा जाता है और ये कहाँ से ये लोग आ रहे थे?
मैं बताऊंगा शाम को
सर, मैं एक चीज और भी जानना चाहता हूं कि यहाँ पर एक और चीज की पुलिसिया बंदोबस्त क्या था कि वहां पर उन्होंने सीधे डीएसपी को क्या, तो इसमें क्या किसी की गिरफ्तारी हुई है? जो डंपर का जो ड्राइवर था उसे पकड़ लिया गया या वो फरार हो गया?
जल्दी डाल दे यार।
Well, absolutely, and that was the DSP. That was the DSP of this area speaking to our colleague Amit Chaudhary. But this is the latest information coming in, and the visuals are very, very moving. We need to understand that what exactly has happened. Illegal mining, yes, takes place in this area from not now, but from years. But in the last 24 months or so, we are being told that the Khattar government had really tightened the noose in this area of Mewat. And that is why we are being told when DSP Surendra Singh, and I repeat, when DSP Surendra Singh went in this area to check the papers of this dumper, of this lorry, that how and why are you carrying the stones when you don't have the requisite amount of documents and permissions for mining in this area. He tried to stop, and then these drivers of this dumper who are right now missing, very clearly, mercilessly mowed down this DSP of Haryana Police. And right now 4 teams, and I repeat, 4 teams of Haryana Police have been formed. We are being told that Haryana Police is now working closely with the Haryana STF, which is on the spot. Our teams are also reaching on the spot. This is an area which is an which is a mining, which is we could say so a forest area of sorts, as it has been recorded in the Haryana state government records. Yes, mining takes place in this area, but only legal mining, which is authorized by the state government. But this particular dumper did not, and I repeat, did not had the requisite amount of permissions, and that is why DSP Surendra Singh Bishnoi tried to stop this dumper. But as and when that happened, these drivers and these killers of the Haryana cop mercilessly mowed him down. And right now we are being told that senior police officials of Haryana cops of Haryana police are there right now. We are being told that even Gurgaon Commissioner has basically arrived there on the spot. Our teams are also reaching within the next few minutes. We are going to get you a ground zero report because the topography, we need to understand the topography of this area as well. There is no residential or any kind of development in and around 20-kilometer radius area of this area. It is a mining area. It is a semi-forest area where mining takes place, but only legal mining. I repeat, only legal mining. But this dumper was completely illegal. So illegal mining, that is mining mafia, was active, and as soon as the Haryana police got a tip-off, as soon as this DSP Surendra Singh Bishnoi got a tip-off of the same, he arrived and he tried to stop. The only issue is, why wasn't he there with his team? Why was he alone? Was he alone first? If yes, why? Why didn't he have backup? So all of these questions will be answered within the next few minutes. But we are being told initially 4 teams of the Haryana police alongside the Haryana STF has been formed. We are going to be speaking with the Haryana, with the Haryana DGP soon enough and getting more details in it. If we could just go to my colleagues, I'm just getting more and more details on this. Yes, back to you in the studios.
All right, Aishwarya, stay with us. We also have a guest, I'm told, former UP DGP Vikram Singh is also with us. Sir, if I can get your quick reaction, a very chilling incident to have happened. Murder in broad daylight, a DSP who was on the job mowed down by the mining mafia in this area.
But yes, I would take a strong exception. Why has the sand mafia become so emboldened that they have the capacity to commit this brazen murder? Obviously, there is complicity at some level. Otherwise, they did not have the ability to even look towards an officer in uniform, and that was senior. Now, my advice to the local officer is round up all of them and subject them to narco analysis and polygraph tests. Treat them as instruments of a major crime impacting public order, and therefore they're liable to be put behind bars under the National Security Act, as also the sections are enumerated in the IPC. 147, 148, 149, 307, 302, 201 of the Penal Code, so that they are behind bars for a lifetime. That they are emboldened to the extent that they protect this murder. Now there should be consequences for the mafia and those in the police or the administration who are on the side.
Sir, illegal mining is not something new. Sir, illegal mining is not something which is only limited to Haryana or one state. It happens in UP, it happens in Madhya Pradesh, it happens in Haryana, and it has been happening for years. The cops, the police try to stop it, but there is also a nexus at the local level. Let's accept it today, sir, that yes, illegal mining happenings, but we are being told initially that yes, the Khattar government had tightened the noose, but not completely, and that's why when this DSP arrived on the spot to stop these particular trucks or dumpers, we are now being told that there was more than one dumper which was doing illegal mining. Sir, they were emboldened to the point that they mercilessly mowed down, literally mowed down. The pictures are really graphic. Mowed down the Haryana police officer, sir. From where do they get this power?
They have to indeed atone for the sins committed by anyone in the department, and therefore come down like a ton of bricks on all the perpetrators in the government and outside.
Sir.
Thank you so much for speaking to us.
Well, absolutely. So that was Mr. Vikram Singh, former DGP of Uttar Pradesh, talking to Republic. And as we were just getting more and more details in this very regard, a Haryana police officer, a deputy SP, has been mercilessly mowed down by the mining mafia in Gurgaon, Mewat area. This is Mewat area. Yes, mining takes place. Yes, we are being told that the Haryana government tried to tighten the noose, but the reality is there for all to see. The mining mafia was emboldened to a point that when a Haryana police officer and a senior officer, a DSP level officer, tried to stop, I repeat, tried to stop this dumper, this truck carrying illegal stones after mining, they did not stop. Rather, they mercilessly mowed down the officer. Now you have the senior officers coming down on the spot. Why were they not there prior? All of these questions need to be answered. But yes, we are being told 4 teams being formed. Haryana STF is on a lookout of the individuals of these merciless killers. Yeah.
Yes. Aishwarya, stay with us. From what it appears, does it look that this mafia was very much active in this particular area, because this incident happening in broad daylight? Talk to us more about what you're learning from your sources.
Well, it's very clear at this point of time. We are being told that Haryana Home Minister, we are being told, who was already in Surajkund area, could basically go there because there is a BJP meeting which was taking place. So he was in Surajkund and he might go to the spot. That is what we are being told. Initially, we are trying to get a confirmation on the same. Our teams are reaching there as we speak. But then Haryana Home Minister and then the Chief Minister Manohar Lal Khattar really need to see. There is a mass manhunt for the killers of the Haryana cop. But the DGP and the ADGP would need to answer that how can the mining mafia be so emboldened? So emboldened that they can run over and mercilessly kill, mow down a Haryana police DSP. And also there is an answer which the police force would have to give, that why was a DSP alone? First, was he alone? And first, why? And secondly, if you are going to stop illegal mining, the whole team will go. So all of these answers would be coming in from the Haryana police, but the Chief Minister would really have to answer that what steps are being taken to literally for a complete clampdown on illegal mining. Because as we were just saying and discussing with the former DGP of Uttar Pradesh, illegal mining takes place not only in one state but in multiple states. And what is being done? And I repeat, what is being done to stop and curtail it completely? Tightening the noose. But what has happened in Mewat is for all to see. They are being emboldened to a point that they can mercilessly mow down a Haryana police DSP. His body is still laying there. Yeah, back to you.
Aishwarya, does it look like tip of the iceberg when we talk about how active the mafia has been in this particular area where the incident happened?
Well, at this point of time, mining takes place. Yes, illegal mining has been happening, but we are being told that only and only because in the last 24 to 36 months, the Khattar government had been trying to tighten the noose. But how successful or unsuccessful they were, it is... we can see, because when a police officer arrives on the spot to just stop, and I repeat, to just stop an illegal mining truck, a dumper carrying illegal mining stones, he's mowed down. So what tightening of noose is the Haryana government talking about? So all of these questions would have to be answered, but at this point of time, the ADG and the DGP of the state would have to answer that why was that DSP alone? Why wasn't there complete cavalry of the Haryana police clamping down on illegal mining? Why did Surendra Singh Shekhawat, first and foremost, was he alone? The Haryana police need to answer. First, was he alone? Second, if yes, why? And why wasn't there a complete clampdown? And if there was a tip-off? If there was a tip-off, then Surendra Singh must have informed his seniors or his team or his police station or his division that yes, he's moving. Yes. So all of these details are coming up, and while we arrive at this very spot, beg your pardon, I am joined in by my colleague Amandeep. Amandeep is joining in. Amandeep, Manohar Lal Khattar and also the top cops of the state. It is not only the Chief Minister but also the DGP and the ADGP Law and Order would have to answer that what exactly is happening in Nu. Amandeep.
Well, absolutely, Aishwarya, and in fact, Nu is one of the sensitive area of Haryana, which is a Muslim-dominated area, and this kind of incident is actually not acceptable. The entire police and entire government is now in a concern that how it happened and who is behind that illegal mining spot. Just because that was illegal mining, the mining mafia is behind the killing of DSP, and even some politician or some big person is behind this. Now, entire focus is on to uproot the nexus of illegal mining. We have just spoken to the police department, some senior officials. They are just trying to track that bumper first, and in fact after that they are trying to dig out that who all were involved into this illegal mining on that site. And when the police is tightened the security against the illegal mining in the state, such kind of incidents are being reported. And
let this be very clear, irrespective of the